Chapter 421. The Crown Prince was extremely domineering, and he had appeared at the perfect time, as if he had planned everything in advance. This was clearly a trap for Wu Jiao. The Crown Prince was a smart man. He knew what the Imperial Emperor was thinking. All he needed was an excuse to get rid of Wu Jiao. Tearing the Imperial decree with one's own hands was a serious crime. Even the 9th Emperor would die a few times for this. Humph. You dare arrest me? I'm going to see the Imperial Emperor. Wu Jiao didn't show any fear. He had never been afraid of anything in his life. He had promised Jiang Chen that he would protect the people around him, and if anything bad happened to Yan Chenyu, he would be too ashamed to face Jiang Chen. You want to see father? Sure, but I'll tie you up and bring you to him. Men, arrest Wu Jiao. The Crown Prince shouted out loudly. Understood. Over 20 golden guards surrounded Wu Jiao in a circle. At the same time, the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, Shangguan Shang, Tiangang Yi, and the late combat soul warrior from the Myriad Sword sect had also joined the battle, completely surrounding Wu Jiao. Bastard, how dare you attack me? Wu Jiao was furious. Old Jiao, just surrender. You've torn the imperial decree with your own hands and disregarded the Imperial Emperor's face. This is a crime punishable by death. We're just following the Crown Prince's orders. We're going to bring you to the Imperial Emperor to confess. The 7th Emperor said. He couldn't help but sneer. What should we do now? This is getting serious. Guan Yiyun had a serious expression on his face, and so did the others. None of them had expected that the situation would develop so quickly, and that it had come to this. Can't you tell? That imperial decree was given to Lord Jiao. If the Imperial Emperor wanted to marry him, he could have just given a verbal order. There was no need for him to give an imperial decree. Jiang Chen is right. The Imperial Emperor can't accept Lord Jiao in his heart. Everything that happened today is a trap, and Lord Jiao is a man who values friendship, and he has a deep relationship with Jiang Chen. He will definitely fall into this trap. Sigh. De Huang Dog let out a long sigh. Everything that happened today was unavoidable. What should we do now? Don't tell me we're just going to watch as Lord Jiao is taken away by them? Yu Zihan clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. All of them couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If it wasn't for them, Wu Jiao wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only Lord Jiao, even we will be in danger. The Shangguan clan, Myriad Sword sect, and Wu Tsong are obviously using the Crown Prince to kill us. Han Yan's face darkened. At this point in time, everything was clear. Last time, the Imperial Emperor had sent Jiang Chen to Mount Origin to mend the dimensional crack, but he didn't manage to kill Jiang Chen. Therefore, those enemies wouldn't let it go so easily. That was why the Imperial Emperor had lured the Crown Prince here. Haha, let me see who dares to touch me. Up in the sky, Wu Jiao, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a calm expression on his face. His energy was still as powerful as ever, and a frightening aura was being unleashed from his body. His cultivation had reached the peak combat soul realm, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the combat king realm. Humph! I'll capture you myself. Wu Jiao, if you surrender now, I'll spare your life and wait for my father's punishment. If you dare resist, I'll kill you on the spot. The Crown Prince coldly harumphed. A golden halberd appeared in his hand, and he looked extremely mighty. As the #1 genius of the Martial Saint dynasty, he wasn't afraid of Wu Jiao at all. Wait! A clear voice sounded out. After that, Yan Chenyu arrived in the sky like a fairy in white. I agree to marry you, but the condition is that you release Lord Jiao. Yan Chenyu said. What? Hearing this, Wu Jiao, Han Yan, and the others cried out in shock at the same time. They stared at Yan Chenyu with shock in their eyes. No, I don't agree. Wu Jiao said with a stern voice. He knew that Yan Chenyu was doing this to save him, but he could never let her return to her original form, which would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. If that happened, even if he managed to save his own life, he wouldn't be able to see Jiang Chen again. Little you, come back. If worst comes to worst, I'll just fight them. Han Yan's body was filled with demonic energy. His white hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a demon king. He had no choice but to fight them. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't just give up. That's right. Who does that Crown Prince think he is? How dare he set his eyes on little you? Yu Zihan's eyes had turned red as well. Guan Yun and Tian Yishan were ready to fight as well. Jiang Chen had saved their lives, and now that Yan Chenyu was in trouble, they couldn't just stand there and do nothing. De Huang Dog was the only one who remained calm. He knew Yan Chenyu's feelings for Jiang Chen too well. He would rather believe that Yan Chenyu would die than marry someone else other than Jiang Chen. Besides, Yan Chenyu was no longer a young girl who had just started her cultivation. After experiencing life and death situations, she had gone through a tremendous transformation. She must have her own plan for coming out at this moment. Up in the sky, when the Crown Prince heard that Yan Chenyu had agreed to marry him, a look of extreme joy emerged on his face. Right now, the only thing he cared about was Yan Chenyu's attitude towards him. "Miss Yan, are you serious?" The Crown Prince looked at Yan Chenyu. "That's right. I agree to marry you, and you promised to let the 9th Emperor go." Yan Chenyu said. "Bastard!" Wu Jiu was completely enraged. He unleashed his energy and prepared to attack Shangguan Shang, who was the closest to him. "Stop!" Yan Chenyu shouted coldly. "9th Emperor, this is my own business. Who I marry has nothing to do with you." Yan Chenyu's words were extremely cold. After saying that, she immediately used her divine sense to communicate with Wu Jiu, Han Yan, and the others, 9th Emperor, Brother Yan, De Huang. "I'll leave with the Crown Prince. After I leave, you guys should find a way to escape from this place. Don't worry about me. I have my own ways to escape." Just like what De Huang had said, Yan Chenyu was no longer the ignorant girl who had just started her cultivation. After following Jiang Chen for such a long time, she had learned how to remain calm. Looking at the current situation, if she didn't stand out, Wu Jiu would be killed, and they would be killed as well. The Crown Prince had come prepared, and he wouldn't let any of them go. Furthermore, Wu Jiu had torn the imperial decree impulsively, giving the Crown Prince an excuse to deal with Wu Jiu. Therefore, Yan Chenyu had no choice but to pretend that she had agreed to marry the Crown Prince, giving the others enough time to leave. Hearing what Yan Chenyu said, Wu Jiu finally calmed down from his furious state. Only now did he realize the consequences of his impulsive actions. He wasn't the only one who had implicated Jiang Chen. He had also implicated those brothers who Jiang Chen regarded as his own life. In the end, Wu Jiu shook his head helplessly. He wouldn't leave the Martial Saint dynasty, but he had to buy some time for Han Yan and the others. "All right, I promise you." The Crown Prince kept his golden halberd and looked at Yan Chenyu with a smile on his face. As long as he could marry Yan Chenyu, he wouldn't pursue Wu Jiu for the time being. After all, Wu Jiu wouldn't be able to escape, and he would have plenty of chances to do so in the future. "Crown Prince, Wu Jiu tore the imperial decree. This is a crime punishable by death." The 7th Emperor looked at the Crown Prince. "7th Imperial Uncle, I'll report Wu Jiu's crime to my father. Today is my wedding day, so all of you can leave now." The Crown Prince waved his hand, and the Golden Guards immediately retreated from the encirclement. As the commander of the Golden Guards, the Crown Prince was their direct superior. Therefore, they had to obey his orders unconditionally. The 7th Emperor and the others retreated as well. Although they weren't satisfied with the fact that they couldn't punish Wu Jiu today, they weren't idiots. They knew that they couldn't spoil the Crown Prince's mood. After all, Wu Jiu had already committed the crime of tearing the imperial decree, and he would be punished sooner or later. "Miss Yan, now you can follow me to the Crown Prince's palace, right?" The Crown Prince looked at Yan Chenyu and revealed a smile that he thought was extremely gentle. Yan Chenyu nodded and walked to the Crown Prince's side. The Crown Prince reached out his arm and was about to put his arm around Yan Chenyu's waist, but Yan Chenyu sensed it and moved aside. "Your Highness, I've already promised to marry you. Before I marry you, please respect me." "All right, I was being too reckless." The Crown Prince hurriedly smiled apologetically, but in his heart, he was cursing. However, he liked a conservative and pure woman like Yan Chenyu the most. The harder it was to touch her, the more his heart itched. "I'll let you be arrogant for a while. After all, there are only 3 days left. After you marry me, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson." The Crown Prince thought to himself. He was already imagining how he would teach Yan Chenyu a lesson. "Let's go," Yan Chenyu said. The Crown Prince hurriedly walked to Yan Chenyu's side. The two of them flew up into the sky, followed by the Golden Guards. Seeing this, Yan Chenyu stopped and said with a frown, "I want to be alone with the Crown Prince. You can leave now." Hearing this, The Golden Guards immediately looked at the Crown Prince. They had always listened to the Crown Prince's orders. "Didn't you hear, Miss Yen? The two of us want to be alone. Why are you following us?" The Crown Prince scolded the Golden Guards. The Golden Guards bowed to him. Then they flew in another direction. The Crown Prince didn't mind Yen Chen-yu's actions at all. Yen Chen-yu was just an early combat soul girl, and even if she had wings, she wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. "Crown Prince, let's go." After saying that, the two of them turned into two trails of light and disappeared from the scene. Wu Jiu's face darkened as he looked at the two disappearing women. He turned to the seventh emperor and the others and shouted, "Get lost." "Humph. Old Jiu, what are you being so arrogant for? Tearing the imperial decree with your own hands is a capital offense. Sooner or later, you'll be punished by the imperial emperor." The seventh emperor coldly harumphed. "Do you believe that I won't tear you apart with my own hands just like I did to the imperial decree?" Wu Jiu said with a vicious tone. He was like a lion that was on the verge of going berserk, and could go berserk at any moment. "Let's go." Chapter 422. Outside the martial palace, the seventh emperor and the others were laughing out loud as they continued their journey. Today was a great day for them. Ninth brother is finished this time. He has always been arrogant, thinking that just because he helped the emperor in the past, he could offend the emperor. Little did he know that he had violated the emperor's taboo. By tearing the imperial decree, he has given the emperor an excuse to get rid of ninth brother. The 10th emperor said with a complacent expression, "Even after what happened today, that Jiang Chen still hasn't shown up. It looks like Jiang Chen is really not in the martial palace. This man is extremely dangerous, and we must lure him out. We can't give him the chance to grow any further." Shangguan Sheng said, "Don't worry. No matter how terrifying that Jiang Chen is, he can't possibly fight the Martial Saint dynasty. The main character this time is the Crown Prince, and if Jiang Chen fights the Crown Prince, he'll be fighting the entire Martial Saint dynasty." The 7th emperor said. His tone was filled with disdain toward Jiang Chen. "No matter what, we must spread the news about Yen Chenyu and the Crown Prince, luring Jiang Chen out. Only by killing a genius like him can we be at ease. Otherwise, if he hides for another 10 years, he might even break through to the Combat King realm. At that point of time, even the Martial Saint dynasty won't be able to capture him." Tian Gangyi said, "Dad, Sect Chief is right. This Jiang Chen is indeed an extremely dangerous man, and we must get rid of him as soon as possible." Wu Tsong's eyes flickered. He had personally experienced how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Although he was his enemy, he had to admit that if Jiang Chen was given enough time to grow, it would be like nurturing a tiger, and the consequences would be dire. In the martial palace, after Wu Jiu returned, he immediately woke up Wu Lang, who was in secluded cultivation, and gathered with the others. When Wu Lang found out about everything that had happened during this period of time, his expression instantly changed. How could this be? Wu Lang almost cried out in shock. He never thought that so many things would happen during his secluded cultivation, and today, everyone's lives were in danger. Lang, there's a back door at the back of the martial palace. All of you, leave from there immediately. Go as far as you can, and don't show yourself before Jiang Chen returns." Wu Jiu said in a serious tone. "Lord Jiu, what about you?" Han Yan asked. "I can't leave. I'd like to see if His Majesty will really deal with me like what Brother Jiang Chen said." Wu Jiu said. As a matter of fact, he was already aware of the recent events. He recalled the advice that Jiang Chen had once given him. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen's advice would actually come true. "Lord Jiu, don't be so naive. The imperial decree that was announced recently was a trap set for you. The imperial emperor will definitely deal with you, as you have offended his dignity." Han Yan said. "That's right, Dad. Let's leave together. After all, we don't have anything to worry about in the Martial Saint dynasty anymore. Since the emperor has treated us like this, what's there to hesitate about?" Wu Lang advised as well. Although Wu Jiu was the current 9th emperor, he only had one wife and one son in his life. Wu Lang's mother had passed away a long time ago, and both father and son had been living in the martial palace. They didn't even have a mansion in the Martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, even if they left, they wouldn't have any worries. "Lord Jiu, let's leave together." Xian Yi, who stood aside, said. "You guys are being too naive. We still don't know if little you can escape, and I will definitely not leave. Furthermore, if all of us leave, the Imperial Emperor will definitely issue an order to hunt us down. I can still be of great use if I stay. Furthermore, I don't believe the Imperial Emperor will really deal with me, Wu Jiu said. Even now, he still hadn't given up on the brotherhood he had with the Imperial Emperor. Dad, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Wu Lang's expression changed. Leave with Han Yan and the others. If something unexpected happens, I will still have a bloodline. Wu Jiu glared at Wu Lang. Lord Jiu, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Even if I have to die, I want to die with you. Therefore, don't tell me to leave. Xueqi said with a relaxed expression, showing his determination to follow Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu looked at Xueqi, and after some time, he let out a sigh and said, Sigh. Xueqi, it's really hard for you to follow me. Wu Jiu heavily patted Xueqi's shoulder. He knew how loyal Xueqi was to him. Even if he tried to drive him away, he would not be able to do so. Wu Jiu had been imprisoned in purgatory for 10 years, and Xueqi had guarded purgatory for 10 years. Wu Jiu would never forget this friendship. In Wu Jiu's heart, Xueqi was no longer his subordinate, but his brother. Han Yan and Big Yellow both let out a long sigh. They knew Wu Jiu would never leave, and it was useless to try and persuade him. But they had to leave. If not, Yan Chenyu's heroic act of risking her life would go to waste. In the end, Han Yan and the others stepped into a secret tunnel and left the martial palace. Although Wu Lang was unwilling, he had no choice but to follow. Outside of Mount Wufu, it was a desolate place, just like the mood of these people. We're out, but where are we going? Yu Zihan asked in a sullen tone. Let's find a hidden place to hide first, and keep an eye on the situation. De Huang Dog suggested. I wonder how little Yu is going to escape. The Crown Prince is not easy to deal with. Han Yan said worriedly. You guys leave this place first. I'll go check it out. After saying that, De Huang Dog's body swayed and disappeared. Ah Yan, will De Huang be in danger? Guan Yun was worried. Don't worry, that dog is very smart. It won't be easy to kill him. Han Yan was very confident in De Huang. This dog was too smart, and in this world, there weren't many people who could kill De Huang Dog. On the other side, on the way from the Martial Palace to the Martial Saint Dynasty, they were passing by a mountain range. Yan Chenyu, who was traveling at high speed, suddenly slowed down and fell behind the Crown Prince. A trace of coldness flashed in Yan Chenyu's eyes. Without any hesitation, she unleashed an ice sword, thrusting it toward the Crown Prince's back. As if the Crown Prince had sensed something, he turned around and punched the ice sword, shattering it into pieces. How dare you sneak attack me? Anger immediately emerged on the Crown Prince's face. Too bad I couldn't kill you. Yan Chenyu wore a cold expression. Although she possessed the 9 Yin meridians, and was able to defeat a mid-combat soul warrior with her early combat soul cultivation base, she was no match for the Crown Prince. Furthermore, the Crown Prince was a late combat soul warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. Only a monster like Jiang Chen, who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, would be able to defeat the Crown Prince. Fine, Yan Chenyu, I like you so much, but how dare you lie to me and attack me? Looks like I can't be nice to you anymore. The Crown Prince changed his expression. He wore a cold smile on his face as he walked toward Yan Chenyu. Humph. Yan Chenyu coldly harumphed. She waved her sleeves and unleashed dozens of ice swords toward the Crown Prince. I didn't expect you to have a unique physique. I like you even more now. Too bad, you're too weak, and you can't pose any threat to me. In front of me, you're just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The Crown Prince stuck out his tongue with a smile on his face. After that, he casually unleashed a bright beam, shattering all of Yan Chenyu's ice swords. Bitch, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you right here and now. The Crown Prince revealed his true form as he walked toward Yan Chenyu. Swoosh. Suddenly, an extremely strong wind swept toward the Crown Prince's back. The Crown Prince's expression changed, as this wind was much stronger than Yan Chenyu's attack. Without any hesitation, the Crown Prince turned around and saw a 30-meter-tall gigantic monster punching toward him with its gigantic fist. The Crown Prince didn't dare underestimate this monster, because he had noticed that not only did this monster have a strange appearance, its aura was incredibly powerful as well. It was a late combat soul warrior. However, The Crown Princess was an expert amongst experts after all. Her reactions were extremely fast, and she suddenly punched out. The punch was extremely powerful, shooting out with boundless light. It fused with a powerful battle skill and collided head-on with the monster's huge fist. Rumble. Even the air was trembling. That gigantic monster was the Ice Demon King released by Yan Chen-yu. Tap tap tap. The Ice Demon King was knocked back dozens of steps before it could regain its balance. Although it was a formidable monster, it was no match for the Crown Prince, who was also a combat soul warrior. Swoosh! Right when the Ice Demon King was knocked back, Yan Chen-yu's attack arrived from behind. She unleashed her ice energy, which transformed into a sharp sword and pierced toward the Crown Prince's body. Buzz! The Crown Prince swung his arm, and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. He casually turned around and swung it, shattering Yan Chen-yu's attack. Roar! The Ice Demon King didn't give the Crown Prince any more chances to hurt Yan Chen-yu. It once again dashed toward the Crown Prince with incredible speed. Yan Chen-yu, I didn't expect you to have such a monstrous helper. No wonder you dared to attack me. However, if you think this is all you can rely on, you're too naive. I'll let you witness my true abilities. I'll kill this monster first, then I'll deal with you later. The Crown Prince unleashed his energy. The golden halberd in his hand shone brightly, and it pierced through the Ice Demon King's head in the blink of an eye. The Ice Demon King only had brute strength, but it didn't know how to use any combat skills. Therefore, it was no match for the Crown Prince at all. Of course, the Ice Demon King had its own incredible ability. It couldn't be killed. Especially when it was with Yan Chen-yu, it was almost immortal. Bang! The halberd pierced through the Ice Demon King's head. A powerful force burst out from the halberd, instantly shattering the Ice Demon King's body. So weak! The Crown Prince mocked. After that, he turned around and looked at Yan Chen-yu. So this is what you're relying on? Too weak. Is that so? Look behind you. Yan Chen-yu said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 423. It didn't matter if Yan Chen-yu was just fooling him or not. The powerful attack coming from his back was real. It forced the Crown Prince to turn around, and what he saw immediately shocked him. What he saw was a gigantic creature made entirely out of ice, and just like before, it was attacking him at an incredible speed. What? The Crown Prince cried out in shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He had killed this monster with his golden halberd just now, but this monster had just reappeared in front of him in perfect condition. Even with the Crown Prince's extraordinary knowledge and experience, he had never seen such a bizarre monster before. Roar! The Ice Demon King let out a loud roar and threw itself at the Crown Prince like an ice mountain. It was fighting with no fear of death. Ice prison trap. Of course, Yan Chen-yu wouldn't let go of this opportunity to attack together with the Ice Demon King. She immediately unleashed a white mist, which instantly turned into an ice prison that covered the Crown Prince from top to bottom. You guys don't have what it takes to fight me. The Crown Prince was extremely furious. The golden halberd once again appeared in his hand. The sharp halberd instantly destroyed Yan Chen-yu's ice prison. The ice prison unleashed by Yan Chen-yu was extremely frightening, and even a mid-combat soul warrior would be trapped by it. However, the Crown Prince was too strong, and Yan Chen-yu was no match for him. She could only interfere with the Crown Prince's attack, and the Ice Demon King was the real main force in this battle. Yan Chen-yu was the Crown Prince's opponent. Although the Ice Demon King wasn't a match for the Crown Prince, it was an existence that couldn't be killed. If it couldn't be killed, it would definitely affect the Crown Prince's mind, and it would continuously consume his combat strength. The Crown Prince was incredibly powerful. He swung his golden sword horizontally and sliced the Ice Demon King in half, killing it on the spot. However, in the next moment, another intact Ice Demon King appeared, and it looked exactly the same as before. Even the aura it released was exactly the same as before, and it didn't seem to have weakened at all. Damn it, what the fuck? The Crown Prince couldn't help but curse out loud. Anyone who encountered a monster like this would definitely curse out loud. No matter how strong one was, what could one do when facing an existence that couldn't be killed? Rumble. Right after the Ice Demon King appeared, it was instantly killed by the Crown Prince with the golden halberd. But what was even more insane was that the Ice Demon King's ability to resurrect itself was simply too powerful, as it could resurrect almost instantly. Even after being killed by the Crown Prince more than a dozen times, the Ice Demon King was still as ferocious as ever. It was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Damn it! The Crown Prince clenched his teeth in anger. He had a feeling that he was about to go crazy. He suddenly had a feeling that even if this monster just stood there and let him kill it, he wouldn't have the ability to kill it. After all, when the Ice Demon King was near the Black Ice Talisman, its ability to hide and resurrect was absolutely terrifying. Not everyone knew the Great Soul Derivation skill, and not everyone was a reincarnated almighty being like Jiang Chen. In the following period of time, Yan Chenyu and the Ice Demon King kept attacking the Crown Prince. The more the Crown Prince fought, the more depressed he became. In the end, he started screaming out loud, as his mind was in a mess. It was all because of his anger. Damn it, what can I do when facing such an abnormal monster? Facing the joint attack of Yan Chenyu and the Ice Demon King, the Crown Prince's best option was to kill Yan Chenyu first, then continue fighting with the Ice Demon King. But of course, the Crown Prince didn't want to kill Yan Chenyu. This was the woman he had been trying to get his hands on, and he hadn't even touched her yet, so how could he just kill her? As for the Crown Prince, who was distracted by the Ice Demon King's immortal body, he had forgotten that he could still capture Yan Chenyu and use her to threaten the Ice Demon King. For him, capturing Yan Chenyu was still an easy task. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince's mind was in a mess right now. All he could think about was fighting the Ice Demon King and killing it. He didn't have the time to think about other strategies. What he didn't know was that if the battle continued like this, he would be the one at a disadvantage. No matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he would eventually run out of energy, and that was exactly what Yan Chenyu wanted. Right at this moment, none of the three people in the middle of the battle noticed that a Da Huang dog had appeared not far away from them. He was sneakily sneaking around with a malicious smile on his face. Jejia. Little Yu is getting more and more sinister. She actually tricked the Crown Prince into coming to this damned place to fight. But that monster is really powerful. I can't believe it can't be killed. It's even scarier than the 9-life crystal beast in Inferno Hell. I really wonder how little Chenzi managed to subdue this big guy. Da Huang Dog murmured to himself. He had been here for a while, and he had clearly seen the battle between Yan Chenyu, the Crown Prince, and the Ice Demon King. However, he hadn't done anything yet. This dog was a smart man. He didn't attack because it wasn't the best time yet. Da Huang Dog knew that he had just broken through to the combat soul realm, and his combat strength was at most equal to Yan Chenyu's. Therefore, even if he attacked the Crown Prince, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Arg! Suddenly, the Crown Prince, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, let out a loud roar. He once again shattered the Ice Demon King with his golden halberd, and at the same time, knocked Yan Chenyu dozens of meters away. Here's my chance. From afar, Da Huang Dog's eyes lit up. A pair of wings of light emerged from his back, and he dashed toward the Crown Prince with lightning speed. He had been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. The Crown Prince was already panicking, and he didn't expect that a Da Huang Dog would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Also, Da Huang Dog was extremely fast, so when the Crown Prince discovered this uninvited guest, all he saw was a perfectly round dog's butt. He could clearly see that the butt that was covered in golden fur was intentionally shaking toward him. In the next moment, the Crown Prince felt that the dog's butt was much bigger than before. After that, he heard a disgusting voice. Invincible Da Huang ecstatic fart. Before the Crown Prince could finish his words, a thunderous voice suddenly sounded out from the perfectly round dog's butt. It was extremely loud, and it was even louder than a thunderclap. It could even be described as earth-shattering. Rumble. Just this sound alone was enough to deafen people. However, what was truly terrifying was definitely not this sound, but the mass of green air that instantly rushed out from the dog's butt. That's right, it was green. Or rather, it was just a fart. The green air shot out like a cannonball, and then exploded, turning into a mass of green fog. Without any deviation, it just happened to envelop the Crown Prince. Everything happened too quickly, and it was too shocking. The Crown Prince, who was already panicking, didn't even have the chance to react before he was hit. With the Crown Prince's strength, if he was at his peak, he might still be able to dodge it. However, it was a pity that Da Huang Dog had already seized the opportunity and wouldn't give the Crown Prince any time to react. Hence, ugh, fuck, it's so smelly. I'll fuck you, ugh. The Crown Prince had completely gone crazy. He didn't even have the slightest bit of his image as a Crown Prince. He immediately vomited crazily, and he didn't forget to curse loudly. The Crown Prince tried his best to dodge, but the green air was like a tarsal bone. Wherever the Crown Prince went, It would follow. He couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Wakaka, the Huang dog turned around, threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. This master dog's ecstasy fart is delicious, right? Yan Chenyu furrowed her brows. Even though she was standing far away from the crown prince, she could still smell the foul stench coming from the crown prince. Not only was this dog's fart stinky, it also had a fishy smell. It was simply invincible, and it wasn't difficult to imagine what kind of torture the crown prince was going through right now. Puppy dog you. Yan Chenyu was speechless as well. Only now did she remember that after De Huang dog broke through to the combat soul realm, he had awakened an extremely powerful innate skill. At that time, she felt that De Huang dog's tone was a bit obscene. But now, she realized that this invincible skill could no longer be described as obscene. Invincible De Huang ecstasy fart. Just the name alone was enough to make anyone faint. Just by looking at the crown prince being tortured, one could easily imagine how powerful this fart was. It was truly a must-have skill for disgusting people. Bastard! I'm the crown prince. I'm going to kill you. Ugh. The crown prince felt like he was going crazy. He never knew that there was something in this world that could unleash such a heaven-defying fart. Ugh. Open. Finally, the crown prince couldn't take it anymore. He unleashed all his strength and finally managed to force Jiang Chen's green energy out of his body. However, he wasn't in a good condition right now. His eyes had turned red, and he was gasping for breath. Go, don't give him any chance to react. De Huang dog shouted out loudly. Without needing him to say anything, the Ice Demon King had already arrived in front of the Crown Prince, and its gigantic fist smashed onto the Crown Prince's chest. Crack! Right at this moment, the Crown Prince had just unleashed his energy to deal with De Huang dog's fart, so he was completely defenseless. Therefore, he had to face the Ice Demon King's powerful attack head-on. How could he possibly withstand it? The Ice Demon King's attack instantly caused him to vomit blood, and his body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Swoosh! Yan Chenyu was closing in on the Crown Prince. In her hand, an ice sword completely condensed from ice beams appeared, and she immediately slashed it toward the Crown Prince's crotch. Slash! Ugh! The sharp ice sword slashed across the Crown Prince's crotch. The Crown Prince felt a cold sensation coming from his crotch, and then something fell off from his crotch. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing his pants red. The Crown Prince seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar. That was the most important part of a man, and if it was cut off, even if he had a heaven-defying pill, he wouldn't be able to grow it back. A boundless fear and pain came from his crotch, causing the Crown Prince to instantly fall into a state of madness. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. He knew that he had been crippled. This was something that no man could accept, and it had actually happened to him, the Crown Prince. How was he going to live after this? Let's just kill him. Yan Chenyu said. Don't kill him, spare his life first. Lord Jiao is still in the martial palace, and if we kill the Crown Prince, the Imperial Emperor might go berserk, and the first one to suffer would be Wu Jiao. His current condition is worse than death. De Huang Dog said. Chapter 424. At the edge of the southern continent, a white-clothed figure was flying across the sky like a bolt of lightning. This white figure was none other than Jiang Chen, who was rushing to the eastern continent from the southern continent. Jiang Chen, who was traveling at high speed, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. This kind of anxiety was exactly the same as when he killed the blood devils in Yellowstone. A bad premonition emerged in Jiang Chen's heart. Damn it, this is so annoying. I hope nothing bad will happen to me. Jiang Chen cursed. He unleashed the dimensional shift to its limit, increasing his speed once again. It would take him at least half a month to reach the eastern continent, and that was under the condition that he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Traveling like this was extremely boring. Therefore, Jiang Chen simply took out the third fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword. Every time I fuse a fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword, its power will increase dramatically. Now that I've obtained 3 fragments, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the Divine Continent to find the remaining 4 fragments. Now that I've fused all 3 fragments together, the Heavenly Saint's sword will immediately possess the power of a king weapon, and I'll be able to fight an ordinary king weapon. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He was very confident in his Heavenly Saint's sword. Furthermore, after obtaining the 3rd fragment, He would be able to use the 9 solar energies to produce 9 solar holy water at any time. This was a huge fortune. The Heavenly Saint Sword's material was extremely hard, and it was no doubt very difficult to fuse with it. However, it was different for Jiang Chen. He was the Heavenly Saint Sword's master, and his origin was connected to it. Furthermore, apart from the true dragon flame in his body, he also had the Heavenly Lightning Flame, which was the purest form of Yang. When these two flames fused together, its power would be unimaginable. With the help of these two flames and the great soul derivation skill, fusing with the Heavenly Saint Sword was a piece of cake. While Jiang Chen was fusing with the Heavenly Saint Sword while traveling, the Martial Saint dynasty was in an uproar. Inside the Martial Saint Palace, with a grim expression, the Imperial Emperor stared at the Crown Prince who was lying on the ground. Right now, the Crown Prince was in a coma. Having his genitals cut off was a fatal injury for any man. Even though the Crown Prince was a late combat soul warrior, he still couldn't withstand the pain. Coupled with the humiliation and hatred he felt, it was normal for him to faint on the spot. Inside the palace, dozens of emperors, Shangguan Shang, and Tiangang Yi were all present. None of them dared to breathe too loudly. They weren't idiots. They knew that the Imperial Emperor was currently in a state of rage. Although he didn't show it, they knew that they couldn't afford to offend him. "Tell me who did it?" The Imperial Emperor's voice was so cold that it could freeze anyone who heard it. The pressure of a combat king warrior was unleashed from his body, causing everyone to feel as if they were suffocating. This was the gap between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior that couldn't be crossed. This was the pressure unleashed by a true superior. The Imperial Emperor was furious. There was no way he wouldn't be furious. Castrating the Crown Prince was something that had never happened in the entire history of the Martial Saint dynasty. The current Crown Prince, the heir to the throne, had been castrated by someone. Not only was the Crown Prince castrated, it was a direct slap to the Imperial Emperor's face. This was a provocation to the entire Martial Saint dynasty. Putting all this aside, the Crown Prince was the Imperial Emperor's son, the son he was most proud of. If not, he wouldn't have chosen him to be the Crown Prince. His own son had been castrated, and as a father, it wasn't hard to imagine how angry he would be. Plop, a late combat soul golden god knelt down onto the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Imperial Emperor, when I found the Crown Prince, he was still conscious. It was Yan Chenyu who did it." "Isn't that Yan Chenyu only an early combat soul warrior? How could she possibly hurt the Crown Prince?" The Imperial Emperor's voice became louder. "I don't know. The Crown Prince only said a few words before he fainted." The Golden Guard told the truth. "Imperial Emperor, this is a blasphemous act. We can't let him off easily." The 7th Emperor took a step forward and said with a loud voice, "Imperial Emperor, Wu Jiao is related to all of this." Today, the Crown Prince went to the Martial Palace to issue the Imperial Decree, but Wu Jiao tore the Imperial Decree in front of everyone, showing no respect for the Imperial Emperor. That Yan Chenyu colluded with Wu Jiao and attacked the Crown Prince. Perhaps, Wu Jiao is related to the Crown Prince as well. I suggest the Imperial Emperor immediately issue a decree to capture Wu Jiao, and kill all those who are related to Jiang Chen, especially that Yan Chenyu. The 10th Emperor said in an eerie manner. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi who stood next to him didn't show any of their expressions, but deep down, they were extremely happy. They never thought things would turn out like this. The Crown Prince had been castrated. With this, no one would be able to escape from the blame, as the Imperial Emperor would never let this matter go. This result was much better than what they had expected. "Wu Jiao, I've always treated you well, but you've betrayed me." The Imperial Emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. After that, he said to the crowd with a loud voice, "Pass down my order. Head to the Martial Palace and capture Wu Jiao, as well as all those who are related to Yan Chenyu. Capture them all. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot." "Yes, Imperial Emperor." The crowd cupped their fists toward the Imperial Emperor, then walked out of the Martial Saint Palace. This time, all the emperors, including the late combat soul Golden Guard, were dispatched. Obviously, the Imperial Emperor was serious this time. After everyone left, the Imperial Emperor stared at the Crown Prince who was lying on the ground. A strong killing intent emerged from his body. "Whoever dares to touch the Crown Prince, none of you will be able to live." The Martial Palace. It was already dusk, and the storm that happened during noon had yet to settle down. The entire Martial Palace was still in a state of turmoil, and everyone was talking about what had happened. Everyone in the martial palace knew that the palace chief was doomed. The martial palace belonged to the martial Saint dynasty, not an individual. Therefore, although Wu Jiu was the palace chief, everything in the martial palace was still under the martial Saint dynasty's control. In other words, all the geniuses here were prepared for the martial Saint dynasty, and it didn't really matter who the palace chief was. Furthermore, Wu Jiu had disappeared for 10 years, so there weren't many people who were loyal to him in the martial palace. As for those geniuses from the younger generation, all of them were looking forward to joining the ranks of the Golden Guards one day. Wu Jiu's life and death had nothing to do with them. The crime of tearing the imperial decree was too serious. Even if the crown prince spared Wu Jiu's life, the imperial emperor wouldn't let him go. Deep within the martial palace, Wu Jiu and Xueqi were standing side by side, as if they were waiting for something. Of course, they had no idea that the crown prince had been castrated. Xueqi, do you think the imperial emperor will punish me? Wu Jiu asked. In fact, in his mind, he had always treated the imperial emperor as his brother, just like how he was willing to give up the spot to enter the island of ice for his brother. Xueqi shook his head and didn't say anything. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees everything clearly. Xueqi wasn't an idiot. He believed in Jiang Chen's judgment. Furthermore, as the imperial emperor, he wouldn't want his life to be marked by someone else. I'll wait here and see how the imperial emperor will punish me. A smile emerged on Wu Jiu's face. I wonder if Little Yu has escaped from danger. Don't worry, Little Yu isn't a reckless person. I'm sure she has a way to escape from danger. Xueqi said. Right after Xueqi's words left his mouth, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras came from afar, and soon, they arrived above the martial palace. All of these men were furious, and their auras were extremely powerful. All of them were late combat soul warriors, especially those middle-aged men who wore golden robes. Each of them was a man at the top of the martial Saint dynasty, and no matter if it was their status or identity, no one could compare with them. They were all emperors, the brothers of the current emperor, and they possessed a supreme status. Let's go. Seeing this, Wu Jiu's body flickered as he flew towards those newcomers. Xueqi followed closely behind him. However, Xueqi's heart had already sunk. He had never imagined that such a scene would appear. Moreover, these people seemed to harbor malicious intentions. The imperial emperor has ordered us to capture Wu Jiu. An emperor who looked to be in his 50s immediately shouted out when he saw Wu Jiu. Swoosh! Right after this emperor's words left his mouth, the other men immediately attacked. In an instant, Jiang Chen, Wu Jiu, and Xueqi were surrounded by them, and they were about to attack. Wait. Wu Jiu remained calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Is this the imperial emperor's order? Of course. Wu Jiu, you've committed a heinous crime, and the imperial emperor won't forgive you. This time, the imperial emperor has ordered us to capture you. The seventh emperor said with a loud voice. Good, good. You don't have to do anything. I'll surrender myself. Wu Jiu let out a loud laugh. His laughter was filled with desolation and sorrow. Wu Jiu, this is the best decision you can make. Let me ask you, where are Yan Chen Yu and her accomplices? The 10th emperor asked. I'm the one who tore the imperial decree. It has nothing to do with them. Wu Jiu said. Nothing to do with them? Are you kidding me? It looks like you still don't know what happened. Let me tell you now, that Yan Chen Yu attacked the crown prince with an extremely brutal method, and she directly cut off the crown prince's root. Right now, the crown prince is unconscious, lying in the martial Saint Palace. Not only is this incident related to them, many more people will be implicated as well. Let me tell you, this is a crime worthy of having their entire family executed. Wu Jiu, hand them over now. The 7th emperor said. What? Wu Jiu and Xueqi cried out at the same time. They finally understood why the imperial emperor was so angry, and why he sent so many great warriors to the martial palace to capture the crown prince. It was because the crown prince had been castrated by Yan Chen Yu. The muscles on Wu Jiu and Xueqi's faces couldn't help but twitch. Who would have thought that Yan Chen Yu would be so decisive? She directly cut Yan Chen Yu's body. But the most important thing was, how did she do it? Chapter 425. This little girl is too impulsive. The consequences are going to be really serious. Wu Jiu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Lord Jiu, do you still want to protect the dynasty? In fact, even if Little Yu didn't hurt the crown prince, I'm afraid this outcome would still be unavoidable. The Imperial Emperor wants to kill you, and if the Crown Prince can't get his hands on Yan Chenyu, he will definitely lose his temper. The 7th Emperor, the Shangguan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect are all targeting Jiang Chen, and no one will be able to escape from this. Therefore, I think even if Yan Chenyu kills the Crown Prince, the consequences will still be the same. All of this is within Jiang Chen's expectations. It's just that it came too soon. Xueqi said with a sigh. Although he was from the Martial Saint dynasty, he didn't work for them. He would only follow Wu Jiu for the rest of his life, and now that the Imperial Emperor wanted to kill Wu Jiu, his impression of the Martial Saint dynasty had fallen to the bottom. Wu Jiu, stop wasting time. Hurry up and hand over all the people related to this matter. Also, bring your son Wu Lang to the Martial Saint Palace and await the Imperial Emperor's punishment. The 10th Emperor said with a loud voice. They have all left. Now, the only person you want in the Martial Palace is me. Wu Jiu said. There was still no fear on his face. What? Escaped? The 3rd Emperor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted. Humph. Search every corner of the Martial Palace and find them. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. The 7th Emperor coldly harumphed. Just as his voice faded, Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi had already dashed towards the Martial Palace, while the other emperors also headed in different directions. They couldn't just rely on Shangguan Shang's words to say that there was no one here. Seeing this, Wu Jiu finally felt that Yan Chenyu's decision at noon was a wise one. She had given Han Yan and the others enough time to escape. If not, none of them would be able to escape. Wu Jiu had an indifferent expression on his face. With Han Yan and the others' abilities, they would have long escaped. It was impossible for these people to find them in the Martial Palace. For these late combat soul warriors, it wouldn't take them too long to search through the entire Martial Palace. Not long after that, the few of them returned. Judging from their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. They really escaped. Shangguan Shang said. Humph. Every land under the heavens belongs to the Martial Saint dynasty. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, they will still be in the Martial Saint dynasty's territory. There's no way they can escape. Let's go, we'll bring Wu Jiu back first. The 3rd Emperor coldly harumphed. The group brought Wu Jiu and Xueqi and flew toward the Martial Saint dynasty. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? The Crown Prince was castrated by Yan Chenyu? Is this true? Since it came from the mouths of the emperors, it can't be wrong. I really didn't expect that this Yan Chenyu, who looks so gentle and weak on the surface, could actually be so vicious. The most important thing is, how did she do it? The Crown Prince is the commander of the Golden Guards, and he is a late combat soul warrior. With Yan Chenyu's strength, even if she sneaked up on him, there's no way she could have done it. This is really strange. Palace Master is done for this time. Something big happened to the Crown Prince, the Imperial Emperor will definitely be furious, and everyone related to Jiang Chen will be dragged into this. This is too scary. Luckily, I'm not related to them. Martial Saint Palace. When Wu Jiu was brought here, the Crown Prince had already woken up. He was sitting on a rattan chair nearby. Although he still had a painful expression on his face, he looked like he had recovered a lot. After all, the Crown Prince was a late combat soul warrior, and although he had become a eunuch, his recovery speed was still much faster than ordinary men. Most of the reason why he fainted was because he was humiliated. Even now, the Crown Prince still couldn't accept the fact that he had been castrated. Feeling the pain coming from his crotch, he kept roaring and gnashing his teeth. His eyes had turned red, and when he saw Wu Jiu, he even wished he could stand up and bite him. Looking at the Crown Prince's miserable condition, even Wu Jiu was shocked. No man could endure such an injury, let alone the Crown Prince. Imperial Emperor, we've brought Wu Jiu here, but all the others have escaped. The 3rd Emperor said. Imperial Emperor, I'm sure old Jiu arranged this beforehand, that's why he gave them time to escape. The 7th Emperor said in a vicious manner. We must capture that bitch Yan Chenyu. I'm going to skin her alive. The Crown Prince was extremely agitated. Unknowingly, his voice had become sharp, and he no longer had the manliness of a man. As if he could sense the change in his voice, the Crown Prince couldn't help but tremble. This was a humiliation, the biggest humiliation a man could ever experience. Old Jiu, you've really disappointed me. The Imperial Emperor stared at Wu Jiu and said in a cold voice. Imperial Emperor, how are you going to punish me? Wu Jiu asked. Tearing the imperial decree, colluding with the enemy to harm the crown prince. Each of these crimes is punishable by death. But I won't kill you now. I'll lock you up in the heavenly prison first, and I'll deal with those who deserve to die the most. The imperial emperor said. Being thrown into the heavenly prison seemed to be the lightest punishment. Wu Jiu could clearly sense the killing intent in the imperial emperor's eyes, and he knew that the imperial emperor was going to take his life sooner or later. Pass down my order, throw Wu Jiu into the heavenly prison, then issue a wanted order to look for Yan Chenyu and the others. Anyone who has anything to do with Yan Chenyu, kill them all on the spot, including their families. Word by word, the imperial emperor passed down his order. Upon hearing this, both Wu Jiu and Xian Ye's expressions changed dramatically. They never expected the imperial emperor to be so cruel. Imperial emperor, I'm the one who did all of this. If you want me to die, please execute me now. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Wu Jiu hurriedly said. What a joke. Implicating 9 generations? This would implicate too many people, and anyone who was related to Yan Chenyu and Jiang Chen would be implicated as well. This didn't just involve one person, it involved 9 generations. Once this order was passed down, the Black Sect would be the first to suffer, and even the Jiang family, Yan family, and everyone who had anything to do with them on the other side of Mount Origin would be implicated. What's more, people like Yu Zihan and Guan Yun, their entire families would be implicated as well. This was simply too frightening. There were too many people who would be implicated, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll remember your death first. The imperial emperor glared at Wu Jiu, then he turned to the people in the palace and said, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 7th brother, 10th brother, Shangguan Shang, Tiangang Yi, I'll leave this matter to you. Anyone who has anything to do with this, kill them all on the spot, including their families. The imperial emperor had never been so angry before. Perhaps even Yan Chenyu didn't expect her castrating the crown prince would bring such a serious consequence. Wu Jiu and Xian Yi staggered, and they felt dizzy. However, they had no ability to do anything about it. The imperial emperor's words were like gold and jade, and with just a few words, he could kill many people. Blood would flow like a river, and it was hard to imagine how crazy Jiang Chen would be when he came back and found out what had happened. Yes, imperial emperor. All the emperors accepted the order and cupped their fists toward the imperial emperor. Imperial emperor, I don't think this is appropriate, Tiangang Yi said. N? The imperial emperor furrowed his brows. He was in a terrible mood at the moment, as Tiangang Yi doubted his words. Imperial emperor, please calm down. That Yan Chenyu has committed such a heinous crime, and it's a given that her entire family will be killed. However, imperial emperor has forgotten one person, and that is Jiang Chen. Tiangang Yi quickly said. Jiang Chen? The imperial emperor's eyes trembled. Only now did he remember that mysterious young man in white. That's right, it's Jiang Chen. This young man has an extraordinary talent, and I've never seen anyone like him before. All those who were killed are related to Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen has disappeared, I think it's better not to kill them for the time being. Instead, we'll control all of them and lure Jiang Chen out. Then we'll kill them all at once. If we kill all of them, Jiang Chen will definitely be furious, and if he hides for 8 to 10 years and comes back to take revenge after he's strong enough in his cultivation, I'm afraid it'll be a disaster for the entire martial saint dynasty. Shangguan Shang said. The one they were worried about the most was Jiang Chen. Hearing what Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi said, Wu Jiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't kill all of them, they would still have a chance. When Jiang Chen came back, he would definitely find a way to save them. He had a lot of confidence in Jiang Chen. This little brother of his was an expert at creating miracles, and it seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do in this world. Jiang Chen would definitely not let a tragedy happen. The imperial emperor furrowed his brows. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't even think about it. But this Jiang Chen was someone he had to take seriously. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's incredible strength with his own eyes. He was able to seal the dimensional crack with just a divine core cultivation base, and this was something he had never seen before. A young man who was only 16 or 17 years old, and he had broken through to the peak divine core realm, and his combat strength was enough to kill a mid-combat soul warrior. Even the imperial emperor couldn't compare with Jiang Chen when he was young. If they wanted to get rid of a genius like Jiang Chen, they had to do it as soon as possible. Therefore, What Tiangang Yi and Shangguan Shang said made sense. If they killed all of them right now, Jiang Chen would definitely hide and wait for 8 to 10 years. When Jiang Chen's cultivation base reached the peak, perhaps the entire Martial Saint dynasty wouldn't be able to control such a monstrous genius. It was hard to say whether or not he would bring a disaster to the Martial Saint dynasty. As long as they didn't kill those important people, Jiang Chen would definitely show up once he received the news. At that point of time, they would be able to kill all of them in one fell swoop, and they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Imperial Emperor, Clan Chief Shangguan and Sect Chief Tiangang are right. We need to think twice about this matter. That Jiang Chen is the most important person here. The 7th Emperor said. If that's the case, we'll do as you say. Imprison all the people and powers related to this, then spread the news and lure Jiang Chen out. The Imperial Emperor said after thinking for a while. Find that bitch Yan Chen Yu and hand her over to me, and that damn dog. Chapter 426. It had been a long time since the Martial Saint dynasty had made such a big move. This time, the Imperial Emperor was truly furious. He had sent out all the emperors, the Golden Guards, and the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect. It wouldn't take long for the entire eastern continent to change. All the upper echelons of the Martial Saint dynasty had gathered together and were discussing something. The Imperial Emperor has never been so angry before, and he rarely gives out orders to wipe out the entire family. This time, we can't let anyone related to this go. The 3rd Emperor said. We don't know much about that Jiang Chen and Yan Chen Yu, as well as the people around them. We only know that Brother Jiang used to be a disciple of the Black Sect. In my opinion, we should spend 2 days investigating everyone's background to avoid alerting them. Once everything is clear, we'll strike immediately. We won't let anyone escape. The 7th Emperor said. What the 7th Emperor said is correct. If we really want to investigate, we'll start from the Black Sect. Just leave this to us, the Shangguan clan. Within 2 days, we'll find out everything, and we won't let anyone related to this go. Shangguan Shang promised. All right, thank you for your hard work, Clan Chief Shangguan. The 3rd Emperor nodded his head at Shangguan Shang. Late at night, Yan Chen Yu and De Huang had finally reunited with Han Yan and the others. Waha, what a satisfying day. I'm afraid the Crown Prince won't be able to live anymore. When De Huang dog saw the group, he immediately burst into laughter. De Huang, what happened? Han Yan asked. Seeing Yan Chen Yu and De Huang dog were fine, the group felt relieved. Little Yu is really ruthless, she just cut off the Crown Prince's manhood, he can no longer be a man. De Huang dog said. Damn, it's so fierce. I didn't expect little Yu to be so good at hiding her strength. Han Yan widened his eyes and looked at Yan Chen Yu, as if he was a completely different person. Do I have to be a gentle and weak girl? Yan Chen Yu gazed at Han Yan. Of course not. Little Yu is developing into a manly woman. Yu Zihan said with a smile. But, the Imperial Emperor won't let the Crown Prince go so easily after suffering such injuries and humiliation. I'm sure Lord Zhou is going to suffer. Guan Yiyun frowned. I wonder if my father's life will be in danger. Wu Lang's face was extremely gloomy. Things must have gotten out of hand. It looks like little Chenzi won't be back anytime soon. What should we do now? Tian Yishan asked. With their current cultivation, even if they managed to escape, they wouldn't be able to find any direction. Before Jiang Chen comes back, it's better for us to hide ourselves. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. I suggest we split into a few groups and hide in different cities around the Martial Saint dynasty. Firstly, it's a matter of safety, as the Martial Saint dynasty will never expect us to stay here at this time. Secondly, we can gather some information and see what the Imperial Emperor is planning to do next. Also, we don't know if Lord Zhou is still alive or not, so we can't just leave like this. De Huang Dog suggested. Little did they know, the consequences of this incident were much more serious than they had imagined. What De Huang said is right. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. None of us can escape from the fact that the Crown Prince was castrated. The best thing we can do now is to hide ourselves, wait for little Chenzi to come back, then we'll discuss how to save Lord Zhou. Han Yan nodded his head, agreeing with De Huang Dog's suggestion. But, if we stay together, we'll be too big of a target. Yu Zihan said. We have to split up. Me, De Huang, Brother Yan, and the Crown Prince have to stay alone. After all, we're a bigger target. Also, we're all combat soul warriors, and our combat strength is relatively strong. Even if something unexpected happens, we'll be able to handle it by ourselves. Zihan, Senior Disciple Guan, Senior Disciple Tian, the three of you stay together, you can take care of each other. Also, since you're a smaller target, as long as you disguise yourselves, no one should be able to find you. Yan Chenyu said. After following Jiang Chen for so long, she had learned how to remain calm when faced with a crisis. Now that Jiang Chen wasn't here, Yan Chenyu's ability could finally be seen. This could be seen from how she dealt with the Crown Prince. The little girl who knew nothing about worldly affairs had grown up. All right, it's decided then. Everyone nodded their heads. They all agreed with Yan Chenyu's decision. After that, the group split up into 5 groups, each heading in a different direction. 2 days later, Shangguan Sheng once again arrived at the Third Emperor's mansion. During the past 2 days, the news had been sealed, and Shangguan Shang had been investigating in secret. Therefore, Han Yen and the others hadn't received any news about what happened. Clan leader Shangguan, how's the investigation going? The Third Emperor asked. Everything has been investigated. The people who were in the martial palace before are Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu, Han Yen, Guan Yiyun, Tian Yishan, and Yu Zihan. All of them were brought here by Wu Jiao. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu both came from the other side of Mount Origin. Jiang Chen is the son of the Fragrant Sky City's mayor, and the Jiang family is quite powerful now. They almost rule over the entire Yellowstone region. His father is called Yan Zhanyun, and Yan Chenyu is the beloved daughter of the Yan family. His father is called Yan Zhanyun, and Yu Zihan came from the Yellowstone region of the Qi province. The Yu family can be considered as the leader of the Yellowstone region. Also, the families of Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan have been investigated thoroughly. As long as we make our move, none of them will be able to escape. Shangguan Sheng didn't know what to say. He had to admit that Shangguan Sheng's ability in investigating information was top-notch. He had almost dug out all the roots of the matter, and had investigated every single piece of information clearly. Very good. Let's move now and imprison all of them. The Third Emperor stood up from his seat and said. However, all of these people are scattered all over the place, and there are too many people involved. I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to gather all of them together. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu's hometown is very far away, and even if we travel at full speed, it will take us at least 1 day to arrive there. Also, it will be troublesome to bring all of them to the Martial Saint dynasty. That's right. The 7th Emperor said. There's no need for that. The Imperial Emperor has given us the order to kill all of them. Right now, we are only trying to lure Jiang Chen out. That's why we are sparing their lives for now. I think we can divide ourselves into a few groups and imprison them separately. That way, the effect will be better. Even if Jiang Chen shows up, he will still give us a headache. The 10th Emperor said. All right, let's distribute the tasks. 2 late combat soul warriors will be sent to each group, and they will lead some golden guards and warriors from the Martial Saint dynasty. We have to imprison all the people related to them. No one is allowed to escape. If anyone dares to resist, kill them immediately. With that, no matter where Jiang Chen shows up, he will definitely die. The Third Emperor immediately made his decision. That's right. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen is, he is still just a divine core warrior. If he dares show up, he will definitely die if he bumps into a late combat soul warrior. Not only Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu and all the others who escaped might be lured out as well. At that point of time we can capture them all at once. Tian Gangyi's face was filled with a gloomy expression. The Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan hated Jiang Chen to the core, and now that the opportunity to get their revenge had arrived, they were extremely happy. There's no need for all of us to deal with these small fries. The 4th Emperor, who had been silent all this while, shook his head. He didn't seem to be interested. Let me distribute the tasks. Shangguan clan chief, sect chief Tian Gang. The Qi province is the birthplace of Jiang Chen, so all the people related to this matter will be controlled by you 2 superpowers. The Third Emperor looked at Shangguan Shang and Tian Gang Yi. Don't worry, Third Emperor. We'll definitely complete the task. Both of them cupped their fists toward the Third Emperor. Then they turned around and left. They weren't just representing themselves. They were representing 2 superpowers. They were the 2 superpowers of the Jian province, and they could easily destroy the entire Qi province with just a fart. Normally, these two superpowers wouldn't even bother to deal with a small Qi province like this. But now, in order to lure Jiang Chen out, and because it was the Imperial Emperor's order, they had no choice but to take it seriously, and they were willing to do it. Old 7, Old 10, and the Vice Commander of the Golden Guards, you three bring the Golden Guards and head straight to Mount Origin to control the Jiang and Yan families. The rest of you, wait for an opportunity. The third Emperor said. Understood. The 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and the Vice Commander of the Golden Guards immediately turned around and left, flying toward Mount Origin. Even with their speed, it would take them at least one day to reach Mount Origin from the Martial Saint dynasty. Dusk, Black Sect. Right now, the Black Sect had moved to Yellowstone. Since they had conquered the entire Qi province, the Black Sect had truly become the #1 superpower in this region, the boss of all superpowers. No one in the Qi province dared disobey their commands. As the Black Sect continued to grow, more and more disciples were recruited, and Taoist Black had broken through to the combat soul realm. With this, the Qi province was no longer at the bottom of the eastern continent. Red Sun Town's townspeople had also received great benefits. The entire town was under the Black Sect's protection, and the younger generation could become the Black Sect's disciples without any conditions. All of this was because of that young man in white clothes. Right now, in the Black Sect Central Square, there was a huge statue of Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen first arrived at the Black Sect had never experienced a moment of peace. Now that Jiang Chen had left, and although the number of people in the Black Sect had increased, it had become much quieter. Before nightfall, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out from the sky. Powerful energies suddenly descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire Black Sect sky was filled with strong winds, and everyone could feel a tremendous pressure pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What's going on? What's happening? Someone cried out in shock. Many disciples walked out from their rooms and stared at the sky where the hurricanes were raging. Chapter 427. What a powerful aura! Why is there such a powerful aura descending upon the Black Sect? Why do I sense a dangerous aura? These people are coming with ill intentions. The weather is going to change. The people of the Black Sect couldn't remain calm any longer. All of them walked out and looked into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the divine core warriors of the Black Sect flew out as well. Among them were some heavenly core geniuses and sect elders. The two men in the lead were the sect chief, Taoist Black, and the alchemist, Guoshan. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They had no idea what this storm was all about. Sect chief, what is that? Someone asked. He raised his head and stared at the dragon-like tornado in the sky, and his expression immediately became ugly. So many great warriors. I've never seen so many great warriors in my life. Taoist Black had a serious expression on his face. With his eyesight, he could tell that all these great warriors were humans. Soon, the tornado above them disappeared, and a group of over 100 men appeared above the Black Sect. Each of them was glowing brightly, and they were using their yuan energy to illuminate the dark night sky. The night was dark and the wind was strong. This was going to be an extraordinary night. Looking at the group of over 100 men, the two men in the lead had extremely powerful auras. Only Taoist Black could sense that these two men were late combat soul warriors. Behind them, there were over 30 divine core warriors, and the rest were all heavenly core warriors. Gasp! Although there were only 2 combat soul warriors, Taoist Black couldn't help but gasp. Let alone 2 of them. Even one of them was more than enough to destroy the entire Black Sect. Perhaps only the top 3 provinces of the Eastern continent would have late combat soul warriors. However, no matter if it was the aura or attitude of these 2 men, they both carried the aura of someone in a superior position. Obviously, they weren't ordinary men. All disciples of the Black Sect, listen up. I'm the clan chief of the Shangguan clan from the Jian province, Shangguan Shang, and this is the Myriad Sword Sect chief, Tiangang Yi. The disciples of the Black Sect, Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu, Han Yan, Yu Zihan, Guaniyun, and Tian Yishan, have all committed a heinous crime. The Martial Saint dynasty's imperial emperor has personally ordered us to kill their entire families. From now on, everyone in the Black Sect is a criminal, and they will be imprisoned immediately. Shangguan Shang's voice was loud and clear. Every single word he said was like a thunderclap. It was so powerful that everyone in the Black Sect could hear it clearly. Shangguanshang's words had thrown the entire black sect into a panic. How could this be? Two of the strongest men from the Jian province are here. It looks like the black sect is finished. Heavens! What did Jiang Chen do? Not only did he offend the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect, he even offended the martial saint dynasty. What should we do? Are we going to be dragged into this? A calamity has descended from the heavens. We're finished. We're completely finished. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have joined the black sect. Bullshit. Without senior disciple Jiang, the black sect would have been finished long ago. All of you who joined the black sect later, if you dare say anything bad about senior disciple Jiang again, I'll be the first to kill you. All the disciples of the black sect had ugly expressions on their faces, and despair could be seen on their faces. All of them knew about the grudges between Jiang Chen, the Shangguan clan, and the myriad sword sect, but Jiang Chen had left the black sect, and they never expected that he would be dragged into this mess again. Daoist Black and Guoshan were shocked as well. They had never expected that the black sect, which was on the path of prosperity, would suddenly face such a calamity. But with their understanding of Jiang Chen, they were sure that Shangguanshang wasn't lying. He was a man who could do anything, no matter what. Why should we be dragged into this mess? Jiang Chen has left the black sect. What happened to him has nothing to do with the black sect. A young and arrogant heavenly core genius stood up and asked with a loud voice. Humph. Tiangang coldly harumphed. He stared at the young man who just spoke with a pair of sharp eyes. He casually waved his hand, unleashing a sharp beam that pierced through the young man's body with incredible speed. Ah! The young man let out a miserable shriek. Then he fell down from the sky and died on the spot. Lock down the entire black sect. Capture everyone. If anyone dares to resist, kill them. Tiangang Langlung gave out the order. In an instant, the hundreds of men behind her spread out and started sweeping across the entire black sect. The alliance of the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect was a disaster for any power in the eastern continent, apart from the martial saint dynasty, let alone the black sect. In fact, there was no need for these two superpowers to be here in order to capture the entire black sect. The reason they were here was because of Jiang Chen. They knew how strong Jiang Chen was, and as long as Jiang Chen showed up, only a late combat soul warrior would be able to capture him. Why? Why is this happening? No, this is unfair to the black sect. All the disciples of the black sect were crying out in pain. Just like what Tiangang had said, those who tried to resist were killed on the spot without any mercy. Everyone, listen up. Don't resist. Daoist Black circulated his yuan energy and shouted out loudly. The enemies were charging toward them in an imposing manner. Obviously, they weren't going to show any mercy. Whoever resisted would be killed, and if they didn't resist, at least they could stay alive for now. For the black sect, they didn't have the strength to fight against the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect. The black sect had fallen into a gloomy night, but there was nothing they could do. There was no way they could fight back. Compared to the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect, they were just ants, and they could easily crush them to death with a pinch. You're Daoist Black? Shangguanshang turned to Daoist Black and asked. That's right. I'm Daoist Black. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. Daoist Black's expression was extremely cold. If it was in the past, with his status, he would definitely bow down and show his respect when he saw Shangguanshang and Tiangang. But now, he wouldn't do that. These people were here to kill them, so why would he have to bow down to them? Killing you is easy. I'll let you live for a few more days. Who's Guoshan? Shangguanshang asked with a sneer on his face. Obviously, Shangguanshang had investigated all the people who were related to Jiang Chen. In the black sect, the person who was closest to Jiang Chen was Guoshan, and Shangguanshang would never let this man go. Daddy is. Guoshan's performance was even more amazing than Daoist Black's. There were many ways a man could die, but if he died because of Jiang Chen, Guoshan wouldn't have any complaints, he wouldn't even frown. Lock them up separately. We'll wait for Jiang Chen to come and save them. Tiangang and Langlung said. Hearing this, Daoist Black and Guoshan's eyes lit up. Judging from what they said, they had come here to lock them up because they couldn't find Jiang Chen, and their goal was to lure Jiang Chen out. If that was the case, they might still have a chance because Jiang Chen himself was a huge variable, a very scary variable. All along, those who went against Jiang Chen would never have a good ending. Haha, if Jiang Chen really shows up, it will be your doomsday. Daoist Black burst into laughter. "You're courting death." Shang was startled. Then he struck out with his palm toward Daoist Black. The palm was extremely fast, and it landed right on Daoist Black's chest. Daoist Black suffered a heavy blow, causing him to throw up a huge mouthful of blood. His body was swaying, and he couldn't even stand straight. Guoshan hurriedly stepped forward and held him up. "This is just a punishment. Don't talk so much in the future. Jiang Chen is nothing if he dares to come. I'll make sure he dies without a burial place." Shang said with a mocking tone. Daoist Black was severely injured. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Guoshan. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to fight when the odds are against him. Right now, he was like a fish on a chopping block, so it was better for him to behave himself. Even if he scolded them, it was just for fun, and it wouldn't change anything. In just an hour, the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan had completely taken control of the Black Sect. From the Outer Circle disciples to the Divine Core Sect elders, all of them were locked up. Daoist Black and Guoshan were locked up alone. The men from these two superpowers didn't take the people from the Black Sect seriously at all. They treated them like slaves, and if they disobeyed their orders, they would start beating them up. If anyone resisted, they would be killed on the spot without any mercy. For the entire Black Sect, this was like a doomsday disaster. In order to change this situation, only the famous young man in white could do it. At the same time, two combat soul warriors from the Shangguan clan brought a group of men and arrived at the Yu family in Yellowstone. The entire Yu family was in the same situation as the Black Sect. Everyone in the Yu family, even the ordinary servants, were locked up. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan's family members were the same. All of them were captured. In just one night, the entire Qi province had changed. The mighty Black Sect had become prisoners, and many people were implicated as well. The crime of implicating the Black Sect was too cruel, and too many people were implicated as well. At the moment, all the people in the Qi province were in a state of panic. At noon the next day, a large group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in Mount Origin. The 7th Emperor, the 10th Emperor, and the Deputy Commander of the Golden Guards, Yuan Long. These three late combat soul warriors brought dozens of Golden Guards and flew toward the Red City. To deal with just the Zhang family and the Yan family, they had actually sent out such a force. This was a typical case of using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. But, in fact, this force wasn't prepared for the Zhang family and the Yan family. It was prepared for Jiang Chen. Yuan Long, bring 30 Golden Guards and head to the Red City. Capture all the men from the Yan family, bring them to the Fragrant Sky City, and imprison them together with the Zhang family. The 7th Emperor told Yuan Long. "Yes, 7th Emperor." Yuan Long replied. After that, he brought 30 Golden Guards and flew toward the Red City. In the 7th Emperor's mind, there was no way any big family could be hiding in such a remote area, and there was no need to imprison them. "7th brother, let's head to the Fragrant Sky City now. Once we control that Jiang Chen's hometown, I want to see how Jiang Chen is going to fight us." An evil smile emerged on the 10th Emperor's face. It was as if he could already see Jiang Chen's death. Chapter 428. Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Family. Ever since the incident with the dimensional creatures, many cities in this area had been rebuilt, and Fragrant Sky City was no exception. As the leader of this area, the Jiang family had played a big role in rebuilding the city. During this period of time, the Jiang family had led the people out of the shadows, and many cities had almost been rebuilt. Fragrant Sky City was the fastest city to recover, and the buildings were almost fully restored. It was even more luxurious than before. As a citizen of Fragrant Sky City, everyone was grateful to the Jiang family, and to the young master of the Jiang family who could do anything. For everyone, the Jiang family had given them a new lease of life, and they had saved their lives. This meant that the Jiang family was going to be prosperous. At least in this area, Jiang Chen's reputation was unparalleled, and the chief of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhenhai, had become the king of this area. Everything in the Jiang family was the same as before. Jiang Zhenhai was cultivating the Shenyuan skill, and noon was the best time for him to cultivate. Right now, he was sitting quietly in his courtyard, circulating the Shenyuan skill and absorbing the pure yang energy. Rumble. Suddenly, in the originally calm sky, a strong gust of wind whistled. Rays of golden light filled the air, and very soon, dozens of extremely powerful figures appeared in the sky above the Jiang clan. Zhang Zhanhai quickly woke up from his cultivation. He felt a huge pressure, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were those uninvited guests. What a powerful aura! Zhang Zhanhai's expression changed dramatically. He was a divine core warrior now, but when he sensed the aura of these people, he felt that even if he used all his strength, he would still be killed by them like an ant, and he wouldn't be able to fight back. Such experts were rarely seen even in the big provinces of the eastern continent, let alone in the Scarlet City region. The Scarlet City region was separated by the Origin Mountain Range. Everything here seemed to be sealed off. The forces on the other side of the Origin Mountain Range would never set foot in here. So, why did so many powerful experts suddenly descend upon the Zhang family today? But Zhang Zhenhai wasn't an idiot. He knew that with his own abilities, there was no way he could attract so many powerful warriors to the Zhang family. The only person who could do this was his son, Zhang Chen. Zhang Zhenhai was calm in the face of danger. No matter who the opponent was, as long as it was related to his son, he would not be afraid. All members of the Zhang family, listen up. Zhang Chen has committed a heinous crime, and he has offended the martial Saint dynasty. The imperial emperor has personally given the order to annihilate all members of the Zhang family. All members of the Zhang family, big and small, are to be imprisoned immediately. If anyone dares to resist, they will be killed on the spot. The seventh emperor's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the entire area. All these men were too weak, and they couldn't compare with the Black Sect. None of them had ever seen a combat soul warrior, let alone a late combat soul warrior like the seventh emperor. Some of the weaker men nearly fainted just from hearing his voice. The Zhang family was instantly thrown into chaos. The sudden arrival of the enemies and the news had caught them off guard. The martial Saint dynasty, what kind of powerful existence was that? They had never even heard of it before. But there was one thing they knew. Their troublemaking young master had offended a powerful enemy like the martial Saint dynasty, and now, he had brought a huge disaster to the Zhang family, and they were going to annihilate all members of their family. We're doomed. The Zhang family was once a prosperous family, but now, they are facing such a huge disaster. The enemies are too strong. I feel like they can kill me with just a glance. We're all going to die. Don't be afraid, our lives were given by young master Zhang Chen. If we die because of young master, we'll just be repaying young master with our lives. That's right. If not for young master, we would have been killed by those monsters. If that's the case, we'll still be able to live for many more days. The people of the Zhang family were the most united. Even when faced with a disaster like this, they were only restless at the beginning. When they found out that this matter was related to Zhang Chen, a heroic expression immediately appeared on their faces. Not a single one of them started crying because of such a disaster. That's right. That's right. The 7th Emperor, the 10th Emperor, and the Golden Guards were also surprised by the Zhang clan's calmness. In their eyes, these people were the most ordinary commoners of the lowest class. They were the real mortals. After hearing about the great calamity of having their 9 clans wiped out, they should be crying to the heavens, filled with despair, and even kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. However, everyone was so calm that they suddenly lost their sense of accomplishment. Of course, the 7th Emperor and the others had no idea about Zhang Chen's status and prestige in the Zhang family. In fact, in the entire Fragrant Sky City, all of these people had been through life and death situations. To put it bluntly, all of them had just survived. Some of their family members had already died when those dimensional creatures attacked them, and those who were still alive now had a calm attitude towards life and death. Furthermore, since this matter was related to Zhang Chen, none of them had any complaints. Who is Zhang Zhenhai? The 7th Emperor shouted out loud. Zhang Zhenhai slowly walked out from the courtyard and arrived at a spacious area. He stood there with his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the warriors in the sky. There was no fear on his face, and he said calmly, I am. Humph. Zhang Zhenhai, why didn't you kneel down in front of me? The 7th Emperor let out a cold humph. He couldn't accept the fact that a little unruly commoner, who was as weak as an ant, didn't kneel down in front of him. Kneel? Even if I agree, my son wouldn't agree. You can't defeat my son, so you use this kind of despicable method to deal with his family. As a powerful warrior, don't you feel any shame? Zhang Zhenhai said with a sneer. He was a smart man, and from the 7th Emperor's words, he could tell that they had imprisoned his son because they couldn't find him. If they really wanted to annihilate his entire family, they would have killed them right away, and wouldn't have talked so much nonsense. Besides, why would they send so many powerful warriors just to annihilate a small Jiang family? Obviously, the reason why they didn't kill them and only imprisoned them was to lure his son out. Bastard! The 10th emperor was furious. He was about to attack Jiang Zhenhai, but was stopped by the 7th emperor. Jiang Zhenhai was the most important person in the family, and if he was killed now, they would lose a big bargaining chip. However, after listening to Jiang Zhenhai's words, the 7th emperor and the 10th emperor's faces turned ugly. What Jiang Zhenhai said was right. If they couldn't find Jiang Chen, then they would use his family to threaten him, which was a bit shameful. However, Jiang Chen had great potential, and they couldn't find him anywhere, so they had no choice but to use this kind of shameful method. If you have the guts, then kill me. My son will definitely avenge me. Jiang Zhenhai's aura fluctuated, and his whole body was filled with the courage of a man. As a man, he needed to have his own style, and as a father, no matter how big a hole Jiang Chen poked, he would help him cover it up. Even if he couldn't lose his son's face. He could bear any consequences related to Jiang Chen, including his own life. I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Don't worry, Jiang Chen will definitely appear, and when that time comes, you and your son will be reunited. Golden Guards, immediately imprison all the members of the Jiang family. The 7th emperor gave the order. A small force like the Jiang family was too weak to withstand a single blow from the Golden Guards. It only took them 10 minutes to imprison all of them. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? A Golden Guard slapped the face of one of the Jiang family servants, who accidentally looked at him. Slap. The slap landed on the servant's face, and his skull was smashed into pieces, and he died on the spot. Damn, he can't even take a hit. The Golden Guard cursed in a depressed manner. Looks like we can't just slap these people, we can easily kill them. Another Golden Guard murmured. The faces of the Jiang family's servants turned pale. Their opponents were too strong, and any one of them could easily kill all of them. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Not long after the Jiang family was imprisoned, the deputy commander of the Golden Guards, Yuan Long, brought a group of people from the Yan family to the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City, and imprisoned all the people from both families. Obviously, the Yan family had already known about the whole incident, and since it was all because of Yan Chenyu, there was nothing much to say. Yan Chenyu was the Yan family's treasure, and the Yan family was willing to bear the consequences of her mistakes. In the Jiang family's main hall, Jiang Zhenhai met with Yan Zhanyun. These two important people were imprisoned together. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Brother Yan, do you regret it? Jiang Zhenhai asked. Why would I, Yan Zhanyun, have a daughter and son-in-law like them, and they are the pride of my life. Even if I die, I will still be able to rest in peace. Yan Zhanyun didn't show any signs of fear. 7th brother, these two people are the most important. In my opinion, we should ask Yuan Long to bring them to the Martial Saint dynasty. The 10th emperor said. All right. Yuan Long, bring these two people to the Martial Saint dynasty and imprison them. The 7th emperor said to Yuan Long, this subordinate obeys. Yuan Long cupped his fist toward both of them. After that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared, along with Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. 3 days later, a sudden news came out from the Martial Saint dynasty. The imperial emperor had personally given the order that all those who were related to Jiang Chen and Yan Chen would be executed. The Black Sect had been imprisoned, and everyone related to them had been imprisoned as well. There was also news that Jiang Chen's hometown Mount Origin had been imprisoned as well. When this news came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the entire eastern continent. Heavens! That's a crime worthy of having his entire family and friends killed. What did Jiang Chen do? How did he provoke the imperial emperor? This is too cruel. This is the first time the Martial Saint dynasty has given such an order. Execute his entire family, but they're only imprisoning him instead of killing him. It looks like Jiang Chen hasn't been captured yet. I think the purpose of this is to lure Jiang Chen out. Chapter 429. The news spread quickly, as if someone was controlling it from behind the scenes. In just one day, the news had spread across the entire eastern continent. With such a huge storm, it could be said that everyone knew about it. Jiang Chen's name had already spread far and wide, and with the news, Jiang Chen's name had been pushed to the teeth of the storm. Jiang Chen's name had spread far and wide. In a city closest to the martial palace, Yu Zihan and the other two men were furious after hearing the news. 9 generations of my family. Damn it, I can't believe the Imperial Emperor is so cruel. Everyone in my Yu family is trapped now. I'm going to save them. Yu Zihan's eyes turned red. My family is trapped as well. I don't know how they are doing right now. The Imperial Emperor is a person who holds the highest position in the world. How could he involve his own family in this matter? Damn it! Guan Yun clenched his fists tightly. Ever since he heard the news, he had been in a mess, and could no longer keep his calm. Damn it, let's go. If my family is dragged into this mess because of me, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I become a ghost. Tian Yishan had always been a calm man, but right now, he had lost his temper. No one would be able to stay calm in such a situation. His family was trapped, and he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Senior Disciple Tian, Senior Disciple Guan, let's go save them together. Yu Zihan said. All right, even if it's a dragon's pond or a tiger's den, we'll still go. If anything happens to my father, I'll never forgive myself. Guan Yun's energy fluctuated. Damn it, if it's my head, if it's my life, I'll risk it. Tian Yishan clenched his teeth. The three of them instantly reached an agreement. They were going to the Qi province to save their family. People always had impulsive moments, and right now, the three of them were completely filled with anger and impulsiveness. It was hard for them to stay rational. They had no idea what was happening in the Qi province, and with their cultivation, if they went to the Qi province to save their father, they would have no chance at all. Right when the three of them were about to leave, 2 figures suddenly broke into the hidden courtyard where they were hiding. They were none other than Wu Lang and Han Yen. Are you 3 crazy? You're going to die. Han Yen reprimanded them. It was obvious that he had heard the conversation between the 3 of them. Senior brother Han, my family has been imprisoned. Are we really going to wait here? Yu Zihan said. Do you know what's the situation in the Qi province right now? Do you know who imprisoned the Black Sect? Han Yen scolded with a loud voice. He and Wu Lang had been hiding in the Imperial City, and as a prince, Wu Lang had some trusted subordinates in the Imperial City. Therefore, the information he gathered was much more accurate than what was spread outside. Please don't act on impulse. The Qi province is controlled by the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect, and these 2 sects have joined forces to control the Black Sect and your family. According to what I know, the Imperial Emperor is extremely furious this time, and he wants to kill everyone and their family members. There are at least 2 late combat soul warriors in each location, and the ones controlling the Qi province are the Shangguan clan's clan chief, Shangguan Shang, and the Myriad Sword Sect chief, Tian Gang Yi. The reason they joined forces to attack the Black Sect is to lure Jiang Chen out. I know what you're feeling right now, because I'm feeling the same way. My father is locked up in the heavenly prison, and I don't know if he's still alive or not. Wu Lang said. Senior brother Tian, Senior brother Guan, Zihan, this is obviously a trap set up by the Martial Saint dynasty. With our strength, not only will we not be able to save our family, we'll also get ourselves killed, and we might even get them into trouble. Han Yen said. Hearing the 2's words, the 3 of them calmed down quite a bit from their previous impulsive state. Although they were anxious, Han Yen and Wu Lang's words were not wrong at all. With their cultivation levels, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they tried to save Mo Wuji. Brother Yen, what should we do now? We can't just keep hiding like this, can we? Guan Yun asked. Without Jiang Chen, Han Yen was their pillar of support. Wait for little Chenzi to show up. Han Yen said in a serious manner. Han Yen is right. You guys should know that once the imperial decree is passed down, all 9 of their family members will be killed, and none will be spared. However, they're only imprisoning them, and they haven't killed anyone yet. What does this mean? It means that the Imperial Emperor is worried about Jiang Chen's revenge. The reason they're doing this is to lure Jiang Chen out and kill them all at once. Including the Imperial Emperor, everyone here has witnessed how frightening Jiang Chen is. If the Imperial Emperor were to kill all 9 of Jiang Chen's family members and friends, he would definitely worry that Jiang Chen will hide in the dark for 8 to 10 years. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire Martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, the reason why they're imprisoning these people is to lure Jiang Chen out. A peerless monster like Jiang Chen has to be killed as soon as possible, so as to avoid any future troubles. Therefore, before Jiang Chen shows up, they won't kill anyone. Wu Lang paused for a brief moment, then continued. Furthermore, with our current strength, apart from waiting for Jiang Chen to come back, is there any better way? That's right. They're afraid of Big Brother Jiang's revenge. That's why they're imprisoning them, hoping to lure Big Brother Jiang out. If we strike now, we'll fall right into their trap. Yu Zihan nodded his head. He had finally recovered from his impulsive state. That's right. We were too impulsive just now. Tian Yishan nodded his head as well. But our enemy this time is the Martial Saint dynasty. They're too powerful. Junior disciple Jiang has always been creating miracles, and I hope he can do the same this time. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable. There are too many people involved this time. Guan Yiyun said. Right now, Jiang Chen was their only hope. Hope was always better than despair. Furthermore, they had been following Jiang Chen for quite some time now, and it seemed like there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen couldn't do. For a long time, those who went against Jiang Chen never had a good ending. Of course, we can't just sit here and do nothing. Let's go to the Qi province now. At least we can find out more about the situation there. Of course, we need to be extra careful when we're in the Qi province, and we can't expose ourselves. Han Yen suggested. That's a good idea. Finding out more about the situation is better than waiting here and doing nothing. How about this? The few of you go to the Qi province, and I'll continue hiding in the Imperial City. If there's any new information, I'll inform you immediately. Wu Lang said. All right, Brother Wu, until next time. Han Yen cupped his fist toward Wu Lang. After that, he left with Yu Zihan and the other two, quietly heading toward the Qi province. I wonder how little Yu and De Huang will react when they hear the news? Yu Zihan said worriedly while rushing toward the Qi province. That's right. It seems like the Yen family is being controlled as well. I hope little Yu doesn't do anything stupid. Guan Yiyun said. Don't worry, little Yu is no longer the same little Yu as before. She'll be able to stay calm when something happens. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid little Yu and De Huang are going to Mount Origin. Furthermore, both of them are very strong, so there shouldn't be any problems. Han Yen said. As long as Yen Chen Yu and De Huang were together, there shouldn't be any problems. Sigh, I wonder when Big Brother Jiang will come back? Yu Zihan let out a long sigh. Humph. When little Chunzi comes back, it will be their doomsday. Anyone who dares to touch little Chunzi's family and friends is the same as courting death. Han Yen let out a cold harumph. He knew Jiang Chen too well. What the Imperial Emperor did had undoubtedly offended Jiang Chen's reverse scale. It was an unforgivable mistake, and with Jiang Chen's methods, the consequences would be unimaginable. One day later, Yen Chen Yu and a Huang dog arrived at Mount Origin without alerting anyone. Yen Chen Yu's pretty face was filled with a gloomy expression. After knowing that the Yen family and Jiang family had been captured, she couldn't calm down. No, I have to go save them. I can't let anything happen to the Yen family and Jiang family. The Yen family has been implicated because of me, so I have to save them. The Jiang family must be safe as well. If anything happens to father-in-law, I'm afraid Chen Gija's anger will sweep across the entire eastern continent. Yen Chen Yu was extremely emotional. There was no way she could stay calm, as those were her family members. With what the Imperial Emperor did, it doesn't matter if anything happens to his father or not. Jiang Chen's anger will still sweep across the entire eastern continent. However, Xiaoyu, I know you're eager to save them, and I also know that you have the help of an ice demon. But before we do anything, I think it's better for us to find out more about the enemy. This place is desolate, so wait for me here. I'll go to the Jiang family and Yen family to gather some information. Then we'll discuss further. De Huang dog said. That's a good idea. But, De Huang, you have to be careful. Yen Chen Yu nodded her head. Just as Han Yen had said, the current Yen Chen Yu was no longer the ignorant girl she used to be. She was able to keep her cool in a critical situation. If she attacked without knowing the enemy's situation, the consequences would be very serious. She and De Huang dog had rushed here as soon as they heard the news, but they didn't see Wu Lang. Therefore, they had no idea what the situation was like. De Huang dog was a mysterious man. Yen Chen, you didn't have to worry about him finding out more about the enemy. Don't worry, if this master dog wants to hide, even a combat king warrior won't be able to find me. Da Huang Dog confidently shook his head. Then he disappeared from the scene. Yen Chen Yu looked into the sky with tears in her eyes and said softly, "Chen Gij, will you be able to come back in time?" On the other side, Jiang Chen, who had been flying for 7 days straight, suddenly felt as if he had heard Yen Chen Yu's call. His calm heart couldn't help but twitch. Something must have happened. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. During the past few days, he had been feeling uneasy and restless. For the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, this kind of situation was very rare. Just now, he had experienced it once, and it was even more violent than the previous times. This gave Jiang Chen a very bad feeling. No matter who it is, whoever dares to hurt the people around me will have to face my Jiang Chen's wrath. Chapter 430. After fusing with the third part of the broken sword, the Heavenly Saint Sword's power had once again increased, and it had now become a king weapon. Although it was still a perfect ranked combat weapon due to Jiang Chen's cultivation, the power it could unleash was already comparable to a king weapon. With the help of the Heavenly Saint's Sword, Jiang Chen's speed increased once again. He was in a hurry, so he used the dimensional shift, 9 phantom wolves, and all the other skills that could increase his speed. At this speed, it would take him 4 days at most to reach the Eastern Continent. Eastern Continent. Mount Origin. 2 hours after Da Huang Dog left, he returned and met up with Yen Chen Yu. "Da Huang, how is it?" Yen Chen Yu asked. "It's not looking good. All the men from the Yen family have been brought to the Fragrant Sky City, and they're being imprisoned together with the men from the Jiang family. Furthermore, they're being led by the 7th Emperor and the 9th Emperor, along with dozens of golden guards. With our strength, it's impossible for us to save them. Even if we manage to save them, they won't have anywhere to run to." Da Huang Dog said. What he said was very reasonable. With their abilities, not only would they not be able to defeat the 7th Emperor and the 9th Emperor, even if they managed to save the men, where could they run to? Those men would only become Yen Chen Yu and Da Huang Dog's burdens. They're only dealing with the Jiang family and Yen family, yet they sent out such a powerful force. Looks like their target is Chen Gij. Yen Chen Yu was not an idiot. She immediately understood what was going on. If they were just dealing with the Jiang family and Yen family, any Golden Guard would be able to wipe them out. But now, even the 2 emperors had come all the way here. It was obvious that they were here for Jiang Chen. "Alright, how are my father and father-in-law?" Yen Chen Yu asked. Hearing this, Da Huang Dog furrowed his brows. But in the end he still said, "I don't think they're in a life-threatening situation, but it's not looking good either, because they've been brought to the Martial Saint dynasty." Needless to say, Da Huang Dog's ability to gather information was top-notch. In just 2 hours, he had managed to gather all the information he needed. Furthermore, he had done it right under the nose of 2 late combat soul warriors. Just this ability alone was enough to make people admire him. What? Yen Chen Yu's expression changed. Jiang Zhanhai and Yen Zhanyun were imprisoned in the Martial Saint dynasty. It seemed like the Martial Saint dynasty was going to keep their last resort. Although she was worried, Yen Chen Yu quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and her expression was solemn. "I hope they are all right. It seems like we can only wait for Chen Gij to come back. Xiaoyu, how about this? You continue hiding here and keep an eye on the situation in Fragrant Sky City. I'll immediately fly to the southern continent. If I meet Jiang Chen, I'll tell him everything that happened here." Da Huang Dog said. "Alright, then be careful." Yen Chen Yu nodded her head. The current situation was extremely critical, and only when Jiang Chen came back would they have a chance to turn the situation around. With their current strength, there was no way they could turn the situation around. Big Yellow left the place and flew toward the direction of the southern continent. The situation here should be relatively stable for now, and before Jiang Chen showed up, those who were imprisoned shouldn't be in any danger. Da Huang Dog's speed was extremely fast. On the other side, Jiang Chen was riding on the Heavenly Saint's sword, and his speed was even faster. Along the way, he unleashed his aura, scaring all the demon beasts who tried to block his way. None of them dared to stop him. 2 days later, Jiang Chen, who was flying at high speed, suddenly saw a golden light flickering in front of him. The golden light was obviously a man, and when Jiang Chen saw the golden light, his eyes immediately lit up. Da Huang Dog. Jiang Chen was very familiar with Da Huang Dog, and he was able to identify it just from its body shape. Without hesitation, he sent out his divine sense to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog didn't notice Jiang Chen's presence at first, but after receiving Jiang Chen's divine sense, he immediately stopped flying and started flying toward Jiang Chen. Soon, the man and dog met up. "Damn it, you're finally back." Seeing Jiang Chen again, De Huang Dog was really excited, especially when he sensed that Jiang Chen had broken through to the combat soul realm. It gave him a ray of hope. "De Huang Dog, what happened?" Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He knew De Huang Dog too well. If not for something serious happening, this dog wouldn't have talked to him in such a serious tone, and he wouldn't have come all the way to the southern continent to look for him. "Something big happened. After you left, the Martial Saint Dynasty's crown prince tried to violate little you, and the imperial emperor decreed a marriage." De Huang Dog kept talking, telling Jiang Chen everything that had happened, including the imperial emperor decreeing a marriage, Wu Jiao tearing the imperial decree with his bare hands, Yan Chenyu castrating the crown prince, and the imperial emperor's enraged decree that ordered the crown prince's entire family to be annihilated. Boom! As soon as Big Yellow finished his words, a surge of anger burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Both of his eyes shot out two beams of cold light that were almost 3 meters long. It was extremely frightening. "Annihilate my entire family," Jiang Chen said with an extremely cold voice. "My family, my friends, anyone related to me, even if they suffer a slight loss, I'll make the imperial emperor suffer my fury." Jiang Chen had made countless enemies, and no matter what methods his enemies used, he would take it head-on. Even if it was a bloody battle, he would still enjoy it. However, Jiang Chen hated it when others used the people close to him as a condition to threaten him, and this had undoubtedly offended Jiang Chen's reverse scale. The moment he received the news, the fate between Jiang Chen and the Martial Saint Dynasty had been decided. "There are too many people involved in this. We better hurry back. The Imperial Emperor's purpose is to lure you out, and if you don't show yourself, I'm afraid they will take extreme measures." De Huang Dog worriedly said. "Let's go." Without saying another word, Jiang Chen increased his speed to the maximum. Even De Huang Dog descended onto the Heavenly Saint's sword and flew toward the eastern continent. His heart was burning with anxiety right now. These days, he had been restless, and he had a feeling that something big was going to happen. However, he had never thought that something this big would happen. Those people who were imprisoned were all implicated because of him, and Jiang Chen couldn't let anything bad happen to anyone related to him. Jiang Zhanhai was his closest relative, and Jiang Chen couldn't afford to lose him. "Imperial Emperor, you better pray that everyone is safe and sound." Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He was like a calm king who had just been completely enraged. The fury of a king. With Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's current speed, it would take them at most 2 more days to reach the eastern continent. However, during this period of time, a new incident happened in the eastern continent. It had been 10 days since all those related to Jiang Chen were imprisoned, and the main character that they wanted to lure out, Jiang Chen, had yet to appear. Even Yan Chenyu and the others had yet to show themselves. This situation had made the Martial Saint Dynasty extremely angry, and it had also caused them to lose a lot of face. Just yesterday, news had spread out from the Fragrant Sky City. The 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor had started using ruthless methods, killing one person a day until Jiang Chen showed himself. Today, an important alchemist of the Jiang family was beheaded in public, and his head was hung on the city wall of the Fragrant Sky City. At noon of the next day, there was only 1 day left before Jiang Chen's return. In the sky above the Fragrant Sky City, 3 golden guards were surrounding a young man wearing a guard uniform. The young man had a calm expression on his face, and there was no sign of fear on his face. Below, many people in the Fragrant Sky City were watching the scene. All of them were gnashing their teeth as they stared at the sky. Yesterday, they had witnessed the beheading of an alchemist of the Jiang family, but all they could do was stand there and watch. For everyone in the Fragrant Sky City, the Jiang family had done them a great favor, and now, they were witnessing a member of the Jiang family being beheaded. This bunch of executioners, they will definitely get their retribution. Damn it! Steward Jiang Cheng has helped me a lot in the past, and now he's going to be killed. I hate him so much. Young Master Jiang Cheng, please come back quickly. Many people were washing their faces with tears. Such a scene was too cruel. The young man who was surrounded by 3 golden guards was none other than the current steward of the Jiang family, Jiang Cheng. He had a very important position in the Jiang family. I heard that you have a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Do you think Jiang Chen will show up to save you? One of the golden guards sneered at Jiang Cheng. Cut the crap. I, Jiang Cheng, am willing to die for the sake of young master. Jiang Cheng was extremely tough. Once upon a time, he was also a coward. In fact, he was still a coward. But now, he was willing to die for the sake of his young master. You can be considered a real man. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way. Another golden guard slowly pulled out a shining broadsword and placed it on Jiang Cheng's neck. What else do you have to say? The golden guard asked. Haha, I, Jiang Cheng, am not satisfied even with my death. Young master, I, Jiang Cheng, will still be your slave in my next life. Come, give your grandpa a quick death. Jiang Cheng laughed out loud without any fear. Facing the cold blade, he did not even frown. The golden guard shook his head. He exerted strength in his hand and was ready to cut down. Jiang Cheng would definitely be beheaded. Swoosh! Right at this moment, an air-piercing sound came from the sky. A beam of cold light shot out from afar and collided with the blade. Clang! The three golden guards were shocked when they saw the broadsword being knocked away. They quickly looked into the distance and saw a young girl dressed in white who looked like a fairy flying towards them. Jiang Chen saw the girl as well, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he was filled with fear. Without hesitation, he shouted out, "Young madam, don't come here, leave now." The girl was none other than Yan Chenyu. She had been hiding in Origin Mountain all this time. After receiving the news of the murder in Fragrant Sky City, she could no longer sit still. Today, she had been hiding here. When she saw that the one who was killed was Jiang Cheng, she decided to make a move. She knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. Although they were master and servant, Jiang Cheng was loyal to Jiang Chen. Chapter 431. Yan Chenyu didn't know if she could save Jiang Cheng, but she knew she had to show herself. She couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Chen's friends die. Even if it was just for the sake of relieving the pain in her heart, she had to do everything she could. If she just watched Jiang Cheng get killed today and didn't do anything, she wouldn't even be able to pass her trial. So what if she was going to die? Who could just watch their family being killed without doing anything? Women had their own brave side as well. Yan Chenyu. When one of the golden guards saw the young girl in white, not only did he not show any signs of fear, his face was filled with surprise. It looked like the seventh emperor's trick was very effective, as he was able to lure Yan Chenyu out on the second day. "Young madam, run!" Jiang Cheng screamed at the top of his lungs, but Yan Chenyu remained indifferent. Her speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived in front of Jiang Cheng. An icy light flashed and pierced through the head of a golden guard. Unfortunately, before Yan Chenyu could reach Jiang Cheng, three powerful auras suddenly appeared, pressing towards Yan Chenyu. "Yan Chenyu, I didn't expect to lure Jiang Chen out, but you did. Good, the Crown Prince has been thinking about you," the seventh emperor said with a sneer on his face. The other two were the 10th emperor and Yuan Long, who had just returned from the martial Saint dynasty. All three of them were late combat soul warriors. Yan Chenyu's expression darkened. It was obvious that this was a trap, and with her abilities, there was no way she could save Jiang Cheng. 3 late combat soul warriors. There was no way she could handle them. As the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty, how could you use such a despicable method to kill an ordinary man? I really don't know where your faces are. I, Yan Chenyu, dare to show myself today because I'm not afraid of you. Yan Chenyu said Lung Lung. Humph. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Don't worry, we won't kill you, you're the Crown Prince's man. The 7th emperor coldly harumphed. I'll stay here, but you have to let Jiang Cheng go. Yan Chenyu said with the same indifferent tone. Young madam. Jiang Cheng's face was instantly covered in tears. His tears were like a broken dam, and he couldn't control them anymore. Men don't cry easily. Facing the blade just now, he didn't even frown, but Yan Chenyu's words had made him cry. He was just a lowly servant, and his death wasn't something to be regretted. How could he make the young mistress sacrifice him just to save his life? Young madam, with your words, even if Jiang Cheng dies, he will die with a smile. Tell young master that Jiang Cheng dies without regrets. A ruthless glint flashed across Jiang Cheng's eyes. He lowered his head and glanced at the sharp blade placed across his neck by the other golden guard. Without any hesitation, he quickly prostrated himself. Puchi! The blade was so sharp that it sank halfway into Jiang Cheng's neck, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. The golden god was greatly alarmed. He had never thought that his opponent would be so bloodthirsty and use such a method to end his life. Jiang Cheng. Yan Chen Yu's body swayed as she shouted out loudly. Tears could be seen in her eyes. After that, she turned around and flew far away. She would never forget Jiang Cheng's final look. He died with a smile on his face. He died without any regrets, just so she could run away as soon as possible. Yan Chen Yu didn't let Jiang Cheng down. Without hesitation, she turned around and left. She wanted Jiang Cheng's death to be worthwhile. Where do you think you're going? The seventh emperor was the first one to react. He immediately chased after Yan Chen Yu. Roar! A monster made entirely from ice suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the seventh emperor's path. Die! Countless beams of light burst out from the seventh emperor's palm as he unleashed a palm strike toward the Ice Demon King. Boom! The Ice Demon King didn't fear death. It threw its gigantic fist toward the seventh emperor's palm strike, but it was knocked back dozens of meters by the seventh emperor's palm strike. After that, it once again dashed toward the seventh emperor. What a powerful monster! The seventh emperor was startled. This monster actually possessed the combat strength of a late combat soul warrior. How did such a mighty warrior appear here? With his cultivation, he actually didn't sense it at all. This was really strange. Yuan Long, you stay here and guard this place. 10th brother, you go after Yan Chen Yu. The seventh emperor turned around and said to the two men in the distance with a loud voice. After being delayed by the Ice Demon King, Yan Chen Yu had already disappeared. All right. The 10th emperor unleashed his energy. Then he immediately chased after Yan Chen Yu. Seeing this, the Ice Demon King reacted quickly. It immediately gave up on the 7th emperor and chased after the 10th emperor. Humph. Stay here. The 7th emperor coldly harumphed. A sharp long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed toward the Ice Demon King. Facing the sword, the Ice Demon King didn't even try to dodge, it didn't even try to defend itself. Just like that, it was slashed in half by the 7th emperor. So it's so weak. The 7th emperor sneered. But too bad, before his smile could disappear, it immediately froze. The monster that he had just slashed in half had suddenly appeared in front of the 10th emperor, blocking his way. What? How is this possible? Both the 7th emperor and the 10th emperor cried out in shock at the same time. They stared at the monster in front of them as if they were looking at a ghost. A monster that had just been killed, and now it had come back to life. This was ridiculous. Even with their vast knowledge, this was the first time they had ever seen something like this. Roar! The 10th emperor was shocked. However, the Ice Demon King wasn't slow at all. It wasn't afraid of death at all. For it, death was easier than eating. Without hesitation, it raised its gigantic fist and charged toward the 10th emperor. The Ice Demon King was fighting the 10th emperor, while the 7th emperor was chasing after Yan Chen Yu. The Ice Demon King reacted extremely quickly. It immediately gave up on the 10th emperor and went to stop the 7th emperor. Like this, the Ice Demon King was fighting two emperors at the same time, and it was killed dozens of times. After it was killed for the last time, it never showed up again. The two emperors chased after the Ice Demon King for a few thousand miles, but they still couldn't find any trace of Yan Chen Yu. Damn it, what kind of abnormal monster is that? Why can't it be killed? The 7th emperor couldn't help but curse. Although that monster is a late combat soul warrior, all it has is brute force, and it doesn't cultivate any yuan energy or combat skills. Therefore, it can't even withstand a single blow from us. However, its ability to resurrect the dead is really troublesome, and it bought Yan Chen Yu enough time to escape. The 10th emperor's face darkened as well. They had spent so much effort to attract Yan Chen Yu's attention, but now she had run away. This was really shameful. Humph. We'll kill 3 men tomorrow. Then we'll go back and pick 3 important men from the Yan family. I don't believe Yan Chen Yu won't show up. Tomorrow, we'll set up an inescapable trap, and with the 3 of us working together, Yan Chen Yu won't be able to escape. The 7th emperor said with a gloomy expression. Both of them couldn't catch up to Yan Chen Yu, so they had no choice but to go back the way they came. Within a quiet valley, Yan Chen Yu was standing quietly in front of a lake. With a profound look in her eyes and an emotionless face, she said with an indifferent tone, "Jiang Cheng, rest in peace. Chen Gij will definitely avenge you." In the end, Jiang Cheng was still dead. Although Yan Chen Yu had shown up, it didn't change the ending. However, for Yan Chen Yu, it was necessary for her to show up. At least, she was here to send Jiang Cheng off, so that he could die without any regrets. Furthermore, Jiang Cheng didn't die in the hands of his enemies. He had committed suicide. The last thing he left behind was a peaceful smile. This was the value of Yan Chen Yu's appearance today. Chin Gij, when can you come back? Xiao Yu can't hold on any longer. Yan Chen Yu squatted down and hugged her shoulders. Sometimes, she was just a girl. The next morning, Yan Chen Yu calmed herself down and once again set foot on the road to the fragrant sky city. When she secretly arrived at the outskirts of the city, she saw 2 wooden pillars standing high above the city walls. 2 human heads were hanging on top of the pillars. One was the alchemist from the Zhang family, and the other was Jiang Cheng. I wonder who will be the one to die today? What can I do? Yan Chen Yu's mood was very low. She had the 9 yin meridians and a powerful divine body, but her cultivation was too low, and her enemies were too strong. If she didn't have the Ice Demon King, she wouldn't be able to do anything. An hour later, a dozen armored golden guards flew out from the inner part of the fragrant sky city. They had brought 3 people with them. When Yan Chen Yu's eyes fell on the 3 people, her expression instantly changed. Yan Hongtai, Yan Meng, and Yan Xing. These 3 people were the most important people in the Yan family. For Yan Chen Yu, they were all her seniors. Ever since she was young, they had always taken care of her. No! Yan Chen Yu screamed in her mind. 1 person was killed every day, and today, 3 people were killed. And all of them were from the Yan family. Obviously, it was because of her appearance yesterday. Today's situation was prepared just for her. Yan Meng and the other 2 had a determined look on their faces. Just like Jiang Cheng yesterday, they didn't show any signs of fear. It was as if death was an ordinary thing. Soon, it was noon again. The sun was high up in the sky, and the air was scorching hot. 3 sharp swords were placed on the 3 people's necks. Yan Chen Yu, who was far away, saw everything. Her eyes were filled with determination. It didn't matter if she could save them or not. She couldn't just watch her family die in front of her. Stop! Yan Chen Yu shouted coldly. Once again, she descended from the sky like a fairy and arrived outside the fragrant sky city. The moment she appeared, 3 powerful auras surrounded her from 3 different directions. The 7th Emperor, the 10th Emperor, and Yuan Long had appeared at the same time. This was planned in advance. As soon as Yan Chen Yu appeared, the 3 of them would surround her together. That way, even if the monster appeared again, it would be useless. Xiao Yu, let's go! Yan Hongtai shouted when he saw Yan Chen Yu. Haha, Yan Chen Yu, it seems like you are a loyal person. But today, let's see how you can escape from us. The 7th Emperor laughed out loud. Just as he finished speaking, something strange happened again. 2 powerful auras appeared from afar. At the same time, a thunderous voice was heard. If you dare touch her, I will make you regret being born. Chapter 432. The commotion was so loud that everyone couldn't help but look into the distance. What they saw were 2 golden lights moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the outskirts of Fragrant Sky City. A handsome young man in a white robe, and a Dehuang dog that was as strong as a bull. This combination was unique in this world. Chen Gij. Yan Chen Yu was extremely surprised, and tears started flowing down from her eyes. These days, she had been under a lot of pressure, and it made it hard for her to breathe. She was just a teenage girl, and she had never experienced anything like this before. How could she compare with Jiang Chen, who had lived for more than 1,000 years in her heart? Now that Jiang Chen had finally appeared, Yan Chen Yu felt relieved. She knew that as long as her Chen Gij was back, everything would be fine. Jiang Chen. The 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and Yuan Long cried out in surprise as well. However, their shocked expressions soon turned into wild joy. They had finally achieved their goal. Jiang Chen had finally appeared. Haha, we are saved. Yan Meng suddenly laughed out loud. He was the first person from the Yan family to get in touch with Jiang Chen. He was also the one who introduced Jiang Chen to the Yan family. He had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen appeared, everything would be fine. Young Master Jiang Chen is back. This is great. This is great. There is nothing young Master Jiang Chen can't do. He will definitely kill all these bastards. I told you young Master Jiang Chen would definitely show up. Too bad he came one day late. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have died. Sigh. It's good that he's back. Let's chase these murderers out of Fragrant Sky City and return peace to Fragrant Sky City. During this period of time, the people of the Fragrant Sky City had been angry, but they didn't dare say anything. They could only watch as the Jiang family and Yen family were bullied, and they couldn't do anything about it. But now that Jiang Chen had returned, they had found their backbone. Jiang Chen, why don't you continue to be a coward? Don't you know that with your strength, appearing now is equivalent to courting death? A prideful sneer could be seen on the 7th Emperor's face. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen, this matter would come to an end. After killing Jiang Chen, he would start executing the punishment of exterminating all 9 generations of his family. He would kill everyone here to show the dignity of the martial saint dynasty. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the 7th Emperor's words. He didn't even look at the 7th Emperor, because at this moment, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen's head, and he couldn't move it away. Especially when he saw the smile and satisfaction on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if his heart had been pierced by something, and the pain was unbearable. Taking advantage of the fact that the 3 of them were all focused on Jiang Chen, Yen Chen Yu dashed out of their encirclement with lightning speed and arrived beside Jiang Chen. The 3 of them didn't care about Yen Chen Yu's escape. In their eyes, Jiang Chen's importance was much greater than Yen Chen Yu's. Chen Gij, Jiang Cheng said that he would still be your slave in his next life. He is willing to die for you, and he has no regrets. Xiao Yu is useless. I couldn't save him. Yen Chen Yu cried out involuntarily. Boom! Yen Chen Yu's words made Jiang Chen's anger erupt like a volcano, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. A golden flame of anger rushed out from the top of his head like a golden dragon, and it seemed as if it could burn everything down. 2 heads, and the current situation of Yen Meng and the other 2, with Jiang Chen's experience, how could he not know what was going on? The enemy must have used this extreme method because he hadn't shown up yet. Anger, anger, anger. Jiang Chen's anger rose higher and higher. The enemy had crossed the bottom line in his heart, and his anger continued to burn like a raging flame. Under the impact of this anger, the dragon transformation skill started to circulate automatically. As the anger burned, Jiang Chen didn't notice that new dragon marks were forming inside his body. It was a kind of stimulation, a kind of transformation. Jiang Chen had become stronger. Slave? No, he is my brother, my family. Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Cheng's head and said word by word. His words were gentle, but also cold. You killed my family, killed my brothers. I want you all dead, all of you. Jiang Chen's eyes still didn't leave Jiang Cheng's head, but his words were directed at the 7th Emperor and the others. Kill them. Someone from the crowd of Fragrant Sky City shouted angrily. Boom. At this moment, Jiang Chen moved. With a sway of his body, he arrived in the sky. He stretched out both his hands and grabbed the heads of Jiang Cheng and the Jiang family's alchemist. He bowed toward the alchemist's head, then he stored it into his storage ring. As for Jiang Cheng's head, it was placed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Wrapped in a golden light, it looked extremely sacred. Clang! With a bright flash, the heavenly saint's sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. An ice-cold killing intent swept across the place. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at the 7th Emperor and the others. Let's attack together and take him down. The 7th Emperor shouted out loudly. The 10th Emperor and Yuan Long both had smiles on their faces as they dashed toward Jiang Chen at the same time. In their minds, Jiang Chen was still a genius with extraordinary talent. Compared to late combat soul warriors, he was still too weak. Too bad, they had made a huge mistake. The growth of a genius was not something they could imagine. Brother, let's kill them together. Jiang Chen rubbed Jiang Cheng's head with his hand. The scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. The flatterer who followed him all the time, but had always been loyal to him. He could even imagine how Jiang Qing died without any regrets yesterday. The 7th Emperor was the first one to dash toward Jiang Chen. He carried an imposing aura, and the long sword in his hand unleashed a boundless sword beam that pierced through the sky toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sword attack. The heavenly saint's sword was covered in flames. The combination of the true dragon flame and heavenly lightning flame, as well as Jiang Chen's fury, transformed into a brilliant flaming sword that slashed toward the seventh emperor. Clang! The two swords collided with each other. The seventh emperor's sword was like a fragile bubble that couldn't withstand a single blow, and was instantly slashed in half by the heavenly saint's sword. What? The seventh emperor immediately cried out in shock. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. The combat weapon in his hand was the best among all superior weapons, and it could be said to be invincible. But now, it had been slashed in half by his opponent. This was too frightening. What shocked the seventh emperor even more was that after fighting with Jiang Chen, he finally realized how frightening Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen's combat strength was like a majestic mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Swoosh! The seventh emperor was stunned, but Jiang Chen wasn't slow at all. He thrust the heavenly saint's sword forward, and with a slashing sound, one of the seventh emperor's arms was sliced off. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and under the reflection of the sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. Before the seventh emperor could even scream, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint's sword had already landed on his neck. The sharp sword beam had already pierced through his skin, causing blood to flow out. It was too fast. Before the 10th emperor and Yuan Long could even approach, the 7th emperor had already suffered a crushing defeat, and his life had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. So strong! De Huang Dog's face shook, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. He knew Jiang Chen would be very strong after breaking through to the combat soul realm, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Yan Chenyu, who stood next to De Huang Dog, had a smile on her face. In her mind, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. The 7th emperor's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. He no longer had the awe-inspiring appearance he had before. When he sensed Jiang Chen's ice-cold killing intent, he began to feel scared. He knew what Jiang Chen was capable of, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this strong. Kneel down and apologize to my brother. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a peerless god of slaughter. He was in control of the 7th emperor's fate, and he didn't give him a choice. What did you say? You want me to kneel down? The 7th emperor was furious. With his status, he was the emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty, a man who stood above tens of thousands of people. It was impossible for him to kneel down in front of a lowly human head. Boom! Ugh! A tremendous force came from the heavenly saint's sword, causing the 7th emperor to let out a miserable shriek. Both his legs were bent, and he fell to his knees in midair. At this moment, it was no longer up to him whether he wanted to kneel or not. Presumptuous! How dare you humiliate the emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty like this? Yuan Long shouted out loudly. Together with the 10th emperor, both of them attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. Both of them knew how strong Jiang Chen was, therefore, they didn't hold back in their attacks, and used their strongest combat strength. They didn't believe that Jiang Chen was so strong that they couldn't defend against him. Jiang Chen gazed at both men with an indifferent expression. He wasn't someone who had just broken through to the combat soul realm. He had 7,000 dragon marks in his body. Just now, because of the dragon transformation skill's transformation, he had formed another 500 dragon marks. He had been growing stronger. Jiang Chen stretched his hand forward, unleashing the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw looked like a real dragon descending from the heavens, and it slapped the 10th emperor away. A late combat soul warrior couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. With 7,500 dragon marks, a late combat soul warrior like the 10th emperor was much weaker than Wu Ningzhu. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen didn't hold back, the true dragon palm would have killed the 10th emperor. Capture him! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. However, before he could finish his words, De Huang Dog had already flown out and arrived in front of the 10th emperor. On the other side, Yuan Long, who was rushing toward Jiang Chen, was scared out of his wits when he saw what had happened. He no longer had any desire to fight, and he immediately turned around and fled. None of you can leave now. None of you will live. Jiang Chen looked like a god of war who had just descended from the heavens. The heavenly saint's sword was slashed out with lightning speed, giving Yuan Long no chance to dodge it. But there was no way he could withstand it. Arg! Yuan Long let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body had been sliced off by Jiang Chen, but his vitality was still strong, and he was still alive. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen brought Yuan Long's body to Jiang Chen, forcing him to kneel down together with the 7th emperor. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also brought the severely wounded 10th emperor to Jiang Chen. Kneel down. De Huang Dog shouted at the 10th emperor. Apologize to my brother. Jiang Chen's energy wrapped around the three men, causing them to feel suffocated. Chapter 433. The entire scene was deadly silent. Everyone was having a hard time breathing. All the golden guards who rushed out from the fragrant sky city had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them were combat soul warriors, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's godlike combat strength, none of them had the courage to attack. They just stood in the sky, not even having the courage to run away. Even Yuan Long couldn't escape. So how could they? The answer was obvious. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Yan Meng shouted excitedly. Soon after, the entire fragrant sky city was filled with shouts. The people of the Zhang family and the Yan family, who were originally trapped in the fragrant sky city, heard the shouts, and their faces were filled with despair. It's Young Master. Young Master is back. This is great. We're saved. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. They had been living in a gloomy state for the past few days, especially when their enemies started killing people. This made them feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. In the sky above the fragrant sky city, Jiang Chen had crushed 3 late combat soul warriors in an unstoppable manner. He had captured all 3 of them with lightning speed, and all of them were severely injured, like arrows at the end of their flight. There was only one person in the world with such earth-shattering battle prowess. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang Dog and Yan Chen Yu. Both of them understood what he meant, and they immediately rushed into the fragrant sky city. Yan Chen Yu took advantage of the moment when the golden guards were still in a daze. She brought the Ice Demon King and rushed into the fragrant sky city, rescuing Yan Meng and the other 2. After that, the Ice Demon King started attacking the golden guards, causing them to cry out in pain. Although the Ice Demon King couldn't defeat the 7th emperor, it was still a piece of cake for it to defeat these golden guards. De Huang Dog went straight to the Zhang family. Jiang Chen had always been a meticulous man. Although he had captured the 7th emperor and the other 2, he still had to consider the safety of the Zhang family and the Yan family. None of these golden guards were easy to deal with, and once they realized what was going on, they would definitely threaten the lives of the Zhang family and the Yan family. That was not what Jiang Chen wanted. With Yan Chen Yu and De Huang Dog's lightning-fast attacks, there was no way those golden guards could stop them. They could guarantee the safety of the Zhang family and the Yan family. In the sky, the 3 men who were under Jiang Chen's control were all disheartened. Especially Yuan Long. Half of his body had been chopped off. Even if he didn't die, it was basically impossible for him to recover. He would be a cripple in the future. On top of Jiang Chen's shoulder, Jiang Cheng's smiling head was wrapped in a golden light, looking extremely mystical. Jiang Chen ignored the battle between the Ice Demon King and the Golden Guards, slowly raised the Heavenly Saint's sword and pointed it at the 7th Emperor. Starting from you, apologize to my brother. Bullshit. Jiang Chen, with my status, it is impossible for me to apologize to an ant. The 7th Emperor shouted. Swoosh. Before he could finish his words, a sword light was unleashed, cutting off one of the 7th Emperor's ears, causing him to fall down from the sky. Ah! Jiang Chen, how dare you hurt me? I am the 7th Emperor of the current dynasty. His Majesty will not let you off. While screaming, the 7th Emperor didn't forget to threaten Jiang Chen. Swoosh. Another sword light was unleashed, cutting off the other ear of the 7th Emperor, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. When it came to ruthlessness, the 7th Emperor and Jiang Chen were far inferior. Honorable 7th Emperor, you can continue to resist. Next will be your left eye, then your right eye, then your nose, then the tendons of your hands and feet, and then your internal organs. I, Jiang Chen, will let you experience my methods one by one. I have a method that will allow you to see your own heart beating before you die. Do you want to try it? Jiang Chen's voice sounded like it came from hell, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The 7th Emperor felt as if his soul was about to leave his body, and his body was trembling in fear. Death was indeed scary, but living a life worse than death was even scarier. He finally understood how ruthless Jiang Chen was. If he were to be tortured by Jiang Chen, just thinking about it made his soul tremble. Jiang Chen, if I apologize, will you let me go? The 7th Emperor asked. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a good life. An existence like the 7th Emperor, who was above tens of thousands of people, treasured his life the most. He had never thought that he would have to face death one day. You have to die, all three of you have to die, but it's just a quick death or a painful death. Let me remind you, don't even try to commit suicide. In front of me, you don't even have the ability to kill yourselves. Jiang Chen said word by word, causing the three of them to fall into despair. Buzz. The heavenly saint's sword was pointed at one of the seventh emperor's eyes. The seventh emperor's body trembled, and he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He said to Jiang Chen's head, "I'm sorry." Kowtow 3 more times. Jiang Chen said coldly. "What?" "Jiang Chen, don't push your luck." "Ah!" The seventh emperor was extremely furious. He felt like he was going to die soon, so he didn't want to be humiliated to death. However, his resistance was useless. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen had already swung his sword, leaving 2 scars in between his eyes. Both of his eyes had been destroyed, and the scorching pain was something that even a late combat soul warrior couldn't endure. Jiang Chen's eyes were completely destroyed. "Jiang Chen, kill me, kill me." The seventh emperor let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was afraid of death, but at this moment, he longed for it. He wanted to kill himself, but under the pressure of Jiang Chen's energy, he couldn't even kill himself. Kowtow. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man. The tip of the sword landed on the seventh emperor's nose. Although the seventh emperor was in great pain, he was still able to stay conscious. He could clearly feel the cold light coming from the tip of his nose, causing him to tremble in fear. "No, I'll kowtow, I'll kowtow." The seventh emperor had completely broken down. In his mind, Jiang Chen wasn't a human, he was a devil through and through. After kowtowing 3 times in a row, the seventh emperor felt as if he had lost all his strength. "Jiang Chen, kill me now." The seventh emperor only wanted to die, and Jiang Chen had no choice but to fulfill his wish. The heavenly saint's sword chopped off the seventh emperor's head, and the seventh emperor's voice came to an abrupt stop. "It's your turn." Jiang Chen pointed the deadly sword at the 10th emperor, causing the 10th emperor to tremble. He had witnessed the 7th emperor's condition just now, and there was no way he could endure it. "Jiang Chen, you're not a human, you're not a fucking human, you're a devil." The 10th emperor had completely broken down. "Kowtow and apologize." Jiang Chen's voice was still as cold as ever. "I'm sorry, just let me die." The 10th emperor kowtowed 3 times in a row, begging for death. He had lived a glorious life, and he would never have thought that he would die in such a way, not to mention that he was the one begging for death. "10th emperor, you won't be lonely, because after you die, there will be many people who will accompany you in the underworld. Many people from the martial saint dynasty will die, and the imperial emperor will die as well. You can all reunite in the underworld and build a new martial saint dynasty." Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but his determination to annihilate the martial saint dynasty was extremely firm. "Puchi!" The heavenly saint's sword fell down and chopped off the 10th emperor's head. This head was useful to him. Arg! Yuan Long had completely broken down. Both of his eyes had turned red, and the remaining half of his body was trembling violently. He kowtowed 3 times in a row toward Jiang Chen's head, and didn't even have the strength to apologize. "This is fate. Your martial saint dynasty shouldn't have offended me." Jiang Chen was merciless. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. Jiang Chen's life was much more precious than theirs, and if he died, many people would be buried with him. What he had just witnessed was just the beginning. Jiang Chen chopped off Yuan Long's head, then he waved his hand and unleashed a flame, burning all 3 corpses into ashes. After that, he stored the heads into his storage ring. Arg! Those golden guards were screaming miserably as they were slaughtered by the Ice Demon King. None of them could withstand even a single strike from the Ice Demon King. More than half of the golden guards had been killed, and some of them who tried to run couldn't escape from Yan Chenyu's grasp. "Ice Demon, chop off the heads of all the golden guards. I want to give them to someone as a gift." Jiang Chen gave an order to the Ice Demon King. Then he flew toward the Jiang family. Those people who had witnessed the brutal battle were still in a state of shock. They had already experienced young Master Jiang Chen's ruthless methods when the Jiang family was fighting against the Murong family. Judging from what they had just witnessed, young Master Jiang Chen's methods were even more ruthless than before. "Amazing. Young Master Jiang Chen is too terrifying. How long has it been? And he has already grown to such a level. Even the mighty emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Terrifying. Don't bully a poor young man. That foppish playboy who was looked down upon by everyone in the Fragrant Sky City has actually grown to such a level. The Jiang family is saved. This is great. I hope young Master Jiang Chen can destroy that bullshit Martial Saint dynasty and bring peace to our Fragrant Sky City. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen's transformation was too huge. It had only been 2 years since he was in the Fragrant Sky City's Forbidden Zone. 2 years ago, Jiang Chen was only 15 years old, and now he was 17 years old. With such a cultivation base and achievement at the age of 17, who would dare to call themselves a genius in front of him? Inside the Jiang family. Right now, everyone in the Jiang family had escaped from danger. Because of Big Yellow's timely appearance, the few remaining golden guards who were guarding the Jiang family were bitten to death by Big Yellow before they could even react. They didn't even have the chance to react. Young master, you're finally back. Seeing Jiang Chen, Zhou Beijin's face was filled with tears. According to the 7th Emperor's decision, after Jiang Cheng was killed, it would be his turn. However, because of Yan Chen Yu's appearance yesterday, it became the 3 men from the Yan family, and he was finally able to survive. Uncle Zhou, I'm late. Chapter 434. Young Master, I'm relieved to see you come back safe and sound. What a pity for Jiang Cheng. Zhou Beijun was crying. He was extremely sad about Jiang Cheng's death. The death of any member of the Jiang family would make him sad. The Jiang family was located in a remote area, and they could have lived a free and easy life. They shouldn't have met with such a disaster. Jiang Chen's face darkened again when Jiang Cheng was mentioned. Although he had killed all his enemies to avenge Jiang Cheng, in Jiang Chen's eyes, no matter how many enemies they had killed, they couldn't be as precious as Jiang Cheng. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't dwell too much on this matter. As an old man who had lived 2 lives, Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of things and gone through all kinds of life and death situations. This was Jiang Cheng's destiny. However, when a man died, the living had to do something for the dead. What Jiang Chen wanted to do was to let Jiang Cheng die a glorious death, without any regrets. Soon, Yan Chen Yu brought Yan Meng and the other 2 back to the Yan family. Their faces were filled with excitement. No matter what, they had managed to save their lives today. Not only that, they had witnessed the tragic death of their enemies. It could be said that all the resentment in their hearts had been vented out. Yan Hongtai greets young master. Thank you for saving our lives. Yan Hongtai said. The 3 of them bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time. They were extremely satisfied with this young master of the Yan family. Great elder, please don't say that. You were all dragged into this by Jiang Chen, and I should apologize to you. However, we are a family, and this is not the time to be polite. I still have a lot of things to do, and the stability of the Jiang family still depends on you. Jiang Chen said. Young master, just do what you need to do. We will be here. Yan Hongtai said without hesitation. Jiang Chen's words had warmed his heart. Furthermore, everyone knew what Jiang Chen was talking about. The grudge between them and the Martial Saint dynasty was already irreconcilable, and they had to fight to the death. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, the world was destined to be plunged into chaos. Young Master, Old Master and Chief Yan have been brought to the Martial Saint dynasty. I wonder if their lives will be in danger. Zhou Beijun said worriedly. I already know about that. As long as I'm still alive, my father, father-in-law, and brother Zhou will be safe for the time being. The Imperial Emperor has captured my most important family, so he's destined to face my, Jiang Chen's, wrath. I want the entire Martial Saint dynasty to disappear from the eastern continent. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Jiang Chen's family and friends were his greatest reverse scale. Kaka good. Brat, you're really domineering. It looks like the history of the eastern continent is going to be rewritten. De Huang Dog let out an excited laugh. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. The Martial Saint dynasty had ruled the eastern continent for so many years, and if anyone dared to say they could get rid of such a colossus, it would be a joke. However, since it was Jiang Chen who said it, De Huang Dog had reason to believe that if there was someone who could change the history of the eastern continent, it would be Jiang Chen. De Huang, collect the heads of the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and all the Golden Guards. Then, you'll head to the Black Sect in the Qi province immediately and give Shangguan Shang and Tiangang a big gift. Tell them to keep their heads, and wait for me, Jiang Chen, to come and kill them. Jiang Chen unleashed his energy and said to the Huang dog. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura. What the fuck? Isn't this too fierce? Little Chenzi, are you sure you want to do this? The Huang dog was startled. Initially, he thought Jiang Chen would secretly head to the Qi province and kill Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi, saving all the people from the Black Sect. He never expected Jiang Chen to do this so straightforwardly. Chen Gij, if we do this, the Imperial Emperor will definitely be alerted, and it will be very disadvantageous for us to save them. Yan Chenyu said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm afraid the Imperial Emperor has already heard about this. The 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor are men who hold a high position in the Martial Saint dynasty, and I'm sure the Martial Saint dynasty has their soul jade slips. After their deaths, their soul jade slips will immediately shatter. Since we've already been exposed, why don't we be more straightforward? This way, we can still ensure the safety of the Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen had always been meticulous in everything he did, and he always had a reason for every decision he made. He couldn't hide the deaths of the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor any longer, and by sending their heads to the Qi province, he would be able to tell the Imperial Emperor that he was going to the Qi province to save them. With this, everyone's attention would be focused on the Qi province and Jiang Chen himself. With this, the Fragrant Sky City would be ignored and become a safe zone. Once the Fragrant Sky City was safe, Jiang Chen would have nothing to worry about, and he would be able to deal with the Martial Saint dynasty and fight them. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why Jiang Chen did this. He had another more important reason, and that was to improve his own situation. With his current cultivation, he could be considered invincible amongst all combat soul warriors, but when facing a combat king warrior like the Imperial Emperor, there was still a huge gap between them. When he saw Jiang Cheng's head just now, he was extremely furious, and it had stimulated the dragon transformation skill to circulate on its own. Under the burning fury, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. These were the dragon marks formed by stimulating his potential, and their quality was even higher than the dragon marks obtained from absorbing demon souls. Jiang Chen now had 8,000 dragon marks, and more importantly, the dragon transformation skill was about to undergo its second transformation. This was what Jiang Chen was looking forward to the most. In order for the dragon transformation skill to truly transform, he would need to face a certain amount of pressure, and the battle with the Martial Saint dynasty would be the biggest pressure. Jiang Chen wanted to temper himself under this pressure, or more accurately, temper the dragon transformation skill, and force it to evolve. Only by evolving the dragon transformation skill would he be able to bring great benefits to himself, and only then would he have the chance to fight the Imperial Emperor. The Martial Saint dynasty was a colossal existence, and perhaps the Imperial Emperor wasn't the only combat king warrior behind them. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to grow as fast as possible. If not, not only would he be in great danger, his family would be in great danger as well. Jiang Chen didn't want to see that happen. Last but not least, since the 7th Emperor had chopped off Jiang Cheng's head, Jiang Chen would chop off everyone's heads and send them to the Martial Saint dynasty. Conquering the enemy without a fight, Jiang Chen had to gain the upper hand in terms of momentum, and make all the people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect feel fear. If he wanted to fight, he would fight with all his might. If he wanted to kill, he would kill with all his might. Once a man's blood was ignited, it would be like a raging inferno. Haha, I like your domineering attitude. This master dog wants to be domineering as well. I'll bring all these heads to the Black Sect in the Qi province. Wakaka, I'm so excited. The Huang dog was jumping up and down excitedly. When he thought about the commotion that would be caused by sending all these heads to the Black Sect, the Huang dog couldn't help but feel excited. He could foresee that from this moment onwards, the entire eastern continent would be plunged into a great turmoil. This stagnant pool of water was destined to be overturned. The Huang dog acted swiftly and decisively. Without hesitation, he brought all the heads and flew away. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave the Fragrant Sky City. He ordered his men to build a grave in the backyard of the Jiang family, burying Jiang Cheng and the alchemist who had worked so hard for the Jiang family. From now on, you're all part of the Jiang family. Ah Chung, rest in peace here. Your young master. I'll ask everyone in the Martial Saint dynasty who was involved in this matter to apologize to you. Jiang Qing bowed deeply towards the new grave. All the people from the Jiang family and Yen family behind him bowed as well with a sad expression on their faces. The next day, after everything had been settled in the fragrant Sky City, Jiang Chen was ready to leave. With De Huang's speed, the big gift should have arrived by now. I'll give them 1 day to react. We'll head to the Qi province now and arrive at the Black Sect tomorrow. Little you and the Ice Demon King stay here, just in case. This is a signaling talisman I crafted using my own will. If anything happens here, just crush this talisman, and I'll sense it immediately. Jiang Chen said as he took out a golden talisman and placed it in Yen Chen Yu's hand. Although everyone's attention was on the Qi province's Black Sect and him, and the fragrant Sky City was safe, just in case, Jiang Chen still asked Yen Chen Yu to stay here. Yen Chen Yu was now strong enough to handle everything on her own. Don't worry, Chen Gij, I'll definitely protect the Jiang family and Yen family. You have to be careful as well. Yen Chen Yu held onto Jiang Chen's broad palm tightly. Jiang Chen kissed Yen Chen Yu's forehead. Then he stepped into the sky and left. Qi Province, Black Sect. Since Jiang Chen didn't show up, Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi's patience was running out. It was early in the morning, and a series of loud laughter suddenly sounded out from the quiet sky above the Black Sect. Shangguan Shang, Tiangang Yi, I have a big gift for you. Come out and receive it quickly. Haha, a mighty voice echoed out like a thunderclap. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi immediately rushed out from the Black Sect, and all the warriors from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect raised their heads and looked into the sky. What they saw was a huge word that suddenly appeared above the Black Sect. Kill. It was a huge word that could terrify anyone who looked at it, and it sent chills down their spines. This huge word, kill, was formed by a few dozens of human heads. All of these heads were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear and terror. A huge word made of human heads was floating above the Black Sect, as if the god of death had just arrived. The top 3 heads belonged to the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and Yuan Long. What? Shangguan Shang cried out in shock, and his eyes almost popped out from their sockets. It's the 7th Emperor and the others, and those golden guards. They went to take control of the fragrant Sky City, and now they're all dead. Who did this? Tiangang Yi couldn't remain calm any longer. He knew the 7th Emperor and the others' cultivation and combat strength very well. Even those golden guards were extremely frightening existences, but now they had all been killed by someone, and a huge word made of human heads had appeared. This was extremely frightening, and what did this mean? Chapter 435. All the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect had ugly expressions on their faces. It was as if those hideous human heads were showing them how powerful they were. It was as if they could already see their own ending. Even the mighty emperors and golden guards had been killed. What could they do? It's Jiang Chen. It must be Jiang Chen who did this. Only he has the courage and strength to do this. Only that maniac Jiang Chen has the guts to kill the emperors and golden guards. No one else would dare do this. What should we do now? Jiang Chen is back, and he even killed 2 emperors. I'm sure we'll be next. What's there to panic about? What's so scary about Jiang Chen? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the martial Saint dynasty? If he dares show himself, he'll be dead for sure. The men from both superpowers couldn't remain calm any longer. After all, the scene was just too frightening. Jiang Chen's name was like a devil king, and it had left a deep impression in their hearts. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into a majestic big yellow dog. With his head held high, he stood on top of the huge character. With just an early combat soul cultivation base, perhaps only Big Yellow would have the courage to stand in front of 2 peak late combat soul warriors and show off his strength in front of them. Shangguan Shang, Tiangang Yi, and everyone from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect, listen up. This master dog is here on behalf of Jiang Chen to give you a congratulatory gift. Take good care of this human head. Jiang Chen told you to keep your heads, and he'll come to collect them in a few days. Wakaka. De Huang dog let out a series of loud cackles. After that, he turned into a golden light and flew far away. Damn dog, where do you think you're going? Shangguan Shang was furious. Without hesitation, he turned into a trail of light and chased after De Huang dog. As the Shangguan clan's family chief, if he let a dog show off in front of him and then ran away unscathed, he would lose all his face in the future. Tiangang Yi didn't move. From his point of view, there was no need for the two hegemons of the Jian prefecture to act at the same time to deal with a dog. His countenance was extremely grim as he stared unblinkingly at the gigantic human head character floating in the air. His heart was still filled with shock. Shang furiously chased after the Huang dog, but he didn't know that the Huang dog was good at running away. If he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. If the Huang dog didn't have this confidence, how would he dare to come out and show off? Wakaka, old fart, if you want to chase after Grandpa Dog, go back and train for a few more years. The Huang dog issued a provocation. Two wings of light suddenly appeared on his back. As the wings of light flapped, his speed instantly doubled. He was like a golden light streaking across the sky. How can this damn dog be so fast? But it's impossible for him to run away from me. Shang was furious, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The Huang dog's speed had really surprised him. However, Shang had his own tricks as well. Using a mysterious movement skill, his speed instantly increased as he chased after the Huang dog. Aya! I didn't expect this old fart to have such abilities. Sensing Shang getting closer and closer, the Huang dog was surprised. However, he didn't panic at all. Instead, a cunning look appeared on his face. Old fart, why are you following behind Grandpa Dog so closely? Are you trying to eat Grandpa Dog's fart? Since that's the case, Grandpa Dog will fulfill your wish. I'll let you have a taste of Grandpa Dog's invincible De Huang fart. De Huang dog yelled while flying. He raised his butt up high and instantly doubled in size. Damn dog! Shang took De Huang dog's action as a provocation and humiliation. He was the dignified Shangguan clan's clan chief, and he had a noble status. But now, even a dog dared to humiliate him with his butt. This was simply intolerable. Therefore, Shang let out a loud shout and once again shortened the distance between him and De Huang dog. Thus, a tragedy happened. Rumble! A thunderous rumble suddenly came from De Huang dog's butt. Even Shang was startled by the sudden rumble. He saw 7 green balls shooting out from De Huang dog's butt at an incredible speed, and they kept growing larger. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Shang. Blarg! Shang was hit by the green ball, and he inhaled a large amount of it. After that he felt terrible. Shang felt as if all his internal organs were tumbling, and his face began twisting. Arg! It stinks! Blarg! The dignified Shangguan clan's clan chief started vomiting without any regard for his image. How could he still maintain his image? Kaka, you still want to chase after this Grandpa Dog? Enjoy this Grandpa Dog's fart. De Huang dog shook his butt left and right in front of Shang. Then he turned into a golden beam and disappeared. When Shang dispersed all the air currents and was about to kill De Huang dog in a rage, he couldn't find De Huang dog. He had long disappeared, so how could he chase after him? Was he going to eat his fart? Damn dog! The next time I see you, I'll skin you alive. Shang felt like he was going crazy. He had never hated a man. No, it was a dog, an extremely detestable dog. He was a man with a noble status, but he was fooled by a dog. If this news were to spread, he would lose all his face. De Huang dog's newly acquired innate ability was simply heaven-defying. Putting aside how deadly it was more than enough to disgust anyone to death. After awakening this innate ability, he had used it twice. Once on the Crown Prince, and once on Shang. Both times, he had achieved unexpected results. Only peerless warriors like the Crown Prince and Shang could achieve such a result. If it was any ordinary man, he would either be killed instantly by the fart, or he would be suffocated to death on the spot. Within a hidden mountain range not far from the Black Sect, 4 men had witnessed everything that happened today, and their faces were filled with excitement. These 4 men were Han Yen and the other 3 who had been hiding here for the past few days. Just now, they had witnessed the appearance of De Huang dog, and the huge character formed by dozens of human heads. This is great! Little Chunzi is finally back. Han Yan's eyes lit up. Big Brother Jiang is so awesome. He even killed the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor. Looks like all the Golden Guards who went to the Fragrant Sky City are dead, and all their heads are here. De Huang is really domineering. He just brought us a huge character with human heads. Yu Zihan was really excited. He had been anxiously waiting for so many days, and finally, the good news had arrived. Looks like Junior Disciple Jiang has broken through to the Combat Soul realm. Junior Disciple Jiang is really frightening. He has just broken through to the Combat Soul realm, but he can already kill peak Combat Soul warriors. Guan Yiyun said with mixed emotions. Jiang Chen was definitely the #1 genius he had ever seen. In front of Jiang Chen, no one would dare call themselves a genius. Come, let's go find De Huang. When little Chenzi arrives, the war will begin. A smile emerged on Han Yan's face. Now that he had found his backbone, it was time for him to go all out and fight. It wasn't easy for Shangguan Shang to find a Huang dog, but it was much easier for Han Yan and the others to find a Huang dog. It all depended on whether De Huang dog wanted to find him or not. Sensing the auras of these 4 men, De Huang dog immediately came out. Not long after that, the 4 men met up with De Huang dog in a valley about 1,000 miles away. De Huang, tell us what happened in the Fragrant Sky City. The first thing Han Yan asked when he saw De Huang dog was what happened in the Fragrant Sky City. The 4 of you have been hiding outside the Black Sect. Daddy sensed your auras just now, and you saw the character with human heads. I'm sure you can guess what happened. That guy Jiang Chen has an incredible combat strength. He killed 3 late combat soul warriors, and he asked this master dog to bring these human heads to him as a gift. Tomorrow, Jiang Chen will be here. Just wait for the good show. De Huang dog said with an excited expression on his face. That character with human heads is really powerful, and it's very intimidating as well. Even the 2 emperors were killed by it. I think Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi should be scared now. But, I'm afraid the Imperial Emperor will find out about this, and it won't be good for us to save them. Yu Zihan worriedly said. Even if we don't do that, the people from the Martial Saint dynasty will find out by now. Look over there. De Huang dog threw his glance into the distant sky, and the 4 men followed his gaze. What they saw was a huge golden cloud flying toward the Black Sect. There were at least 5 late combat soul warriors in this golden cloud, and the only power in the Eastern continent that had such a force was the Martial Saint dynasty. They're from the Martial Saint dynasty. Tian Shan cried out in shock. They really found out about this. Looks like there's going to be a good show. I wonder if Junior Disciple Jiang can handle this. Guan Yiyun worriedly said. Don't worry, since the Martial Saint dynasty has become little Chenzi's enemy, they won't have a good ending. Han Yan said with a sneer on his face. He had absolute confidence in Jiang Chen. Over at the Black Sect side, the huge human heads hadn't disappeared yet. When those men who had just arrived saw the huge human heads, they immediately became furious. This time, there were more than 200 men. 5 late combat soul warriors, the 3rd emperor, the 4th emperor, the 5th emperor, the 6th emperor, and the fully recovered crown prince and Wukong. Behind them were a huge group of golden guards, and some mighty warriors from the Martial Saint dynasty's imperial palaces. Just counting the combat soul warriors, there were more than 50 to 60 of them. A group like this couldn't be described with just the word powerful. Bastard! Damn Jiang Chen! I'm going to tear him into 1,000 pieces. The 3rd emperor furiously roared. This was the first time in the history of the Eastern continent that an emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty had been killed. This was an extremely audacious act. Using the heads of my 2 imperial uncles and all the golden guards to form a huge character. This is a humiliation to the Martial Saint dynasty. I, the crown prince, swear that I'll make Jiang Chen die without a burial place. The crown prince was furious. He had trained all the golden guards, and every single one of them was an elite. But now, all of them had been killed, including the deputy commander of the golden guards, Yuan Long. The crown prince's tone was extremely sharp. It wasn't because he was angry, but because he had lost his manliness. Chapter 436. The crown prince's high-pitched voice wasn't because of anger, it was because he had lost his manhood. He rarely spoke now, because every time he heard his own voice, he would feel like going crazy. Although the crown prince had been castrated, his cultivation wasn't affected. There were many miraculous pills in the Martial Saint dynasty, and they were enough for him to recover to his peak state in a short period of time. In order to deal with Jiang Chen, he even contacted the 3rd emperor, who was in charge of this mission, and asked him to bring the golden guards with him. He wanted to avenge himself. The emperors and the golden guards were furious. The human head in front of them was like a sharp blade stabbing into the Martial Saint dynasty's head. This was a huge provocation to the Martial Saint dynasty. Third Emperor, why are you here? Tiangang Yi walked up and asked. Shangguan Shang, who was standing next to him, had an ugly expression on his face. When he thought about that fart just now, his blood and qi were still boiling. When the 7th and 10th brothers' soul jade slips were broken yesterday, I knew something big had happened. Jiang Chen might have returned, so I was planning to bring my men to the Fragrant Sky City. However, I thought that after Jiang Chen killed the 7th and 10th brother, his next target would be the Black Sect. That's why I decided to come here. I never expected that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant. He actually sent the human heads here. He doesn't care about the martial saint dynasty at all. The Third Emperor said angrily. Third Emperor, that Jiang Chen has grown up completely, and he has become a huge threat to us. Just now, that De Huang dog came here to show off, and he sent us a human head, saying that Jiang Chen will attack the Black Sect in a few days. What should we do now? Shangguan Sheng asked. It's good that he's here. We're here for Jiang Chen. The Crown Prince coldly harumphed. Crown Prince, that Jiang Chen is no longer the same as before. He is no longer the same as before. We can tell from how he killed the 7th Emperor and the other 2 emperors. With his current combat strength, I'm afraid only a combat king warrior can take him down. I wonder if the Imperial Emperor will help us? Tiangang Yi asked. The Imperial Emperor doesn't know about this yet. The Third Emperor said. What? Tiangang Yi and Shangguan Shang were startled. 2 emperors had been killed, and that Jiang Chen had clearly grown to a point where he was no longer under anyone's control. It was time for the Imperial Emperor to deal with this himself. Why didn't they inform the Imperial Emperor about this? The Emperor has asked me to handle this matter. If I can't even take down a mere Jiang Chen, how am I supposed to show my face in the martial saint dynasty in the future? Don't you worry. I've made sufficient preparations before coming here. If that Jiang Chen dares to come here, he will definitely die. The Third Emperor snorted coldly and said confidently. The Third Emperor didn't tell the Imperial Emperor about the 7th Emperor and the 10th Emperor's soul jade slips breaking, and the Imperial Emperor didn't ask the Third Emperor about it. As such, the Imperial Emperor didn't ask about it at all. In the minds of the Third Emperor and the others, they were people with high status and powerful cultivations. They were the only ones who were below the Imperial Emperor, and if they had to ask the Imperial Emperor to deal with such a small matter, they would lose all their faces. Therefore, the Third Emperor and the others came to the Black Sect without alerting the Imperial Emperor. They wanted to capture Jiang Chen and bring him back to the Imperial Emperor. I wonder what kind of method the Third Emperor has prepared to deal with Jiang Chen. This man is extremely dangerous, and his methods are brutal and cruel. He's not easy to deal with. Shangguan Sheng asked. Collect all these heads and bring them back to be buried. We'll talk inside. After saying that, the Third Emperor flew straight into the Black Sect. Within the Black Sect's main palace, a group of combat soul warriors had gathered together. Although that Jiang Chen has the ability to kill late combat soul warriors, he is just one man. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? I've come fully prepared. The Third Emperor was sitting in the main seat. He flipped his palm and with a clang, a long spear that emitted a golden light appeared. This long sword was 1 zhang long and was covered with runes. The tip of the spear flickered with a sharp light, causing people to shiver. The aura it emitted was enough to make people feel suffocated. King weapon. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi cried out in shock at the same time. The others remained calm, because they already knew about the existence of this spear. That's right, this spear was given to me by the old emperor. It is a true king weapon. With this king weapon in hand, I'll be able to deal with Jiang Chen. Besides, in order to make sure Jiang Chen can't escape, I'm going to set up the 9 stars killing formation. I guarantee he won't be able to leave this place alive. The Third Emperor said with a confident expression. 9 stars killing formation? Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi cried out in shock once again. The 9 stars killing formation is an extremely frightening killing formation, and it requires 9 peerless warriors to support it. We already have 7 late combat soul warriors here. I heard that the Shangguan clan's great elder, Shangguan Qingming, is also a late combat soul warrior, and the Myriad Sword Sect also has warriors like him. We should ask them to come here as soon as possible. With the 9 of us forming the 9 stars killing formation, and together with my king weapon, that Jiang Chen will die here even if he has 9 lives. Do we really need to ask the Imperial Emperor for help? The Third Emperor said. He had indeed come fully prepared. If not, He wouldn't have come here knowing that Jiang Chen had the ability to kill late combat soul warriors. That was no different than courting death. All right, I'll send a message to the Great Elder and ask him to come to the Qi province immediately. Shangguan Shang unleashed his energy, and Tiangang Yi also prepared to send a message to the late combat soul warriors in the sect. After witnessing the third emperor's abilities, all the worries they had at the beginning had disappeared, and were replaced with excitement. The combination of 9 late combat soul warriors, the frightening 9 stars killing formation, and the king weapon. With such a formidable formation, unless a combat king warrior personally came here, no one would be able to break it. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, how strong could he be? With a formation like this, anyone who came here would die. Even if Jiang Chen had 9 lives, he still wouldn't be able to escape. On this day, the news of Jiang Chen's return started spreading, and the huge character of a human head had caused a huge commotion in many places. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had returned, and he had killed 2 emperors and the deputy commander of the Golden Guards with a lightning-fast method. Such an achievement was really frightening. Those who were once Jiang Chen's enemies were rejoicing in their hearts. They rejoiced that they stopped in time and didn't continue to fight with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would have been annihilated by Jiang Chen. A storm was brewing. Many people were waiting to see what would happen. The Qi province was undergoing a huge change, and both the Martial Saint dynasty and the Zhen province had gathered here. They had no idea how Jiang Chen was going to deal with this. The next day, in the middle of the night, Jiang Chen arrived in the Qi province. He quickly found a Huang dog and the others. Then he met up with them. Little Chunzi. Han Yan walked up to Jiang Chen and gave him a big bear hug. It was a happy reunion between brothers. Big brother Jiang, many warriors from the Martial Saint dynasty came to the Black Sect yesterday. Yu Zihan said. Did the Imperial Emperor come? Jiang Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. I'm not sure, but I don't think he's here. I can sense no combat king warriors from those warriors yesterday. Chapter 437. How many of them are here? Jiang Chen continued asking. From the looks of it, there are at least 200 of them, and at least 5 of them are late combat soul warriors. It looks like they have guessed that you are going to attack the Black Sect. That's why they came prepared. However, there's one thing I don't understand. You've killed 3 late combat soul warriors, so they should know how strong you are. Under such circumstances, it's really strange for the Imperial Emperor to just sit still. De Huang Dog said with a puzzled expression. It's not strange at all, because the Imperial Emperor doesn't even know I'm here. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Didn't you say the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor's soul jade slips would break? Why doesn't the Imperial Emperor know about it? De Huang Dog was puzzled once again. It's simple, the Imperial Emperor is the supreme ruler of the Black Sect. Normally, with his imperial decree, there will be people who will handle it for him. Take the matter of imprisoning the Black Sect and attacking me as an example. With the Imperial Emperor's status, he won't do it himself. However, since the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor are involved in this matter, that means there are more emperors and upper echelons of the Martial Saint dynasty involved in this. Think about it. If they can't even handle such a small matter and have to ask the Imperial Emperor for help, it would be a huge loss of face for the person who accepted the imperial decree. Jiang Chen was an intelligent man, and nothing could hide from his intelligence. He was able to find out everything just by looking at some clues. I understand now. Wu Lang said the person in charge of this matter is the 3rd Emperor. I'm sure the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor's deaths were kept a secret by the 3rd Emperor. The army that came to the Black Sect yesterday must be the 3rd Emperor's men. Looks like they are fully prepared, and are just waiting for little Chunzi. Han Yan's eyes lit up as he said. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, everyone finally understood why the Imperial Emperor didn't show himself. To put it bluntly, the Imperial Emperor was a mighty figure, and in his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a nobody. There was no need for the Imperial Emperor to personally deal with a nobody like Jiang Chen. None of those emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty are easy to deal with. Each of them is more shrewd than the last. Since they still dared to come here despite knowing that I have the strength to kill them, it means that they are fully prepared and think that they can take me down. I really want to see what powerful tricks they have up their sleeves. Jiang Chen sneered. Since the other party wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. If someone wanted to die, he didn't mind being the black and white impermanence. The stronger the enemy, the more excited Jiang Chen was. When are you going to do it? De Huang Dog asked. We'll make our move at daybreak. Jiang Chen was startled. Now that his family, friends and sect were all trapped, he had no time to waste. The battle with the Martial Saint dynasty was unavoidable. Furthermore, with his current cultivation base, he had to break through during the battle with the Martial Saint dynasty. If he only relied on his own cultivation base, he had no idea how long it would take for him to break through. Kaka, okay, let's kill him together. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. I'll do it alone. You guys can't come with me. Jiang Chen said. Why is that? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Since the enemy was bigger than him, having one more helper was better than nothing. You guys have more important things to do. Wait until I'm done with the third emperor and the others. You guys will go save Zihan and senior disciple Guan's family. They are currently being controlled by people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and I'm sure all the late combat soul warriors from these two superpowers are in the Black sect. Also, they still have some great warriors guarding their headquarters. Therefore, the group that imprisoned Zihan and his family won't be too strong. You guys can definitely save them. With you guys, you can definitely save them. Jiang Chen said. He had always been meticulous when doing things, and he always looked at the bigger picture. Especially when it came to saving people, not only did he have to do it quickly, he also had to ensure the safety of the hostages. With his appearance, he would be able to tie down all the strong warriors in the Black sect, and it would be much easier for Han Yan and the others to save them. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Yu Zihan and the other two's eyes immediately lit up. They had been feeling restless for the past few days. Their family members were being held captive, and although they were worried, there was nothing they could do. If it weren't for the fact that they still had some sense left in them, they might have already risked their lives. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, they had finally found their backbone. Thinking about how they were going to save their family members soon, the three of them couldn't help but feel excited. You guys go now, and we'll strike once the sun rises, Jiang Chen said. Following Jiang Chen's order, the four men and the dog immediately left the place and flew toward the Yu family, which was the closest to them. Today was the day the eastern continent's turbulence would begin. Time passed by quickly. When dawn arrived, Jiang Chen had arrived outside the Black sect. Right now, the Black sect was heavily guarded, both inside and outside. There were more than a dozen golden guards standing guard in front of the Black sect's main gate. The weakest among these golden guards was at the late Divine Core realm, and there were 3 combat soul warriors. All of them were wearing golden armors that shone brightly, giving them an awe-inspiring appearance. When they saw a young man dressed in white walking toward them from afar, the golden guards immediately greeted him. Stop right there. Who are you? The leader of the group shouted out loudly. The golden guards of the Martial Saint dynasty are indeed elites. What a pity. The young man in white shook his head and sighed. A pitiful look could be seen in his eyes. You're Jiang Chen? The leader immediately reacted. He stared at the young man in white, and a name popped up in his mind. The way this young man dressed and looked exactly like the legendary Jiang Chen. Besides, apart from Jiang Chen, who else would dare intrude into the Black sect at this moment? That's why I said it's a pity. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed a sky-piercing killing intent from his body. He waved his hand, unleashing 5 gigantic dragons that danced in the air. In an instant, they dashed into the group of golden guards and completely surrounded all of them. Roar! Arg! The flood dragon's roar and the miserable screams of the golden guards mixed together, and in just the time of 3 breaths, all sounds came to an abrupt end. The dozen or so golden guards had been torn to pieces by the flood dragon's charge, and they'd been turned into bloody mist and mush. Jiang Chen casually glanced at the scene, then with an indifferent tone he said, Anyone who dares to appear in the Black sect today, none of them will be able to live. The god of slaughter had returned. After killing the dozens of golden guards, Jiang Chen leapt into the air and arrived above the Black sect. He didn't feel sorry for killing these golden guards. He knew how his enemies should be treated. The reason they were guarding the Black sect was to deal with him, and also to imprison everyone in the Black sect. As long as the higher-ups gave the order, they would become the executioners of the Black sect. Therefore, there was no way Jiang Chen would show them any mercy. In his mind, anyone who dared to appear in the Black sect at this moment deserved to die. Jiang Chen hovered above the Black sect. When he saw his statue being destroyed, he knew that this must be the work of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Jiang Chen hovered in the air without saying a word. He just unleashed his killing intent. The commotion caused by killing those golden guards was more than enough to alert anyone in the black sect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sure enough, right after Jiang Chen hovered in the air, numerous formidable figures dashed out from the black sect and stood opposite of Jiang Chen. The leading man wore a golden robe, and he looked to be in his 50s. He had an extraordinary bearing, and anyone could tell that he had a noble status. Jiang Chen knew this man was the third emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. They had met before in the Martial Saint Palace, and he had met most of these late combat soul warriors. Jiang Chen, you're finally here. When the third emperor saw Jiang Chen, he said with a loud voice, "Of course I have to show myself. Are you all satisfied with yesterday's gift? I'm going to use the same method to send your heads to the Martial Saint dynasty as a gift to the Imperial Emperor. What do you all think?" Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Within the black sect, since the third emperor and Jiang Chen's conversation was very loud, everyone could hear it clearly. Those disciples and elders who had lost all hope immediately had excited expressions on their faces. It's senior disciple Jiang Chen. He's back. This is great. We're saved. Haha, there's nothing senior disciple Jiang Chen can't do. I knew he wouldn't leave us behind. Let senior disciple Jiang Chen kill all of them. Avenge our fallen brothers. Damn it! All the disciples of the black sect were extremely excited, but at the same time, they were filled with righteous indignation. During these past few days, many disciples of the black sect had been tortured to death, and it was a tragic scene. Within a sealed secret chamber, Taoist Black and Guoshan heard Jiang Chen's voice as well, and they were shocked as well. That guy is finally back. Taoist Black smiled. Of course that's how he is. Besides, whenever he shows up, he'll definitely come back with a powerful aura. I have reason to believe that his methods will shock our enemies. Guoshan said with a smile on his face. All this while, Jiang Chen had shocked everyone, and in the minds of many people, he was an omnipotent man. In the sky above the black sect, Jiang Chen was facing the massive army of the Martial Saint dynasty by himself, and he didn't want to admit defeat. Jiang Chen, you've killed the Imperial Emperor. That's a crime that will get you 9 generations of your family executed. I'm reminding you out of kindness, if you surrender now, you might be able to get a quick death. The third emperor said with a loud voice. What a joke. Didn't the Imperial Emperor just give out the Imperial Decree? But, I do want to see who will get their families executed. All outsiders who showed up in the black sect today will have to die. Just like what happened to the Fragrant Sky City. I'm not joking. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He had a clear understanding of the enemy's army. There were a total of 9 late combat soul warriors, and it was indeed a powerful formation. However, if he wasn't prepared for it, even if there were 9 more of them, he still wouldn't be able to kill them all. So you're Jiang Chen? You don't look like much. The Crown Prince kept looking at Jiang Chen. He felt that he was stronger than this young man in every aspect. But Yan Chen, you actually like Jiang Chen and not him. You're the Crown Prince, right? A eunuch like you should keep your mouth shut. Jiang Chen's words hit the Crown Prince's sore spot. Chapter 438. Although Jiang Chen didn't know who the Crown Prince was, it was easy for him to recognize him. He was a late combat soul warrior at such a young age, and he was qualified to stand side by side with the emperors. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, apart from the Crown Prince, there was no one else like him. Most importantly, the Crown Prince's eunuch voice was too iconic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admit that Yan Chenyu's move was really ruthless. For a man, there was nothing more important than that. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Chen's words immediately made the Crown Prince lose his mind. Although there was only a single word difference between eunuch and Crown Prince, there was a huge difference between the 2 words. This single word was enough to drive the Crown Prince crazy. He immediately drew out his golden halberd and prepared to attack Jiang Chen. Crown Prince, don't be rash. The 4th emperor who stood next to the Crown Prince immediately stopped him. The Crown Prince was an important part of the 9 stars killing formation. There were 9 late combat soul warriors, and none of them could be missing. Furthermore, although the Crown Prince had a strong cultivation base, he was no match for Jiang Chen. Also, he had lost his mind, so if he just charged forward like this, he might be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant. Jiang Chen, are you really going to save them all by yourself? Aren't you being too confident? The third emperor said with a sneer. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the third emperor, he just kept pointing his spear at the crown prince. The reason he came here today was not only to kill someone, but also to save someone. The entire black sect was in the enemy's hands, and he had lost the initiative. Therefore, he had to seize the initiative as soon as possible and ensure the safety of the people of the black sect. This crown prince was the best way to do that. Jiang Chen's strength didn't just come from his cultivation base and combat strength, he also had extraordinary wisdom. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he could keep a calm mind, and make the most accurate and beneficial judgment, just like what he was doing now. Crown Prince, actually, being a eunuch isn't that bad. At least you can keep your life. You should thank Yan Chenyu for only cutting off your balls, and not killing you. You should learn to be grateful. Jiang Chen continued talking to the Crown Prince. Boom! A towering fury erupted from the top of the Crown Prince's head, turning into a tangible beam of light. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into his heart, causing him to feel endless humiliation. What kind of man would he be if he lost his balls? He was the next Crown Prince, but would the martial Saint dynasty allow a eunuch to become the emperor? Obviously it was impossible. Even if the imperial emperor agreed to it, the old emperor would never agree to it. His bright future had been ruined just like that. From a prince who was respected by all, he had suddenly become a laughingstock. For the past few days, even the servants of the martial Saint dynasty had been looking at him with strange expressions. On the other hand, the crown prince had always been lustful. Now, facing the 18 peerless crown concubines of the crown prince palace, he had no interest at all. Even the way his women looked at him had changed. Although those crown concubines didn't dare to directly contradict the crown prince and were respectful on the surface, the disdain in their eyes was real. It was as if they were saying, "You can't do it." Heavens, how could a man endure being told that he couldn't do it? More importantly, he really couldn't do it. Don't be angry. As the crown prince, you need to have some manners. You can't be a man, but being a woman isn't a bad thing. No, I don't think you can be a woman either. It doesn't matter if you can't do it. Even if you can't touch a woman anymore, you can still have a lot of power. Perhaps, the martial Saint dynasty will be the first to let a eunuch become the emperor. Jiang Chen talked non-stop. Every word he said made the crown prince feel like he was on the verge of going crazy. He was a typical example of someone who didn't pay with his life. Shut up! Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, the crown prince let out a loud shout. A powerful shockwave burst out from his body, and the third emperor was knocked back a few steps by the shockwave. The crown prince was a man at the same level as Wu Ningzhu, and ordinary late combat soul warriors were no match for him. Furthermore, the crown prince was currently in a violent rage, and had completely gone mad. Even if the third emperor wanted to stop him, he wouldn't be able to. Not good. The third emperor was shocked. When he finally reacted, the crown prince had already dashed forward with incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Jiang Chen. The golden halberd turned into a golden light, causing ripples in the air as it slashed toward Jiang Chen. This is the effect I wanted. Jiang Chen's lips curved upward into a faint smile. This was his goal. Right now, Jiang Chen had 8,000 dragon marks in his body, and no combat soul warrior was a match for him. Even someone like the crown prince was no match for him. Quick, stop him! The third emperor cried out in alarm. In an instant, the king weapon appeared in his hand, and all the late combat soul warriors charged toward the crown prince. The crown prince's impulsive action had messed up all their plans, and they didn't even have time to complete the 9 stars killing formation. Too bad, it was too late for them to act now. Jiang Chen wouldn't give them any chance to do so. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, glowing with a bright sword light. He forcefully swung the heavenly saint's sword, cutting the crown prince's golden halberd in half. Right when the crown prince had a bad feeling about this, the tip of Jiang Chen's sword was already pressed against his throat. It was too fast, and if Jiang Chen pushed the sword even a little bit further, the crown prince would be dead. Right at this moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the crown prince's head, and he immediately sobered up. If anyone takes another step forward, I'll kill him right away. Jiang Chen controlled the crown prince with his energy, and with the heavenly saint's sword pressed against the crown prince's throat, he shouted toward the third emperor and the others. Jiang Chen, don't be impulsive. The third emperor and the others immediately stopped moving. Their hearts were filled with fear, terrified by Jiang Chen's frightening strength. This young man was too powerful. The Crown Prince's overall strength was stronger than theirs, but in front of Jiang Chen, he couldn't even fight back. With such a short distance between them, they didn't even have the chance to save him. Now that the Crown Prince was in Jiang Chen's hands, all their plans had been disrupted. Everyone was cursing the Crown Prince for being too impulsive, but he was still the Crown Prince. Even though he was a eunuch, he was still the Imperial Emperor's son. If something bad happened to him, they wouldn't be able to answer to the Imperial Emperor. Of course I won't be impulsive. Let's cut the crap. All Golden Guards from the Shangguan clan, Myriad Sword Sect, and Martial Saint Dynasty, leave the Black Sect immediately, and release everyone from the Black Sect. If not, I'll kill the Crown Prince right now. Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. This was the reason why he provoked the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince had the highest status here, and as long as he could control the Crown Prince, he would have the upper hand, and he would have the chips to negotiate with the enemy. What did you just say? Shangguan Shang's expression darkened. The Black Sect's men were their most important chips. How could they let them go just like that? I won't repeat myself. I'll count to 3, and if you don't leave, I'll kill the Crown Prince. Jiang Chen thrust the Heavenly Saint's sword forward. The sharp edge of the sword cut the Crown Prince's skin, causing blood to flow out. The Crown Prince was so scared that his body started trembling. He could sense the threat of death from Jiang Chen, and he didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words. If Jiang Chen didn't let the Crown Prince go after the count of 3, he would be dead for sure. Jiang Chen, you want to exchange one man's life for the entire Black Sects? Don't you think that's unfair? The third emperor had a gloomy expression on his face as well, and he was cursing the Crown Prince in his mind. 1. Jiang Chen ignored the third emperor's words and started counting. With each count, the tip of the Heavenly Saint's sword would go deeper into the Crown Prince's body. The third emperor and the others' expressions darkened. The initiative they had just gained had disappeared without a trace. Exchanging the Crown Prince's life for the entire Black Sect's life, it seemed like Jiang Chen was being unreasonable, but they had no choice but to agree to it. Because the one they captured was the Crown Prince, the Imperial Emperor's son. When the Crown Prince was castrated, the Imperial Emperor was extremely furious, and this time, the Crown Prince had come with them without the Imperial Emperor's knowledge. If the Crown Prince was killed, they would have to face the Imperial Emperor's wrath when they returned. 2. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold, and the killing intent he was unleashing could freeze an elephant to death. The third emperor and the others had no doubt that when Jiang Chen counted to 3, the Crown Prince would be killed. Jiang Chen, if you dare kill the Crown Prince, I promise you I'll kill every single man in the Black Sect. Tian Gangyi threatened with a loud voice. Why don't you give it a try? 3. Jiang Chen counted to 3 without hesitation. The Heavenly Saint's sword began flickering with a cold light. Stop, I agree to let the Crown Prince go. The third emperor quickly shouted. No matter what, the Crown Prince couldn't be killed. Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. It looked like the Crown Prince's life was still very precious. Jiang Chen, we'll let the Black Sect go, and I hope you'll keep your promise and spare the Crown Prince's life. The third emperor said. Of course, I'm a man of my word. Jiang Chen smiled. He put away the Heavenly Saint's sword. Then he grabbed the Crown Prince's neck like he was holding a chicken. The Crown Prince's face was filled with humiliation. However, after fighting with Jiang Chen today, he had learned one thing. He was the #1 genius of the Eastern continent, but he was just a joke. He was no match for Jiang Chen. Third Emperor, are you really going to let him go? Shangguan Sheng asked. Let him go, the Crown Prince's life is more important. The third Emperor said. After that, he used his divine sense to communicate with the others. You guys listen up. Secretly use the 9 stars killing formation. After we evacuate the Black Sect, once Jiang Chen lets the Crown Prince go, immediately set up the formation and surround him. I have a king weapon in my hand, so I'm not afraid of him. Our target today is Jiang Chen, not the Black Sect. Once we kill Jiang Chen, we'll kill everyone here. Chapter 439. All men from the Martial Saint Dynasty, Shangguan clan, and Myriad Sword Sect, evacuate the Black Sect immediately. No mistakes are allowed. The third emperor's voice resounded through the skies above the Black Sect. After receiving the order, all the men who had trapped the Black Sect flew up into the sky and arrived behind the third emperor. When the men of the Black Sect heard the order, they were startled for a moment, but soon after, a joyous expression emerged on their faces. Especially when they saw all the men who had trapped them leaving, the pressure in their hearts was instantly lifted. The humiliation and suffering they had been enduring for the past few days had finally disappeared. Some of them even started crying. Why did all these men suddenly evacuate? Idiot! Do you even need to ask? It must be Senior Disciple Jiang Chen's contribution. Senior Disciple Jiang Chen is really amazing. With just his strength alone, he made those men from the Martial Saint dynasty surrender. He's our idol. Haha, see? I told you Senior Disciple Jiang Chen would definitely come and save us. Let me tell you, Senior Disciple Jiang Chen is an omnipotent existence in the Black Sect. He has created countless miracles and myths. I believe that one day, Senior Disciple Jiang Chen will be able to overthrow the Martial Saint dynasty. At that point of time, the Black Sect will be the new emperor of the Eastern continent. Everyone were extremely excited. The happiness had come too suddenly, and they didn't even have the chance to react. In the deepest part of the Black Sect, in the secret chamber where Taoist Black and Guoshan were imprisoned, there were two combat soul warriors hiding. They were from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. They had received Shangguan Shang's message and were hiding in this secret chamber, keeping a close watch on Taoist Black and Guoshan. They were going to be the bargaining chips for Jiang Chen to release the crown prince. Didn't you two hear that? Your master asked you to evacuate. Taoist Black said with a smile on his face. Shut up. One of them scolded and slapped Taoist Black's face. Humph. You can't hide your little tricks from Jiang Chen. Guoshan let out a cold humph. He knew very well what kind of person Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen had always been a meticulous person. If Shangguan Shang wanted to play this kind of trick, he would have a long way to go. In the sky above the Black Sect, under the lead of the Third Emperor, a mighty group of over 300 men had arrived. They were emitting an imposing aura, and one of them was Jiang Chen. Facing an army like this, how many men could remain calm? Only Jiang Chen could. Standing behind the Third Emperor and the others, Crown Prince Wu Tsong was gnashing his teeth as he glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed his father, and this was a great hatred for him. However, he was helpless at the same time. Ever since the trip to the Island of Ice, the gap between him and Jiang Chen had widened. Now, the two of them were on completely different levels. It was almost impossible for him to avenge his father, and he could only rely on the Third Emperor and the others. Jiang Chen, we've left the Black Sect. Can you let the Crown Prince go now? The Third Emperor said. There are still people who haven't come out yet. Don't play this kind of trick in front of Daddy. My patience is limited. Don't think I don't dare kill the Crown Prince. If I want to kill him, it'll be as easy as killing an ant. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. He was cultivating the great soul derivation skill, and his soul energy was extremely sensitive. Just like what Guoshan had said, Shangguan Shang was trying to play this kind of low-level trick in front of him. And the Third Emperor furrowed his brows as he stared at Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi. Shangguan Shang's expression darkened. He thought to himself that this Jiang Chen was indeed a mysterious man, and he was very difficult to deal with. The two men he sent here were both combat soul warriors, and they were experts in concealment. But Jiang Chen was still able to sense their presence even though he was just standing there. Such an incredible perception. Come out! Shangguan Shang shouted out loudly. In an instant, two figures flew out from the Black Sect and arrived next to Shangguan Shang. Within the Black Sect, Taoist Black and Guoshan looked at each other. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. We didn't choose the wrong person. Taoist Black said. Sect Chief, should we go out and see how strong Jiang brother has become? He's actually able to force the Martial Saint dynasty, Shangguan clan, and Myriad Sword sect to compromise. Guoshan said with a smile on his face. Both men casually tidied up their messy clothes. Then they walked out from the secret chamber. What greeted them was Jiang Chen, who was wearing a snow-white robe. He was controlling a handsome young man, and he was facing a formidable group of a few hundred men all by himself. His face was filled with a carefree expression, and no signs of panic could be seen on his face. Jiang Chen, can you let them go now? Everyone has left. The Third Emperor was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Today's battle was extremely frustrating, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. Before the battle even started, his side had already been greatly restricted. Everyone here was a man with a prestigious status. But now, they were being led by the nose by a young man. It was no wonder they felt frustrated. Are you kidding me? If I let them go now, doesn't that mean you're going to start a war right away? The black sect will still suffer. I, Jiang Chen, am not afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Between you and I, one of us has to die, and a battle is unavoidable. There's a desolate mountain range 1,000 miles away from here. Let's find a place to fight. What do you think? Jiang Chen said. He and these men in front of him were going to fight to the death, and a battle was unavoidable. This was the reason why Jiang Chen came here. Only by killing his enemies would he be able to feel at ease. Now that the crown prince was in his hands, he still had the initiative. He had no choice but to draw the battlefield away from here. If not, the entire black sect would be implicated. If so many mighty warriors were to fight, just the shockwaves alone would be enough to wipe out the entire black sect. All right, I'll agree to your request. The third emperor agreed without any hesitation. What Jiang Chen said was exactly what he was thinking. Initially, he was worried that Jiang Chen would use the crown prince to threaten him, and that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare start a war with him. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say what he wanted to say. If that's the case, this way please, Jiang Chen said. The third emperor brought along a few hundred men and left the black sect. They were flying far away, and Jiang Chen was following behind them with the crown prince in his hand. Look, they're leaving. Didn't you hear that? Senior disciple Jiang Chen is going to fight a life-and-death battle with them. Heavens, there are so many mighty warriors. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is going to fight them all by himself. Can he really defeat them? Never underestimate senior disciple Jiang Chen's ability. Didn't he just save us? Can you imagine how senior disciple Jiang Chen can save us from so many mighty warriors? All the disciples of the black sect were discussing amongst themselves. Right at this moment, Taoist Black and Guoshan flew up into the sky as well. Taoist Black said with a loud voice, "No one is allowed to step out of the black sect." After that, both of them flew away and followed behind Jiang Chen from afar. This was an unprecedentedly grand battle, and since they had regained their freedom, they had to go and have a look. Along the way, both Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi had gloomy expressions on their faces. They had imprisoned the black sect for so many days just to lure Jiang Chen out. But now they had lured Jiang Chen out, but the result was completely different from what they had expected. Not only had they lost the initiative, they had also lost all their bargaining chips. However, both of them still had some bargaining chips. Yu Zihan and the others' families were still under the control of the two superpowers, and if the situation really came to an end, they might be able to use them. Too bad. Their plan was doomed to fail. Yellowstone, the Yu family. The sun had just risen, and miserable screams could be heard coming from within the Yu family. The people who imprisoned the Yu family were from the Shangguan clan, and the person in charge of this place was Shangguan Yu, an early combat soul warrior. He was accompanied by another early combat soul warrior, and besides them, there were 10 divine core warriors and 30 heavenly core warriors. A group of dozens of men had been ordered by Shangguan Shang to imprison the Yu family. In their eyes, the Yu family was too weak, and they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Imprisoning the Yu family was really boring. Therefore, these men from the Shangguan clan had been venting their boredom on the Yu family for the past few days. They would often curse the people from the Yu family if they didn't like them, and miserable screams could be heard coming from the Yu family every single day. A few silhouettes were silently approaching the Yu family. Hearing the miserable screams coming out from the Yu family, Yu Zihan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "Don't worry. I'll sneak into the Yu family first and find out what's going on. After that, I'll kill the men who imprisoned your father and the others. Listen to my command, we'll kill our way in," De Huang Dog said. "All right." Han Yen nodded his head. They trusted De Huang Dog's decision. They were here to save their father, and if they just barged in recklessly, the enemy would definitely use the most important men of the Yu family to threaten them. If that happened, they would be in a passive position. Therefore, De Huang Dog had to sneak into the Yu family and ensure the safety of the important men of the Yu family. After that, he would be able to kill all the men from the Shangguan clan. De Huang Dog's body swayed, and in an instant, he disappeared from the Yu family. His majestic body kept shrinking, and when he entered the Yu family, he had shrunk to the size of a palm. De Huang Dog was an expert in hiding, and with his incredible speed, no one would be able to detect him. In the center of the Yu family, Yu Tianlong, Yu Ziyan, and the others were imprisoned by 2 divine core warriors. All the men from the Yu family were tightly tied up and imprisoned in a main hall. Both men were chatting with each other, but right at this moment, a golden beam suddenly appeared in the main hall. "What's that?" one of the men cried out in shock. He hurriedly looked at the golden beam, and what he saw was a majestic De Huang dog. "Not good, it's De Huang dog." Both men had a bad feeling about this. The combination of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog was famous across the world, and everyone knew that this dog was a ferocious man. Since he had suddenly appeared in this place, he must be up to no good. Enemy attack. The divine core warrior reacted really quickly. He immediately stretched his neck and shouted out loudly, "Kaka, die for this master dog." De Huang dog let out a loud laugh. He didn't try to stop the 2 men from shouting out. Not only that, he roared out as well. Then he leapt towards the 2 men. From the moment De Huang dog entered the main hall, both men's fates had been decided. Outside the Yu family, when Han Yen and the others heard De Huang dog shout, they immediately dashed towards him. Chapter 440. After someone shouted out that there was an enemy attack, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. The entire Yu family was in an uproar, and all the men from the Shangguan clan rushed out. Those from the Yu family who had fallen into despair suddenly felt like they had just seen a ray of hope, and their gloomy faces started glowing. To the Shangguan clan, it was an enemy attack, but to them, it was someone who had come to save them. Swoosh swoosh. 2 powerful figures suddenly dashed out toward the direction where the sound of the enemy attack came from. Both of them were combat soul warriors, and the leading old man was Shangguan Yu. The place where the sound of the enemy attack came from was the place where the most important men of the Yu family were imprisoned. It was impossible for these 2 men to ignore it. Rumble, however, before they could reach the place, they heard a huge commotion coming from outside of the Yu family. After that, 4 men who were filled with killing intent suddenly appeared. "Stop right there, who are you?" 2 heavenly core warriors from the Shangguan clan stood in front of them and shouted at Han Yen and the group. "Bastards, the ones who want your lives." Yu Zihan's eyes turned red. Without saying anything, he swung the long sword in his hand. The 2 heavenly core men didn't even have the chance to react, and they were instantly sliced in half by Yu Zihan. Blood splashed everywhere. Yu Zihan was furious. He unleashed his energy and kept running toward the inner area of the Yu family. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Humph! We've finally lured them out." Shangguan Yu coldly harumphed. He turned to the combat soul warrior next to him and said, "Old Six, bring some men with you and take them down. I'll go have a look inside." After saying that, Shangguan Yu flew toward the inner area of the Yu family. He couldn't stop worrying about the enemy attack and the blood-curdling screams, so he had to go check it out himself. On the other side, Old Six led a few dozen men from the Shangguan clan. "Who are you?" Old Six shouted out loudly. "Young master of the Yu family, Yu Zihan, we're here to take your lives." Yu Zihan didn't waste any time. After telling them his name, he immediately dashed toward the enemies. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan followed him from both sides. Their killing intent soared to the sky. There was no point in talking to these men from the Shangguan clan. Killing was the best option. "Since you've come to die, that's great. Kill them." Old Six ordered decisively. He didn't take Yu Zihan and his group seriously at all. All the divine core warriors from the Shangguan clan charged towards Yu Zihan and the other 2 in an imposing manner while waving the combat weapons in their hands. Yu Zihan and the other 2 didn't show any mercy. 3 combat weapons slashed forward at the same time. Bright lights appeared, followed by miserable shrieks. 3 divine core warriors from the Shangguan clan were instantly sliced in half and died on the spot. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yu Zihan, Guan Yiyun, and Tian Yishan were all late divine core warriors, and they were the geniuses of the younger generation. Although they couldn't defeat combat soul warriors, they were more than enough to defeat anyone in the divine core realm. "How dare you kill someone from the Shangguan clan? You're courting death." Old Six was enraged. He struck out a palm strike toward Yu Zihan and the other 2, but it was blocked by a strong wind that came from the side. What he saw was a young man in blue robe with white hair standing in front of Old Six with a sneer on his face. "Your opponent is me." The man who attacked was none other than Han Yen. This combat soul warrior was his target. Clang! Old Six could tell that Han Yen wasn't easy to deal with. He immediately drew his combat weapon and swung it toward Han Yen. I only need one strike to kill you, Han Yen said. After that, he waved his hand, unleashing a black devilish dragon that carried an endless amount of devil energy. Han Yen instantly transformed into a devil king. With his powerful Gu Tianma's physique, no one in the same realm as him could fight him. Ah! Old Six let out a miserable shriek. His entire body was penetrated by the devilish dragon. Han Yen didn't even need a second strike to kill him. Right when Old Six let out a miserable shriek, another miserable shriek sounded out from within the Yu family. Those men from the Shangguan clan who were scared out of their wits could tell that the miserable shriek came from their leader, Shangguan Yu. In other words, two combat soul warriors from the Shangguan clan had met with misfortune at the same time. Sure enough, right after Old Six's dead body fell from the sky, a majestic Dehuang dog immediately dashed toward them with a human head in its mouth. Seeing this, the rest of the men from the Shangguan clan were terrified. Two combat soul warriors were dead. How could they continue fighting? With their abilities, there was no way they could be a match for these ferocious fellows in front of them. No more fighting, we surrender. Someone shouted out loudly. No surrendering. Yu Zihan's words had decided their fates. Following the miserable shrieks, all the men from the Shangguan clan were killed. None of them were spared, and if any of them were left alive, they would become a huge threat to the Yu family. The Yu family had been imprisoned for a long time, and they had lost many of their men. As executioners, there was no way they would let them live. After killing all the men from the Shangguan clan, Yu Zihan didn't even have time to reunite with his family. The group immediately left. Their next destination was Guan Yun's family. They had to move fast. While Jiang Chen was busy dealing with the Black Sect, they had to settle everything here. On the other side, with Jiang Chen's help, the Third Emperor and the others had arrived in the sky above the desolate mountain range. This was a perfect place for a duel. Jiang Chen, can you let them go now? The Third Emperor said with an ice-cold tone. Of course, I, Jiang Chen, am a man of integrity. Besides, killing this eunuch is just dirtying my hands. Jiang Chen forcefully tossed the crown prince over. He didn't kill the crown prince, he didn't even injure him, because he wanted to see what the Third Emperor was going to do to him. Jiang Chen was never afraid of fighting. He loved fighting, especially challenging fights. He needed external pressure to improve himself. Set up the formation. The Third Emperor immediately shouted out. All the other late combat soul warriors were already prepared, and they immediately teleported to their respective positions. 9 late combat soul warriors lined up in a formation of 9 stars, trapping Jiang Chen within it. The rest of the men also gathered together and became part of the formation. The crown prince was filled with hatred. Just now, Jiang Chen said he would dirty his hands by killing him. This was a great humiliation to him. However, he didn't act on impulse this time. He had personally experienced how frightening Jiang Chen was, and if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen today, he had to use the 9 stars killing formation and the king weapon. If he acted on impulse again, he would be facing death. 9 stars killing formation? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 9 stars killing formation was a formation where 9 mighty warriors worked together, and they could instantly combine their combat strength to fight their enemies. Even those golden guards were part of the formation, and they could constantly provide energy to the formation. This 9 stars killing formation was the same as all the other killing formations, and it worked on the same principle. With Jiang Chen's experience, he was able to see through it with just a single glance. You know about this formation? Chapter 441. Not only was the Third Emperor shocked, all the other men were shocked as well. The 9 stars killing formation was their trump card, and it was specifically prepared to deal with Jiang Chen. But they never expected Jiang Chen to be so miraculous, and be able to recognize the 9 stars killing formation with just a single glance. If that was the case, since Jiang Chen was able to recognize the 9 stars killing formation with just a single glance, could he possibly have a way to break it? At this moment, these people who were extremely confident in themselves started to feel nervous. After all, this monster in front of them was really amazing, and it seemed like there was nothing impossible for him to do. However, since it had come to this, it was impossible for them to back down now. This group of several hundred people were all elites of the Martial Saint dynasty, and the emperors and crown princes represented the face of the martial saint dynasty. If they were scared off by a single man, it would be too humiliating. Furthermore, they still had a trump card. The third emperor had a king weapon, and as a late combat soul warrior who was only one step away from the combat king realm, they knew very well how frightening a king weapon could be. The 9 stars killing formation is just an ordinary killing formation. Is it really that strange to be recognized? Zhang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said in an indifferent manner. His words caused the third emperor's expression to turn ugly. The 9 stars killing formation was an extremely mysterious and rare killing formation, and it was extremely difficult to construct. There were only a few people in the entire eastern continent who could construct such a formation. But, when it came to Zhang Chen, he actually said that such a frightening killing formation was just an ordinary one. Wasn't this a huge blow to their confidence? Of course, they didn't know that Zhang Chen wasn't exaggerating at all. Perhaps the 9 stars killing formation might be a top killing formation in the eyes of the third emperor and the others, but in Zhang Chen's eyes, it was just an ordinary formation. After all, the world he lived in was different, and the place he lived in was different as well. Compared to the 5 elemental life killing formation constructed by those superpowers in the divine continent, this 9 stars killing formation was just too weak. Humph. Zhang Chen, I admit that you're a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. But since you've chosen to become the martial saint dynasty's enemy, only death awaits you. Although your combat strength is formidable, and you're able to kill late combat soul warriors, do you have the confidence to protect yourself in a situation like this? I advise you to surrender and avoid suffering. If you sincerely plead guilty, His Majesty might be merciful and take back the imperial edict to exterminate your entire family. The third emperor said. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my breath here. Zhang Chen coldly snorted as a tidal wave of aura gushed forth from his body. Zhang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. His battle intent was unparalleled as the bones in his body creaked. Not only did the 9 stars killing array not cause him to feel the slightest bit of fear, it actually stimulated his battle intent. If that's the case, I won't hold back any longer. Kill them all. The third emperor let out a loud shout, causing all 9 late combat soul warriors to unleash their auras at the same time. At this moment, the entire sky above the mountain range was filled with frightening energy waves. Countless rainbow-colored beams shot out from the 9 stars killing array, and each beam looked like a sharp sword that sliced through the air. The entire sky was covered in killing intent. The combination of 9 late combat soul warriors, and a few hundred more mighty warriors who were constantly pouring their energy into the array, this was a frightening lineup. Just thinking about it was enough to make anyone's scalp numb. In the distance, Daoist Black and Guoshan raised their heads and stared at the battlefield in the sky. Both of them had pale faces, and even though they were quite far away from each other, both of them felt their bodies trembling, and they felt like they were suffocating. This lineup is too strong. Let's move back a bit more. If not, when the battle starts, the shock waves will spread out, and we'll be caught in the crossfire. Daoist Black reminded them. After that, he pulled Guoshan and continued retreating. With their strength, not to mention being in the middle of a battle, even just watching from afar was enough to make them feel scared. Damn it, 9 late combat soul warriors, dozens of combat soul warriors, and over 200 divine core warriors. I'm afraid only the martial saint dynasty can come up with such a huge lineup. Brother Zhang Chen is really amazing. He's fighting against such a powerful group all by himself, and he doesn't show any signs of fear on his face. Guoshan said with mixed emotions. Just by watching from afar, he could feel his blood boiling, as if he was fighting against the entire world all by himself. If Zhang Chen didn't die in today's battle, his reputation in the eastern continent would definitely reach new heights. I wonder if Zhang Chen can fight against such a powerful group. Daoist Black was still worried. Although he knew how strong Zhang Chen was, the enemy's group was simply too frightening. It was a group that he had never even dreamt about. I'm very confident in Brother Zhang. Sect Chief, let's make a bet. One day, the Black Sect will definitely stand at the top of the eastern continent under Zhang Chen's name. Guoshan's eyes lit up. Although this was a kind of awakening, it wasn't impossible. The 9 stars killing formation was instantly activated, and all the energy was gathered onto the third emperor's body. Right now, the third emperor's body was bursting with energy. He threw his head back and let out a loud roar. The powerful feeling made him yearn for it. Zhang Chen, I don't believe I can't kill you in my current state. Take this. Heavenly Imperial Finger. The third emperor's voice rumbled like a thunderclap. He pointed his finger toward Jiang Chen, unleashing a huge golden finger that carried the might of an emperor. The finger was like a pillar that could support the heavens, and it was powerful enough to crush a mountain. Humph. Competing in finger techniques? Your crude Heavenly Imperial Finger is too weak. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He raised both of his hands and unleashed a golden light from his fingertips. After that, he suddenly pointed his finger forward. In an instant, 6 gigantic fingers appeared. The 6 solar fingers merged into one. Then they collided with the third emperor's Heavenly Imperial Finger. Boom! 2 gigantic fingers collided with each other. The shock waves generated from the collision caused the sky to change color. A mountain underneath was struck by the shock waves, and it was instantly turned into dust. The scene was filled with golden lights. This ultimate confrontation couldn't be described with just the word terrifying. Tap tap tap. Under the impact of the Heavenly Imperial Finger, Jiang Chen was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body tumbling, and he felt an indescribable discomfort. After the third emperor merged with the 9 stars killing formation, although the energy unleashed by his attack wasn't as strong as a combat king warrior, it was equivalent to the combat strength of a half-step combat king warrior. Jiang Chen was only an early combat soul warrior, so of course, he was no match for the third emperor. Seeing this, the third emperor and the others immediately revealed joyful expressions. It looked like the power of the 9 stars killing formation had exceeded their estimation, and Jiang Chen was no match for it. But, at the same time, they were shocked. Their combined combat strength was incredibly strong, and Jiang Chen was only an early combat soul warrior, but he wasn't killed by the third emperor's attack, and he wasn't even injured. This showed how frightening this abnormal young man was. Haha, Jiang Chen, just give up, don't struggle for nothing. The third emperor burst into laughter. Right now, he felt like he was extremely powerful, like a combat king warrior, standing high above the masses, omnipotent, and dominating everything. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. This situation was within his expectations, and it was also the reason why he released the Crown Prince without hesitation, and didn't injure the Crown Prince at all. In fact, Jiang Chen had many ways to break the 9 stars killing formations. With Jiang Chen's abilities, breaking the 9 stars killing formation was just too easy. It was impossible for these 9 men to have perfect teamwork, and there were bound to be loopholes in the formation. Therefore, Jiang Chen could first cut off the connection between these 300 men and the formation, then break the formation one by one according to the loopholes. In less than 10 minutes, he would be able to break the 9 stars killing formation. However, Jiang Chen didn't choose to break the formation. He chose to face it head-on, as he needed the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation. Normally, this kind of pressure would be useless to him, but it was different now. The dragon transformation skill was on the verge of transforming. Last time in the Fragrant Sky City, it had increased by 1,000 dragon marks, but the dragon transformation skill had yet to complete its transformation. For Jiang Chen, this was a rare opportunity. He wanted to use the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation to stimulate the dragon transformation skill, so that it could stimulate his potential and undergo a true transformation. This was Jiang Chen's biggest goal. Initially, Jiang Chen thought that the Imperial Emperor would personally attack him, and if that was the case, he would have no choice but to give it his all and complete his transformation under the pressure from the Imperial Emperor. However, the Imperial Emperor was a true combat king warrior, and fighting him would be extremely dangerous. On the other hand, the 9 stars killing formation created by the third emperor was perfect. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. With his current condition, he wasn't suitable to fight a combat king warrior, but it was perfect for him to collide with a half-step combat king warrior. Only by doing so would he be able to obtain the result he wanted. Just like when he collided with the Heavenly Imperial Finger just now, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill had started circulating at a high speed. What a joke! Do you see me struggling? 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiang Chen was fearless. Facing such a powerful formation, he took the initiative to attack. Both his arms glowed brightly, unleashing one terrifying flood dragon after another toward the third emperor. He didn't attack the others, and only targeted the third emperor, who was the strongest among them. Even the third emperor didn't expect to use such a fighting method. According to the third emperor's expectations, Jiang Chen would definitely choose to attack them one by one, and wouldn't dare fight him head-on. However, He didn't expect Jiang Chen to do the exact opposite and use the most suicidal fighting method. However, this was exactly what the third emperor wanted. He wanted to use his strength to kill Jiang Chen. Rumble. The battle became even more intense. Another collision occurred, and Jiang Chen was once again sent flying away. This time, blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his aura was in a mess. In the distance, Daoist Black and Guoshan were shocked. Why would Jiang Chen choose such a stupid fighting method? This doesn't seem like his style. Daoist Black was stunned. With his understanding of Jiang Chen, this was definitely not the fighting method Jiang Chen would use. Jiang Chen has always been a smart guy. Can't he see that if he continues fighting like this, it will be disadvantageous for him? Daoist Black was puzzled. Don't worry, Jiang brother must have his own reasons. Guoshan was still very confident in Jiang Chen. Chapter 442. Under the influence of the 9 stars killing array, Jiang Chen was like a mad ancient beast, attacking again and again without any regard for his own life. He was beaten by the third emperor until he kept coughing up blood. This scene was extremely frightening. Jiang Chen was obviously in a disadvantageous position, and it seemed like his life was in danger at any moment. However, the third emperor and the others didn't feel happy at all. Damn it, what is this kid made of? He's already injured, but he's still getting stronger and stronger. He's like a cockroach that can't be killed. What the hell? The third emperor felt depressed. He had never seen such a crazy man before. Jiang Chen was fighting like a madman, without any regard for his own life. He was now a half-step combat king warrior, and Jiang Chen was no match for him. However, the third emperor was still fighting with fear. Every time he attacked, he could injure Jiang Chen, but he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. Right now, Jiang Chen was in a very mysterious state. He had cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a very strong body. After experiencing the heavenly tribulation and being tempered by the heavenly lightning, his body had become even more terrifying. Therefore, these injuries were nothing to him. Little did the third emperor know that Jiang Chen wasn't fighting at all. Instead, he was using this method to squeeze out his potential and stimulate the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. Right now, the dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed, and it would never stop. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, new dragon marks would be formed in his body. In just a short period of time, he had formed 500 dragon marks. These dragon marks were formed when the dragon transformation skill stimulated the potential in his body, and their quality was much higher than when he absorbed demon spirits. With this method, no matter how many dragon marks he formed, it wouldn't affect Jiang Chen's foundation. Ever since the last transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had gained a certain amount of experience, and he knew how frightening it was. It could bring him unimaginable benefits. Putting aside the fact that the dragon transformation skill could allow him to awaken the true dragon combat skill, just the number of dragon marks and the increase in his cultivation base brought him unimaginable benefits. This time, the dragon transformation skill was about to undergo its second transformation. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity. The 9 stars killing array had condensed everyone's combat strength to the half-step combat king level, and under such pressure, Jiang Chen would benefit the most. The third emperor and the others didn't know that not only did their continuous attacks not cause any damage to Jiang Chen, they were also helping Jiang Chen. Haha, again. Jiang Chen burst into laughter as he unleashed all of his skills. The Firethorn combat armor covered his body, and his hands were covered with blood-red dragon scales as he unleashed the true dragon palm at the third emperor. Although Jiang Chen wanted to use the pressure from the intense battle to stimulate the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had to give it his all. Otherwise, he might suffer unimaginable injuries. Furthermore, using a combat skill under such pressure was also a kind of tempering for the combat skill itself. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Sky-flipping seal. The third emperor's eyes turned red. Jiang Chen's stubbornness had infuriated him, and he didn't believe that he couldn't kill him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Martial Saint Dynasty's terrifying combat skill, the Sky-flipping seal. Its power was even greater than the heavenly imperial finger, and with the third emperor's cultivation base, he could unleash its full power. Rumble. The air trembled, and a gigantic golden seal appeared in the sky. It looked like a mountain of treasures, and its surface was covered with runes. Then, it collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. The earth trembled, and the mountains shook. Although the 9 stars killing formation was impregnable, the mountain range underneath it was still shattered into pieces. Huge craters appeared on the ground, and black smoke kept rising up from the craters. Puff, under the violent impact of the sky-flipping seal, Jiang Chen spurted out another mouthful of blood. However, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he became even crazier. Haha, let's fight. Jiang Chen's laughter was like the 9 heavens' thunder, roaring across the sky. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. Blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were glowing with blazing light. Both of his hands were covered with dragon scales and his sharp dragon claws were terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely turned into a madman, a peerless madman. In his eyes, there was only battle left. His monstrous battle intent turned into endless blazing flames, rushing forward with indomitable will. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar. As the dragon transformation skill continued to transform, and the number of dragon marks in his body continued to increase, Jiang Chen's roar now contained the might of a dragon. How can this madman be so tenacious? Shangguan Shang's expression turned extremely unsightly. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Is he still human? The crown prince gnashed his teeth. Although he hated Jiang Chen so much that he wished he could eat Jiang Chen alive, he had to admit that he, the so-called #1 genius of the Eastern continent, was still far from being comparable to Jiang Chen. This man must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Tiangang Yi was shocked as well. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a peerless madman existed. Kill him. He must be killed. I must avenge my father. Wu Tsong, who was in the back of the crowd, tried his best to channel his yuan energy into the 9 stars killing formation, supporting its operation. Jiang Chen was truly terrifying. He wasn't a human, but a peerless monster. Rumble. Jiang Chen continued attacking the formation for a dozen more times, but each time, he would be repelled by the Third Emperor's powerful attacks. Each time, he would be severely injured and throw up blood. However, it was as if the blood would never run out, and it was as if his combat strength would never be depleted. His entire body was glowing with a bright light, like a blazing sun that would never fall. Up until now, Jiang Chen had a total of 9,000 dragon marks in his body, and he was only 1,000 away from 10,000 dragon marks. He was getting closer and closer to the mid-combat soul realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Right now, the only thing he wished for was for the Third Emperor to keep attacking, and for the 9 stars killing formation to keep operating. If that happened, he would have a chance of breaking through to the mid-combat soul realm. It wasn't just a chance, it was a certainty. What is Jiang Chen doing? What's the point of fighting like this? Taoist Black was shocked. He had never seen anyone fight like this. He had no idea what Jiang Chen was thinking, but every time Jiang Chen was injured and threw up blood, Taoist Black would break out in a cold sweat. If my guess is correct, Brother Jiang Chen is trying to use the pressure from his opponent to stimulate his own potential. Guoshan squinted his eyes and guessed. Within the 9 stars killing formation, Shangguan Sheng furrowed his brows. He kept staring at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his expression changed. He seemed to have realized something. Third Emperor, this guy is using the pressure to stimulate his potential. Don't waste any more time. Use your king weapon and kill him. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shangguan Sheng quickly shouted out. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the Third Emperor, cried out in shock. Swoosh! The Third Emperor dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately took out his king weapon. The golden spear let out a loud cry, unleashing a frightening king's aura. The spear kept shaking and producing a buzzing sound. The Third Emperor was a peak combat soul warrior. Although he hadn't comprehended the spatial force, which prevented him from unleashing the full power of his king weapon, with the support of his king weapon, his combat strength would at least double. The Third Emperor didn't plan to use his king weapon at first. In his mind, the 9 stars killing formation was more than enough to deal with Jiang Chen. And that was indeed the case. Jiang Chen was no match for him. However, after being reminded by Shangguan Shang, he realized that he had almost fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. Jiang Chen, you should be proud to be killed by a king weapon. Now die. The third emperor held the golden spear in his hand. The spearhead pierced through the air and arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. The spear unleashed a frightening king's aura, causing those who looked at it to tremble. The spear locked onto Jiang Chen, giving Jiang Chen no chance to dodge. With the support of his king weapon, the third emperor's combat strength had doubled. If Jiang Chen didn't have any powerful skills to defend himself, he would be killed by the golden spear just like before. Swoosh! Too bad. The third emperor's plan was doomed to fail. Although he had a king weapon, Jiang Chen had his own natal weapon as well. Although the Heavenly Saint Sword was only a peak superior weapon, after merging with the 3 broken parts of the Heavenly Saint Sword, its power was comparable to a king weapon. The Heavenly Saint Sword let out a sharp cry. The golden sword danced like a dragon, and the true dragon flame and heavenly lightning flame merged together, covering the surface of the Heavenly Saint Sword. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen raised the Heavenly Saint Sword high up and slammed it toward the third emperor's king weapon. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, instantly forming a sea of fire. The shockwave released by the collision of the 2 terrifying combat weapons directly smashed the void. Black airflow overflowed from the void, bringing with it an ice-cold aura, which made people shiver. Dong dong dong. Under the impact of the collision, Jiang Chen took a dozen steps back like before. The king weapon didn't kill Jiang Chen in an instant. What? The third emperor cried out in shock. He stared at the sword in Jiang Chen's hand as if he was looking at a ghost. Only now did he remember that Jiang Chen had used this sword to break the crown prince's golden halberd. The crown prince's combat weapon was an upper-tier peerless weapon, but it was broken by his opponent's sword. Could it be that his opponent's sword was also a king weapon? Obviously, it wasn't a king weapon. However, when it collided with the king weapon, the power unleashed by Jiang Chen's sword was no weaker than the golden spear. How could this be? Shangguan Shang was dumbfounded. They all knew that Jiang Chen had a mystical and sharp long sword, but they never expected it to be this terrifying. Now, the situation had changed. The third emperor had a king weapon, and Jiang Chen also had a combat weapon that could fight against a king weapon. The gap between them had been pulled back, and it seemed like killing Jiang Chen had become even more difficult. Chapter 443. Haha, you bunch of old fools. Do you really think you can kill me? What a joke. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. With the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand, he once again dashed toward the third emperor. He discovered that after the third emperor's combat strength had increased after using the king weapon, the pressure he was feeling had become even greater. The circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill had doubled, and the speed at which dragon marks formed had increased as well. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before he broke through to the mid-combat soul realm. Boom! Ignoring the shocked expressions of the third emperor and the others, Jiang Chen continued slashing down with the Heavenly Saint Sword. The third emperor knew that his opponent was using the pressure he was giving him to increase his combat strength. However, he had no other choice but to defend with all his strength. Shangguan Shang and the others were gnashing their teeth in anger. However, as they were supporting the 9 stars killing formation, they didn't even have the chance to attack. Unless Jiang Chen arrived in front of them, he would be able to use the formation to transfer everyone's energy to them and defend against Jiang Chen. If they chose to attack now, they would only disperse the energy of the 9 stars killing formation, and the effect would be much better than if the third emperor attacked alone. Boom! Once again, the golden spear collided with the Heavenly Saint Sword. Once again, Jiang Chen was knocked flying back. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen once again dashed toward the third emperor like a madman, causing everyone to gnash their teeth in anger. This was the most depressing and frustrating situation. You're obviously stronger than your opponent, and you're able to injure your opponent every single time, but your opponent just won't die. Not only that, he's getting stronger and stronger. Third Emperor, what should we do now? Tiangang couldn't help but ask. There's no other way. I don't believe I can't kill this guy. Everyone, let's put in more effort. With my king weapon, I want to see how much blood he can shed. The third emperor said in a vicious manner. With the current situation, apart from fighting Jiang Chen head-on, there was no other way for him to kill Jiang Chen. The situation was clear. Jiang Chen was using the pressure from the 9 stars killing formation to temper himself, stimulate his potential, and improve his combat strength. As for the third emperor and the others, they had no choice but to fulfill Jiang Chen's wish, because they had no other choice but to continue fighting with Jiang Chen. If they removed the 9 stars killing formation right now, with Jiang Chen's strength, none of them would be able to withstand his attack. At that point of time, hundreds of them would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Even the third emperor who possessed a king weapon wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attack. Therefore, they had no other choice but to continue fighting. Their only hope was that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous injuries, and would eventually be killed by the king weapon. Although they didn't know how high the probability of that happening was, they had no other choice. In fact, since the beginning of the battle, all the great warriors, including the third emperor, were regretting their decision. If they knew that Jiang Chen had become so frightening, even if it meant losing face, they would still inform the imperial emperor and ask him to deal with Jiang Chen. If that was the case, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant, and he kept laughing crazily. He knew that the third emperor and the others were feeling very aggrieved right now. But too bad, it was already too late. Today, his enemies were going to help him achieve his goal. Once he broke through to the mid-combat soul realm, all these men in front of him would be dead meat. From afar, Daoist Black and Guoshan were startled by what they saw. This battle was really strange. In the beginning, it was the third emperor who was laughing crazily, but now the third emperor and the others clearly had the upper hand. However, Jiang Chen, who had been severely injured, was laughing crazily, while the third emperor and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. What's going on? Daoist Black was stunned. He was too far away, so he couldn't see the change in Jiang Chen's expression. This is Jiang Chen's way of doing things. I told you he has his own intentions. Look, the expressions of those from the martial Saint dynasty are starting to change. A smile emerged on Guoshan's face. He knew that Jiang Chen would never fight a battle he had no confidence in winning, even if he was facing the mighty martial Saint dynasty. Within the 9 stars killing formation, Jiang Chen was getting crazier and crazier. The third emperor and the others' expressions were getting uglier and uglier. Jiang Chen's ferociousness had truly frightened them, and the third emperor was getting more and more frightened. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing, and he was on the verge of going berserk at any moment. The circulation of the dragon transformation skill doubled once again, and the number of dragon marks in his body started increasing at an insane speed. 9,400, 9,600, 6,700, 9,900. Roar! Right at this moment, Jiang Chen let out a thunderous roar. He had gone completely berserk, and countless golden beams shot out from his body. He looked like a scorching sun that was shining brightly. For the final strike, Jiang Chen threw all caution to the wind and dashed toward the third emperor. Fight! The third emperor gnashed his teeth. Looking at Jiang Chen's berserk state, he was truly shocked. The 9 stars killing formation was crazily circulating, and no one dared underestimate it. Even those combat soul warriors were sweating profusely. The golden spear unleashed millions of dazzling killing beams, and the third emperor was preparing for his strongest strike. Boom! The heavenly saint sword and the golden spear collided once again. Both terrifying combat weapons were equally matched, and as expected, Jiang Chen was once again knocked away. This time, he threw up 3 mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were more serious than any of the previous times. This situation caused the eyes of the third emperor and the others to light up. It was as if they had seen a new hope. On the other side, after receiving this heavy blow, Jiang Chen had finally circulated the dragon transformation skill to its limit. 100 dragon marks were instantly condensed, and at this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had finally reached 10,000. Boom! A massive energy wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's aura was growing like a tidal wave, and it kept rising. Huge amounts of earthly elixir were tossed into Jiang Chen's mouth by Jiang Chen, as if it was free. The third emperor and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen had actually broken through to the next realm. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from Jiang Chen's bones. All the injuries he suffered just now had completely healed, and not a single scar was left on his body. At the same time, Jiang Chen's energy was like a pillar that could support the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Right at this moment, 10,000 dragon marks had been formed, and Jiang Chen had truly broken through to the mid-combat soul realm. The only flaw was that the dragon transformation skill still hadn't completed its transformation. However, after breaking through to the mid-combat soul realm, Jiang Chen could no longer feel the pressure coming from the third emperor and the others. In his eyes, these existences in front of him were just too weak. Right now, Jiang Chen was strong enough to fight any ordinary combat king warrior. This was the frightening power of the dragon transformation skill. In the distance, Daoist Black and Gua Shan finally understood what Jiang Chen was trying to do. Sensing the massive energy coming from Jiang Chen's body, both of them felt their nerves going numb. Heavens! Is this the powerful energy that a mid-combat soul warrior should have? How could he be so strong? Daoist Black felt his mouth going dry. However, seeing Jiang Chen undergo such a powerful transformation, he was extremely happy and excited. This is Jiang Chen, a peerless monster. You'll never know how much potential he has. Gua Shan said with mixed emotions. When he recalled the first time he met Jiang Chen, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Who would have thought that an outer circle disciple of the Black Sect would be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time? To be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time, who would have thought that the unknown youth would one day stir up a storm in the eastern continent? Not good. The third emperor had a bad feeling about this. Right at this moment, everyone's expressions turned ugly. Before Jiang Chen attacked, just the energy unleashed from his body had caused the 9 stars killing formation to violently tremble, and it looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Humph! Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and cruel. He harumphed. Then he unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed the air. Crack! The 9 stars killing formation instantly shattered. The stubborn formation couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. It was simply too powerful. They were not on the same level at all. Right now, Jiang Chen was like a real combat king warrior. Miserable screams sounded out, especially those 300 men who were constantly supplying energy to the formation. All of them were throwing up blood, as the backlash from the 9 stars killing formation was simply too powerful for them to handle. Puff! Not only them, even the 9th Emperor and the other late combat soul warriors were throwing up blood. Their bodies were swaying, and they were staring at Jiang Chen with a frightened expression. Third Emperor, you've been fighting for so long, it's my turn now. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon palm. The third emperor was shocked, and he immediately unleashed the golden spear. However, the third emperor had suffered serious injuries, and he couldn't unleash the full power of his king weapon. Also, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was too huge. He was no match for him at all. King weapon, give it to me. Jiang Chen extended his hand and forcefully snatched the golden spear from the third emperor's hand. Give me back my combat weapon. The third emperor's expression changed dramatically. This combat weapon was given to him by the old emperor, and if he lost it, it would be a huge loss for him. You've already lost your life, and you still want a combat weapon? Without saying anything, Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, shattering one of the third emperor's arms. Jiang Chen, if you dare kill me, the imperial emperor will never let you go. The third emperor roared. Don't worry, I'll keep your head and give it to the imperial emperor as a congratulatory gift. This kind of meaningless threat was completely useless to Jiang Chen. He waved his hand again, and the third emperor's body exploded into a blood mist, leaving behind a head with a frightened expression. Jiang Chen grabbed the head and stored it into his storage ring. Run! The fourth emperor cried out in alarm. Only now did everyone react. Without hesitation, they immediately turned around and started running. What was the point of fighting now? If they didn't run, they would die. Jiang Chen was even more ferocious than a devil, and even the third emperor, who had a king weapon, was killed by him. So they were nothing. Chapter 444. At this moment, the mighty army of the Martial Saint dynasty had fallen into a state of panic. Everyone was terrified, and they had completely lost their composure. Let alone those divine core and combat soul warriors, even the remaining 8 late combat soul warriors were fleeing for their lives, completely losing their image. Only now do you know how to run? When you were trying to kill me, I bet you didn't think about this. Today, none of you will leave this place alive. Jiang Chen said with a cruel expression. He had completely transformed into the god of slaughter. Then he threw the heavenly saint's sword into the sky. The heavenly saint's sword instantly transformed into a gigantic golden sword that was hundreds of meters long. Then, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a beam of divine light into the heavenly saint's sword. Swoosh! In an instant numerous beams of golden light shot out from the heavenly saint's sword. These golden beams stretched out at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had covered the entire sky above the mountain range, turning into a gigantic golden net that completely sealed off the entire sky. Not good. It's the Grand Imprisonment Formation. We can't escape. Damn it, this Jiang Chen has been prepared for this. He set up this formation in advance, and now he's using it to trap us. We're all injured, and Jiang Chen has broken through to the mid-combat soul realm. There's no way we can break this formation. This is evil. Jiang Chen is really evil and cruel. What should we do now? He will definitely kill us all. Endless fear emerged in everyone's mind. When running away had become an extravagant hope, all that was left was the fear of death. Jiang Chen's plan was flawless. He had set up the Grand Imprisonment Formation in advance, and it was hidden within the Heavenly Saint's sword. This was a formation created by the greatest saint, and with the help of the Heavenly Saint's sword, no one would be able to break it unless they were a combat king warrior, let alone these shrimps and crab soldiers who were panicking right now. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Shangguan Shang. His eyes were extremely cold. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy to Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Shangguan Shang. Sensing the frightening aura leaking out from Jiang Chen's body, Shangguan Shang couldn't help but tremble. As the Shangguan clan's clan chief, a mighty warrior at the peak of the combat soul realm, he had never felt this kind of trembling before. Only when he faced the Imperial Emperor would he feel fear. Shangguan Shang, right? I heard that you've put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen, you don't dare to kill me? Instead, Shangguan Shang laughed. Is that so? Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Chen said with great interest. Because I still have a lot of men in my hands. As long as I give the order, they will all die. I don't think you'll just ignore their lives, right? Shangguan Shang said in a prideful manner. All the men from the Yu family, Guan family, and Tian family were in the hands of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. This was the last card that Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi could use to save their lives. After being enemies with Jiang Chen for so long, they had some understanding of Jiang Chen. Although this man was a cruel and merciless man, he was a man who valued friendship. There was no way he would just watch those men from the Yu family die without doing anything. Jiang Chen, as long as you let me go, I can guarantee with my identity as the Shangguan clan's clan chief that from now on, the Shangguan clan will no longer be your enemy, and all the grudges between us will be written off. What do you say? Shangguan Shang put forward his condition. Idiot! Jiang Chen sneered. Then he grabbed Shangguan Shang's neck. Under the terrifying pressure, Shangguan Shang could only struggle. He couldn't fight back at all. Shangguan Shang, even if the Heavenly King is here today, he won't be able to save your life. I don't mind telling you this. I'll let you die knowing that those men who stayed in the Yu family have already met the King of Hell. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent manner. What? You. All of this is part of your plan. Shangguan Shang cried out in shock. He finally knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Being enemies with a man like this was simply a nightmare. It turned out that everything was under Jiang Chen's control. Right at this moment, Shangguan Shang knew that he was finished. The Shangguan clan was finished, and many people were going to die. He had a feeling that even the mighty martial saint dynasty would be destroyed by this young man one day. A man like this was just too frightening. I've always been an obedient man. I won't attack those who don't attack me first. However, not only did you guys attack me, you even attacked my family and friends. Shangguan Shang, I'll kill you right now and give you a quick death. That's the greatest mercy I can show you. After saying that, Jiang Chen slapped down with his palm. Shangguan Shang's ending was exactly the same as the third emperor's. His body exploded, and even his combat spirit couldn't escape. What was left behind was a head filled with unwillingness and fear, which was then stored away by Jiang Chen. Clan Chief. The Shangguan clan's great elder, Shangguan Qingming, shouted out with bloodshot eyes. Don't shout, it's your turn now. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. Once again, he slapped down with his palm. Shangguan Qingming was no exception. He followed Shangguan Shang's footsteps and died on the spot. The Heavenly Saint's sword had sealed off this entire area, making it impossible for anyone to escape. All of them were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Seeing 3 late combat soul warriors being killed in such a miserable manner, everyone was extremely frightened, and they felt as if their guts were about to explode. Tiangang-yi, it's your turn. Jiang Chen's black hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a devil. With a casual sway of his body, he arrived in front of Tiangang-yi. A powerful energy wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body and firmly suppressed Tiangang-yi. Jiang Chen, do you really have to kill us all? Don't be so ruthless. Tiangang-yi was really scared, and he hurriedly said. However, his request, hoping that Jiang Chen would show mercy to him, was just too childish. Damn you! Leave some leeway for me. You guys who think you're so high and mighty, when you imprisoned my family, did you ever think about leaving some leeway for me? A bunch of combat soul warriors are bullying my family and friends. Where is your face? Where is your sense of shame? If it wasn't for you guys worrying about me, Jiang Chen, my entire family would have been turned into corpses by now. If I spare your lives, those souls who died because of me will never forgive me. Jiang Chen said with a stern voice. He didn't show any mercy, and with a single slap, he shattered Tiangang-yi's head. Sect Chief. The late combat soul warrior from the Myriad Sword sect couldn't help but roar out. Stop shouting. None of us are going to live today. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned red. He dashed toward the Myriad Sword sect elder and killed him with a single slap. After breaking through to the late combat soul realm, Jiang Chen had become really frightening. Killing late combat soul warriors was like killing ants to him. In just the blink of an eye, all 5 late combat soul warriors were killed by Jiang Chen. The remaining 4 late combat soul warriors were all high-ranking men of the Martial Saint dynasty. The Crown Prince, the 4th Emperor, the 5th Emperor, and the 6th Emperor. But right now, all 4 of them had lost their previous elegant demeanor. Their bodies were trembling, and they were looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a devil. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's ice-cold gaze landed on the 4th Emperor. His killing intent soared into the sky. Men always carried all kinds of responsibilities on their shoulders. Sometimes they had to kill to protect their loved ones. They had to kill, this was the law of survival. Wait! The 4th Emperor hurriedly shouted out. Do you have anything to say before you die? Jiang Chen stood in front of the 4th Emperor and spoke in a lang manner. Jiang Chen, let me give you a piece of advice. You better not become the Martial Saint dynasty's enemy. The Martial Saint dynasty's overall strength is not something you can fight. If you don't kill us today, I'll write off all the grudges between us. With your talent and cultivation, as long as you serve the Martial Saint dynasty wholeheartedly, your future will be limitless. The 4th Emperor said. Slap. Right after the 4th Emperor finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately slapped his face, causing him to spin 3 times on the spot. How dare you say such bullshit? Do you think Daddy is an idiot? Nobody can live, but you people from the Martial Saint dynasty must die. Jiang Chen cursed, then he thrust out his palm again, causing the 4th Emperor's body to explode. His head was now in his hand. The 4th Emperor's words were simply bullshit. Jiang Chen had killed 3 emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty, and he had even castrated the Crown Prince. How could he possibly write off all the grudges between him and the Martial Saint dynasty? A life-and-death battle between him and the Martial Saint dynasty was unavoidable, and he couldn't let these mighty warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty go. If he let them go today, they would become the executioners who killed his family and friends tomorrow. This scene had completely frightened the 5th Emperor and 6th Emperor. They could tell that Jiang Chen was a mad devil who killed without batting an eyelid. He didn't care if they were emperors or not, he just killed them without any hesitation. He didn't care if they were emperors or not. From the moment the Imperial Emperor issued the Imperial Decree, the annihilation of the Martial Saint dynasty was already fated. Since you want to annihilate my clan, I'll annihilate your clan as well. Emperors, don't you think what I said is reasonable? Step by step, Jiang Chen walked toward the 5th and 6th emperors and said with a sneer on his face. The 2 emperors' hearts clenched. It seemed like Jiang Chen's words were right. Since they wanted to annihilate Jiang Chen's family, why would Jiang Chen be polite to them? Jiang Chen, you're going against the Martial Saint dynasty, you won't have a good ending. The Imperial Emperor and the Crown Prince are both high and mighty, and it was Yan Chenyu who offended the Crown Prince, that's why the Imperial Emperor gave the Imperial Decree. The 5th Emperor said. Bullshit. The lives of the Martial Saint dynasty are precious, but don't tell me the lives of my family members aren't? Let me tell you, in the eyes of I, Jiang Chen, the life of a servant from my Jiang family is 100 times more precious than yours. I'll kill you all today, and tomorrow, I'll bring your heads to the Imperial Emperor as a congratulatory gift. I'll let him have a taste of having his entire family killed," Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. The Imperial Emperor's imperial decree had completely infuriated Jiang Chen. He believed without a doubt that if it wasn't for him, just because of a single sentence from the Imperial Emperor, all of his family members, his friends, the relatives of his friends, and everyone else who was involved in this matter, would die a horrible death. That scene was simply unimaginable. Chapter 445. Boom. Jiang Chen slammed his palm onto the fifth emperor's body. The fifth emperor could only let out a miserable shriek before he was turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. His head was held in Jiang Chen's hand. Arg! The sixth emperor, who was standing not far away, let out a roar. He took out the combat weapon in his hand and unleashed a powerful aura. Then he took the initiative to attack Jiang Chen. He knew that he was going to die, therefore, he no longer begged for mercy, nor did he try to threaten the martial Saint dynasty. He knew that both begging and threatening were useless. After falling into the hands of a ruthless man like Jiang Chen, his fate was sealed. Rather than begging for mercy, he might as well fight with his life on the line. You're quite courageous, but the ending will be the same. Jiang Chen glanced at the sixth emperor, then he punched out with lightning speed. This punch contained a tremendous force. The sixth emperor felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he felt as if his body was going to be torn apart. In the end, the sixth emperor let out a miserable shriek. Even though he had used all his strength, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took another head. From now on, the heads of the third emperor, fourth emperor, fifth emperor, sixth emperor, seventh emperor, and 10th emperor of the martial Saint dynasty had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. For the martial Saint dynasty, not only was this an unimaginably huge loss, it was also a serious provocation to the dynasty's dignity. After the martial Saint dynasty had been established for so many years, this was the first time someone dared to disregard the dynasty's dignity like this. Killing 6 emperors of the martial Saint dynasty was a heaven-defying act. In the entire eastern continent, only Jiang Chen had the ability to do such a heaven-defying thing. The entire scene instantly became silent. The remaining 300 people all looked at Jiang Chen pitifully. They did not continue to escape, nor did they have the slightest intention to resist. This was because they knew very well that regardless of whether they tried to escape or resist, it was useless. All of their fates were now in the hands of this young man before them. The crown prince was so nervous that he couldn't even breathe. Although he had become a eunuch, he didn't want to die. 8 of the 9 late combat soul warriors had been killed, and all his imperial uncles were dead. He was the only one left, and he didn't dare hope that Jiang Chen would let him go. At this moment, the crown prince was no longer high and mighty in front of Jiang Chen. He was like a stray dog. However, Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the crown prince. Instead, he was looking at the crowd in front of him. His eyes were ice cold, and anyone who looked at him would feel a chill. It was as if under his gaze, they would be executed by 1,000 cuts. In the end, Jiang Chen's gaze landed on a certain person. Wu Tsong. Get out here. Jiang Chen shouted at Wu Kong. Wu Tsong's body trembled, and his face turned pale, as if he was about to collapse. He never thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't kill the crown prince first, but him. The mid-combat soul Wu Tsong's body was trembling, and he couldn't control his body at all. Seeing this, a disgusted look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. He extended his hand and grabbed Wu Tsong's body, unleashing a powerful suction force that pulled Wu Tsong toward Jiang Chen. If I remember correctly, you were the one who planned this from the beginning to the end, right? Jiang Chen stared at Wu Tsong Lang, as if he was looking at a man who was about to die. However, there was no pity in his eyes. Jiang Chen had learned from De Huang Dog that all of this was because Wu Tsong had instigated the crown prince to meet Yan Chenyu. If not for Wu Tsong's instigation, the crown prince wouldn't have gone to the martial palace, and it would have been impossible for him to meet Yan Chenyu. If that was the case, none of this would have happened. Wu Tsong was completely terrified. He couldn't come up with an answer even after a long while. I killed your father. Don't you want to avenge him? Since you're going to die today, why don't you attack me with all your strength? I'll give you a chance to get your revenge. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Tsong with a ridiculing expression. This was a coward, and Jiang Chen hated someone like this from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, he had no intention of letting this culprit go. Wu Tsong's face turned even paler. What a joke. He didn't have the courage to attack Jiang Chen. Although he really wanted to avenge his father, after witnessing how frightening Jiang Chen was, he couldn't muster up any courage to fight. Trash. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Tsong with one last look of disdain. He waved his hand, and a sharp golden light instantly streaked across Wu Tsong's neck. Wu Tsong's head flew into the air, and even until the last head was dead, Wu Tsong's face was still filled with fear. Everyone was trembling with fear. They seemed to have foreseen their own ending, which was to be decapitated. Some people said that when a person was on the verge of death, their will to live would be stimulated, and they would fight back regardless of the consequences. However, among these 300 people, not a single one of them fought back because of their will to live. Their fear of Jiang Chen's space had already seeped deep into their bones, and they simply couldn't muster up any will to fight back. After killing Wu Tsong, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the last crown prince. At this moment, the crown prince, who had just experienced a moment of fear, let out a bitter laugh. Come, if you want to kill me, then kill me. The crown prince suddenly changed his tone and became a bit more unyielding. In any case, he was going to die soon. Don't worry, I can't bear to kill you right now, because you're still of great use to me. You're much more useful than these heads. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Hearing that Jiang Chen wasn't going to kill him, a pleasantly surprised look emerged in the crown prince's eyes. However, in the next moment, he understood Jiang Chen's intention. Are you trying to use me as a hostage to threaten my father? The crown prince said. You're not stupid. When fighting against the martial Saint dynasty, I always need to leave some leverage. Jiang Chen didn't deny it. The reason why he spared the crown prince's life was to threaten the imperial emperor. After all, the crown prince was the imperial emperor's favorite son, and his value couldn't be compared to those emperors. Of course, Jiang Chen's leverage wasn't just the crown prince's life, but also the heads of those emperors. Since the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty were dead, they would definitely return to their ancestral lands. In order to get those heads back, the imperial emperor would do anything. Jiang Chen didn't like using other people's relatives to threaten him. Even if they were his mortal enemies, he still hated doing this. But now he had no other choice, because the people closest to him were still in the imperial emperor's hands, imprisoned in the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, and Wu Jiao. The lives of these people were too important to him. If he didn't leave some leverage behind, he would only be threatened by the imperial emperor. Furthermore, the lives of Jiang Zhenhai and the other two couldn't be guaranteed. Jiang Chen had no doubt that after the imperial emperor found out that he had killed so many emperors, he would probably kill Jiang Zhenhai and the other two to vent his anger. Therefore, Jiang Chen spared the crown prince's life. Sparing the crown prince's life was equal to sparing the lives of Jiang Zhenhai and the other two for the time being. Jiang Chen, you! Slap. Before the crown prince could finish his words, Jiang Chen slapped his face. Lang Lang said, I've told you before, eunuchs shouldn't talk. Didn't anyone tell you that your voice is disgusting? Also, from this moment onwards, remember your identity. You're just my Jiang Chen's slave. Puff. Jiang Chen's words were much more powerful than the slap. The crown prince immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was the crown prince of the imperial emperor, a man who stood above the imperial emperor. He had never been humiliated like this before. But now that he was in Jiang Chen's hands, he could neither live nor die. He didn't even have the ability to kill himself. At the same time, the crown prince kept quiet. He knew very well that Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to him. The only reason he spared his life was to threaten the imperial emperor. If he didn't have this little bit of value, he would have ended up like the other imperial uncles. In fact, the crown prince hated his own voice. Right at this moment, two figures flew over from afar. They were Taoist Black and Guoshan. Both of them had been hiding far away, and when they saw Jiang Chen slaughtering his enemies, they were shocked as if they were struck by lightning. Only now did they react, and when they saw that Jiang Chen had taken control of the situation, they flew over. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and tore open a gap on the barrier formed by the Heavenly Saint's sword, allowing both of them to enter. Right at this moment, the way both of them looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. The scene of Jiang Chen slaughtering his enemies was like a dream to them. It was extremely frightening. If the news of today's battle spread out, Jiang Chen's reputation would reach an unimaginable height. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Although they knew Jiang Chen was one of their own, subconsciously, Both of them had developed a sense of respect and fear towards Jiang Chen. "Brother, what should we do with these people? Are we going to kill them all?" Guoshan looked at the 300 men who were trembling in fear. Killing them all is indeed against the heavenly Tao, but some people must die. Older brother Gua, sect chief, how many people have died in the Black Sect? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know. We've been imprisoned here, so we don't know what's going on outside. Taoist Black said. Then let's bring these people back to the Black Sect and let the disciples of the Black Sect identify them. Those who deserve to die will die, and those who don't deserve to die will be crippled. We have to avenge those disciples of the Black Sect. I need to give them an explanation. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew toward the Black Sect. Under the protection of the Heavenly Saint's sword, the 300 men had no choice but to follow him. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew that there was no way they would be able to resolve this peacefully today. Jiang Chen had said that some of them would be killed because they had killed disciples and elders of the Black Sect, and those who didn't would be crippled. Taoist Black and Guoshan looked at each other. Excitement could be seen in their eyes. With Jiang Chen around, the Black Sect would rise again sooner or later. Chapter 446. These 300 men were from different factions. No matter if it was the Martial Saint Dynasty, the Shangguan clan, or the Myriad Sword Sect, they were all extremely prestigious existences. Normally, any one of these men would be proud and arrogant, no matter where they went. Wherever they went, they could show off their strength. But right now, all 300 men were like stray dogs. Their lives were in someone else's hands, and they couldn't even fight back. All they could do was wait for the god of death to deal with them. It was a tragic scene, especially for those from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. They used to be the overlords of the Jian province, and their pride was ingrained in their bones. But today, 2 of the strongest men in the Jian province had been killed, and even 2 of their late combat soul great elders had been killed. This was a huge loss, and even if they didn't die, these 2 superpowers would never be able to dominate the Jian province again. Their decline was inevitable. The people of the Martial Saint Dynasty were even sadder. Their 6 emperors were dead, their princes were dead, and even the crown prince had become a prisoner, tightly controlled by Jiang Chen. The crown prince, who used to be in a high position, didn't even dare let out a fart when he was with Jiang Chen. This was a situation that couldn't be described with just the word tragic. Right now, the Black Sect was in an extremely restless state. The scene of Jiang Chen fighting so many enemies alone was something that they couldn't help but care about, because it concerned their lives. If Taoist Black hadn't given the order that no one was allowed to leave the Black Sect, many of them would have gone to the battlefield by now. The truth proved that Taoist Black's order was a wise one. The battle was too intense, and the shockwaves from the battle swept across the entire mountain range. Even with Taoist Black and Guoshan's cultivation, they were still having a hard time breathing because of the shockwaves. If it were the other disciples of the Black Sect, they would have been killed by the shockwaves. Did you guys hear that? I can hear the intense shockwaves from 1,000 miles away. Senior disciple Jiang Chen has started fighting with them. This is really worrying. I wonder if senior disciple Jiang Chen can win. I don't think it's going to be easy. They are just too strong. There are so many late combat soul warriors, and a few hundred powerful warriors helping them. But senior disciple Jiang Chen is all by himself. This is really worrying. Just wait and see. Senior disciple Jiang Chen has always been good at creating miracles. During the war between the northern and southern dynasties, he created a miracle, and I'm sure it will be the same this time. All of the Black Sect's hopes are placed on senior disciple Jiang Chen. Bless senior disciple Jiang Chen's victory. Bless the Black Sect's prosperity. Many disciples of the Black Sect were praying for Jiang Chen. In their minds, Jiang Chen was like a god, and they naturally hoped that their god would win. If the god in their minds fell, the Black Sect would fall as well. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, a gigantic golden barrier appeared from afar, and it was flying towards the Black Sect at an incredible speed. On top of the gigantic golden barrier, a gigantic sword that was several hundred meters long was hovering in mid-air. Within the golden barrier, a few hundred men were forced to move at the same speed as the golden barrier. Look, what's that? Oh heavens! Senior disciple Jiang Chen is back. Sect Chief and Sect Elder Guoshan are here too. Look at those men, they are from the Martial Saint Dynasty, Shangguan clan, and Myriad Sword Sect. Look at their terrified faces. I'm sure senior disciple Jiang Chen has beaten them to a pulp. Did you guys notice that all those late combat soul warriors are gone? Don't tell me senior disciple Jiang Chen killed them all? Haha, senior disciple Jiang Chen has won. Oh! The entire black sect was in an uproar. Someone was shouting and yelling, and tears were flowing down from their eyes. This was such a sacred moment. All disciples of the black sect, head to the training ground now. Taoist Black's voice once again sounded out from the sky. After receiving the order, no one from the black sect dared hesitate. They all headed towards the training ground. They had no idea what they were going to do there, but they knew it must be something good. The training ground of the black sect was huge. It was big enough for all the disciples of the black sect to enter without feeling crowded. Jiang Chen brought over 300 men and landed on the huge training ground, but he didn't remove the barrier. Soon, everyone from the black sect had arrived at the training ground. The place was filled with people, but it was extremely quiet. No one was talking. All the disciples and elders of the black sect were staring at the young man in white in front of them with a burning passion in their eyes. The man who was like a god in their hearts. He was the idol of all the young men. They didn't wish to reach the same heights as Jiang Chen one day, but if they could achieve even 1% of what Jiang Chen had achieved in the future, they would be thanking their ancestors. All elders and disciples of the black sect, listen up. Although the black sect is only a small sect in the Qi province, we are not a place that anyone can bully. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them, but if people offend us, we'll fuck their ancestors. All of you, raise your heads and look at these arrogant bastards. Look at them now, they are like stray dogs. If I, your father, want them dead, they won't be able to live past the next second. These people have been imprisoning the black sect for the past few days, causing us to suffer a lot, and many of our elders and disciples have been killed by them. Now, these people are here. Come forward and identify them. If anyone's hands are stained with the blood of our black sect's disciples, point them out immediately, and we'll take revenge on them. Jiang Chen's voice was loud and mighty. It resounded in the ears of every disciple and elder of the black sect. With just a few words, everyone in the black sect felt their blood boiling, and their morale skyrocketed. That if people offend us, we'll fuck their ancestors. It had struck a chord in everyone's heart. This was too domineering. This was the courage of a real man. So what if the black sect was a small sect in the Qi province? Did they have to be bullied by others? These guys in front of them, who had been standing high above the masses, were now like stray dogs. They were just standing there with pale faces, and they didn't even dare breathe loudly. Damn it! How ironic was that? Damn it, these bastards have been bullying and cursing us for the past few days. What goes around comes around. Daddy wants to find those two scumbags who killed junior disciple Lu. A hot-tempered disciple was the first one to step forward while cursing. He arrived in front of the group of over 300 disciples, and when he glanced at them, many of them immediately lowered their heads. Senior disciple Jiang, it's him. He killed junior disciple Lu. The disciple pointed at a man from the Shangguan clan and said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he just stretched out his hand and grabbed the man. Under Jiang Chen's control, the man couldn't even breathe, and he had completely lost his freedom of movement. I'll leave him to you. Jiang Chen handed the man over to the black sect's disciple. Thank you, senior disciple Jiang. The disciple bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen. After that, he took out a sharp blade and stabbed it into the man's chest without saying anything. Junior disciple Lu was tortured to death by you, and I'm showing him mercy by stabbing him. The disciple said with hatred in his voice. Jiang Chen, you cruel executioner. If you want to kill us, just kill us. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? Someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted out loudly. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the man, he just casually pointed his finger and unleashed a golden beam. The golden beam was like an indestructible sword, and it instantly pierced through the man's head, leaving behind a bloody hole. He died on the spot. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is so amazing. That man was an early combat soul warrior, but senior disciple Jiang just casually pointed his finger at him and killed him. This is terrifying. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is only 17 years old this year, but he already possesses such formidable combat strength at such a young age. It's not something we can imagine. If I could have half of senior disciple Jiang's ability, I'd be thanking the heavens. Half. What are you thinking? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Don't compare yourself with senior disciple Jiang Chen. All the people of the Black Sect were amazed by Jiang Chen's abilities. They didn't witness the fight from 1,000 miles away, but they did witness how Jiang Chen killed an early combat soul warrior with just a single finger. At this moment, everyone's admiration for Jiang Chen was like a raging river. Let me tell you, this isn't a humiliation, it's a reversal of your positions with the Black Sect. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like. If anyone else wants to die, you can do so right now. If you don't want to die, just stand here obediently, and you might be able to keep your lives. Jiang Chen looked at these people in front of him and said with an indifferent tone. After that, all the disciples of the Black Sect stepped forward to identify these people. In their minds, they wanted to kill those who had humiliated them, even in their dreams. Therefore, these people had left a deep impression on them, and they would be able to recognize them even if they were burned to ashes. During the past few days, all the disciples of the Black Sect had been imprisoned in different groups. Every place was guarded by people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. The people from the Martial Saint dynasty had just arrived yesterday, and their main goal was to deal with Jiang Chen. Therefore, they didn't really treat the disciples of the Black Sect. In the past few days, countless disciples of the Black Sect had been killed. This debt of blood had to be repaid with blood. After nearly half an hour of identification, all the people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect had been identified. All of their hands were stained with the blood of the disciples of the Black Sect. For people like this, Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. Jiang Chen decisively gave the order, handing all these people over to the Black Sect's disciples, letting them do whatever they wanted. They had been imprisoned for more than a dozen days, and they had suffered all kinds of inhumane humiliation. Even the slightest bit of annoyance would cause them to be beaten and scolded. It wasn't hard to imagine how the disciples of the Black Sect were feeling right now. Now that they had the chance to fight back, those who had bullied them would never have a good time. Following a series of miserable screams, all the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 447. The entire training ground was covered in blood, and the pungent smell of blood made people frown. This place had turned into a living hell, and the remaining 200 men from the Martial Saint dynasty were so scared that their faces had turned deathly pale. They didn't even dare breathe. Jiang Chen was too frightening, and in their eyes, he had turned into a devil. Soon, all the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect were executed. Next, it was the men from the Martial Saint dynasty's turn. Jiang Chen didn't look at them, he turned to the men from the Black Sect and asked, "Are they here?" "Senior disciple Jiang, they just arrived yesterday, and they didn't bully us," a disciple from the Black Sect said. Upon hearing this, the men from the Martial Saint dynasty couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It looked like they had a chance to keep their lives. At least, they would have a better ending than the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. Very good. I've said it before, kill all those who deserve to die. In fact, all of you deserve to die as well. If I fell into the hands of the Martial Saint dynasty today, I'm sure all of you know what would happen to me. Once I die, you'll attack my family and friends mercilessly. Am I right? Jiang Chen glanced at all the men with an interested expression. When they looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, all of them felt like they were suffocating. However, what Jiang Chen said was right. If the ending was reversed, and instead of them falling into the hands of Jiang Chen would be captured by them, Jiang Chen would have a miserable ending. Once something bad happened to Jiang Chen, the imperial decree of exterminating all his family and friends would be carried out immediately, and everyone in the Black Sect would die a miserable death. Therefore, none of them dared to refute Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen was a smart man, and he could see everything clearly, so it was useless to refute him. In front of such a person, your life was completely at his command. Everything depended on whether Jiang Chen was happy or not. Begging for mercy or threatening him were all useless. But like I said before, as long as your hands aren't stained with the blood of the Black Sect's disciples, you won't have to die. But you can still be punished. I'll give you two choices now. The first choice, cut off your arms and leave this place. The second choice, I'll cripple your cultivation and spare your lives. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, although the faces of these people from the Martial Saint dynasty were drenched in cold sweat, many of their eyes were filled with joy. That's right, such a punishment was indeed a pleasant surprise. They thought they were dead for sure. Although losing 2 arms was a severe punishment, it was still better than losing their lives. I lost my arm. Without hesitation, a combat soul warrior took out a sharp long sword and chopped off his left arm. After that, he threw the long sword away and chopped off his right arm. Since someone had made his move, the others didn't waste any time either. They all took out their own weapons and chopped off their own arms. The entire scene was filled with blood and violence, but the people of the Black Sect were excited. Chopping off their own arms, no ordinary man would have the courage to do so. However, none of these people dared hesitate. They weren't familiar with Jiang Chen, but after today's battle, they had completely understood what kind of man Jiang Chen was. He was a cruel and merciless man who would never go back on his words. They could imagine that if they were a little bit slower, Jiang Chen would have killed them. Although Jiang Chen had given them 2 choices, everyone chose the first one. 4 powerful warriors. Even an idiot would know which one to choose between losing one's arm and crippling one's cultivation. Losing one's arm would have a great impact on one's future cultivation. It could even cause one's cultivation to stagnate, unable to advance any further. However, there were miraculous pills that could regrow one's arm. Even if one couldn't find them, with one's current cultivation base, one could still live well without both arms. However, if one's cultivation base was crippled, it would be no different from death for a powerful cultivator. The life of a cripple was something they couldn't imagine. Therefore, they had decided to cut off their arms. Let's go, get the hell out of the Black Sect. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. None of the 200 men dared hesitate. They immediately turned around and left. To them, this place was like hell, and they didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. Wait, Jiang Chen suddenly said. Those who had already left the training ground immediately halted their steps. Each and every one of them were terrified, as they had no idea what this malefic was going to do. Could it be that he had suddenly changed his mind? Since all of them had lost their arms, if he continued to kill them, wouldn't he be bullying them? With your current condition, it's better if you don't return to the Martial Saint dynasty. All the emperors are dead, and even the crown prince is gone. If you go back without your arms, the imperial emperor will be furious, and he will definitely kill you. Besides, you're useless to the Martial Saint dynasty now, so I suggest you leave and find a place to live a normal life. Jiang Chen said. His words had reminded these men of something. Many of them were startled at first, but soon after, they looked at Jiang Chen with grateful expressions. Jiang Chen was right, they had followed the third emperor and the crown prince to the war, and now the third emperor and the crown prince were dead, but they were going back like this. It would be strange if the imperial emperor didn't kill them. Even the emperors were dead, so why didn't they die? Besides, with their current condition, they were useless to the Martial Saint dynasty. If they went back, they would definitely be killed. Therefore it was better for them to listen to Jiang Chen, leave and hide their identities. That way they could still survive. After all the men from the Martial Saint dynasty left, the Black Sect was greeted with a loud cheer. All the disciples were shouting and cheering. Today's battle had swept away all the gloominess they had, and all the grievances they had felt were gone. When they looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes were filled with respect. It was because of this young man that they had been given a new life. Jiang Chen, the god of war. Jiang Chen, the god of war. Jiang Chen, the god of war. Thousands of disciples of the Black Sect surrounded the huge training ground and roared. The roars of thousands of people circulating their yuan energy could definitely shake the heavens and the earth. The atmosphere of the Black Sect was unparalleled, and even Taoist Black and Guoshan had joined in the cheering. Although Taoist Black was the Black Sect's sect chief, ever since Jiang Chen defeated the northern and southern dynasties and conquered the Qi province, the Black Sect's true sect chief was Jiang Chen. Therefore, the threat Jiang Chen posed to the Black Sect was much higher than Taoist Black. This could be seen from the statue of Jiang Chen that was erected in the center of the Black Sect. Taoist Black knew this very well, and in his mind, Jiang Chen was the Black Sect's savior. This was the second time he had saved the Black Sect. Jiang Chen waved his hand and the screams came to an abrupt end. Fellow disciples, I, Jiang Chen, have returned, and I won't let anything bad happen to the Black Sect. From now on, the Black Sect will return to the right track. Everyone, go back to cultivating. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a sea of fire onto the training field. The corpses and severed limbs on the ground were burned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. With a strong gust of wind, the training field became clean again, as if nothing had ever happened. What a powerful flame! Guoshan's eyes lit up. As an alchemist, he had some knowledge about flames, but he had never heard of such a terrifying flame like Jiang Chen's. After the true dragon flame had merged with the heavenly thunder flame, Jiang Chen's flame had reached a new level. Not to mention these dead bodies, even the hardest rock would be burned into ashes in an instant. Jiang Chen, Father will never forgive you for what you've done. The crown prince who stood next to Jiang Chen said while gnashing his teeth in anger. It's still too early to say who will forgive who. Also, you damn eunuch, from now on, don't say another word. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Jiang Chen glared at the crown prince. The crown prince gnashed his teeth in anger, but he dared not say another word. He didn't think Jiang Chen was joking with him. On the same night, within the Black Sect, Han Yan, De Huang Dog and the others had returned one after another. When they heard about Jiang Chen's achievements, they were extremely excited. Little Chenzi, you're too fierce. I think those imperial emperors are going to be pissed now. Yu Zihan said. This is too fierce. He's simply inhuman. All 6 emperors of the Martial Saint dynasty are dead. Such a great loss has never happened in the history of the Martial Saint dynasty. But, this battle is really exciting. That's right. Yu Zihan burst into laughter. His admiration for Jiang Chen had increased to another level. How are things on your side? Jiang Chen asked. Don't worry, as long as I, De Huang, am involved, nothing will go wrong. Up until now, all the hostages are safe. However, Lord Jiao, your father, and Yan Zhanyun are still in the Martial Saint dynasty. De Huang Dog said. Humph. I'll settle this score with the Imperial Emperor. If anything happens to my father, I'll make the Martial Saint dynasty fall. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. 2 cold beams flickered within his eyes. It was a frightening scene. By imprisoning Jiang Zhenhai, the Imperial Emperor had crossed Jiang Chen's bottom line. Little Chenzi, the Martial Saint dynasty is still a very powerful dynasty. You've killed so many of their men today. I'm sure the Imperial Emperor is going to be furious. If he sends his army to our border, how are we going to defend ourselves? Han Yan said with a frown on his face. The war with the Martial Saint dynasty is unavoidable. Tomorrow, I'll head to the Martial Saint dynasty with the crown prince and the heads of those emperors. I'll rescue my father, father-in-law, and brother Jiao. Jiang Chen said. The reason why he kept the crown prince alive was to save them. If not, because of what he had done, the Imperial Emperor would never let Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun go. However, Little Chenzi, although you've broken through to the mid-combat soul realm, and you're considered invincible among all combat soul warriors, the Imperial Emperor is still a combat king warrior. If you fight him, do you have the confidence to win? Chapter 448. Everyone threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen. This was a very important question. To put it bluntly, the Martial Saint dynasty had a huge and deep foundation. No matter how they looked at it, it was not an existence that the Black Sect could compete with. Or, in other words, the war with the Martial Saint dynasty was actually a fight between Jiang Chen alone, a fight between Jiang Chen and the Imperial Emperor. Only when Jiang Chen had the strength to defeat the Imperial Emperor would he have a chance to turn the situation around. However, the gap between the Combat Soul Realm and the Combat King Realm was just too huge, and it was extremely difficult to cross the gap. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was only a mid-combat soul warrior. The Imperial Emperor is only a first-grade Combat King warrior, and with my current combat strength, I can fight a first-grade Combat King warrior. Therefore, I don't really care about the Imperial Emperor. What I'm worried about is that the Martial Saint dynasty has ruled the Eastern continent for so many years, and they have such a deep foundation. I'm afraid they have more than one Combat King warrior, and they might even have second and third grade Combat King warriors. If that's the case, things will get really complicated. Jiang Chen said with a frown on his face. First grade Combat King? Han Yan and the others were startled, as they didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. It's normal that you don't know about it. After all, there are only a few Combat King warriors in the Eastern continent, and those who haven't reached the Combat King realm will never understand how frightening a Combat King warrior is. Furthermore, after reaching the Combat King realm, the division of levels will change as well. When a Combat Soul warrior breaks through to the Combat King realm, the gap between each level will be huge. The difference between an early combat king warrior and a mid-combat king warrior is completely different, as this is related to a combat king warrior's control over the spatial force. In order to reduce this huge gap, each level of the combat king realm is divided into 3 minor realms. Jiang Chen said. It was understandable that Han Yan and the others didn't know about these things. After all, this was the Eastern continent, not the Divine continent. Here, a single combat king could rule the entire continent. In the eyes of countless people, a combat king was a combat king, and it represented power. Compared to the Eastern continent, the only combat king that people knew about was the Imperial Emperor. Therefore, they didn't know the true division of the combat king realm. Only those who had truly reached the combat king realm would be able to experience the huge gap between the combat king realm and learn the specific division of the combat king realm. First grade combat king to third grade combat king belongs to the early combat king realm, fourth grade to sixth grade belongs to the mid combat king realm, and seventh grade to ninth grade belongs to the late combat king realm. This is the division of the combat king realm. The cultivation realms of a cultivator are the Qi Jing realm, Qi High realm, mortal core realm, heavenly core realm, and divine core realm, but they are just the 5 basic realms. The combat soul realm is the realm that has just surpassed the basic realms and formed a combat soul. Jiang Chen explained everything to the crowd in detail. In his mind, these people all had the potential to become combat king warriors in the future, and they would learn all this knowledge sooner or later. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, the crowd were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. None of them knew anything about what Jiang Chen had just told them. Little Chenzi, how did you know all this? Han Yan couldn't help but ask. Because I'm handsome, that's why I know everything, Jiang Chen said with a grin on his face. Hearing this, the crowd immediately raised their middle fingers at Jiang Chen. However, they soon felt relieved. In this world, there were some freaks that couldn't be judged with common sense, and Jiang Chen was one of those freaks. He was so young, but he knew everything, as if there was nothing in this world that he didn't know. After listening to what Big Bro Jiang said, I've learned a lot. Looks like only after reaching the combat king realm can one truly step into the path of cultivation. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to become a combat king warrior in my lifetime. Yu Zihan sighed. You can definitely do it. Han Yan patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. Big Bro Jiang, you don't have to comfort me. I'm just a late divine core warrior. I haven't even broken through to the combat soul realm, let alone the combat king realm, which is even more difficult. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. He knew his own limitations very well. Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, Yu Zihan had a high chance of breaking through to the combat king realm. Ever since he absorbed the energy vein source essence and improved his physique, he had been improving at an incredible speed. From the early heavenly core realm, it only took him 1.5 years to break through to the late divine core realm. With such progress, he could be considered a genius no matter where he went. Therefore, there was no need for Yu Zihan to feel depressed. The only reason he felt depressed was because he was comparing himself with Jiang Chen and Han Yan. The Imperial Emperor is just a first-grade combat king warrior. I'm more than enough to deal with him. But, if we are to go to war with the Martial Saint Dynasty, the Black Sect won't have the upper hand. Tomorrow, I'll pay the Martial Saint Dynasty a visit and find a way to rescue my dad and the others. You guys try your best to disperse all the disciples of the Black Sect. As for those below the Divine Core Realm, don't stay in the Black Sect for the time being. If not, once the war breaks out, they will all become cannon fodder. Jiang Chen said, the war with the Martial Saint Dynasty is unavoidable. As for the details, I'll discuss it with the Imperial Emperor tomorrow after I meet him. I'm afraid the Imperial Emperor won't give us another chance. Han Yan said. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it, Jiang Chen said. His eyes were glowing, and no matter what situation he was in, he always had a confident look on his face. Little Chenzi, if you're going to the Martial Saint Dynasty, you better be careful, Han Yan reminded. Don't worry, it's just the Martial Saint Dynasty. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. A confident smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The next day, Jiang Chen started his journey towards the Martial Saint Dynasty in the wee hours of the night, and he arrived at his destination just before dawn. Jiang Chen was flying at full speed. When he arrived at the Martial Saint Dynasty, his speed didn't slow down at all. Soon, 6 golden guards approached him. Stop right there. Who are you? The leading golden guard shouted out loudly. A few of them lined up and blocked Jiang Chen's path. They didn't know who Jiang Chen was, but they knew the people around Jiang Chen. Crown Prince! The few of them cried out in shock at the same time, and their expressions changed dramatically. Not only was the Crown Prince the Martial Saint Dynasty's Crown Prince, he was also the leader of these Golden Guards, the true commander. I'm Jiang Chen. Tell the Imperial Emperor that I'm here to give him a gift. Let me see what this is. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his hand. In an instant, a series of heads flew up into the sky. 6 emperors, Prince Wu Tsong, and the vice commander of the Golden Guards, Yuan Long. All these hideous human heads were hovering in midair, emitting a frightening coldness. What? Those are the emperor's heads. Oh heavens, something big has happened. The few Golden Guards instantly panicked, and the shock on their faces had reached an extreme level. The leading Golden Guard immediately gave out an order, and it echoed throughout the entire Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen stood there with a faint smile on his face. He didn't stop the Golden Guards from giving out the order, and he just stood there, waiting for the Imperial Emperor to arrive. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous powerful auras soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of powerful figures appeared in the sky outside the Martial Saint Dynasty, surrounding Jiang Chen and the Crown Prince. These people were the prestigious Golden Guards of the Martial Saint Dynasty, and the powerful Imperial Army. Every single one of them was a mighty warrior. At this moment, the gazes of these people landed on the floating heads, and their expressions changed drastically. Something big had happened. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Martial Saint Dynasty. So many emperors were killed, and someone even brought their heads to the Martial Saint Dynasty to show off. Such a provocation was the biggest humiliation to the Martial Saint Dynasty. These heads and the imprisoned Crown Prince made everyone look at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes. They had heard about Jiang Chen's name before, and the Imperial Emperor had given the imperial decree to exterminate all of his family and friends. It was all for the sake of this young genius. But, who would have thought that this young man would become so terrifying all of a sudden? Not only did they fail to capture Jiang Chen, they were all killed by him. To the Martial Saint Dynasty, this was an unimaginable loss. Imperial Emperor, why don't you come out and welcome your people? Jiang Chen ignored the people who surrounded him and shouted at the Martial Saint Dynasty with a loud voice. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, echoing through the sky above the Martial Saint Dynasty. His words were filled with hostility. Boom! A towering wave suddenly soared up from the center of the Martial Saint Dynasty. It was a thick flame of anger, and it turned into a golden pillar of light that shot up into the sky. In the next moment, a muscular middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe flew out. He was furious, and no one could see how he moved. In the next moment, he appeared outside the Martial Saint Dynasty. That was the aura of a combat king warrior, and it was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. When the Golden Guards and Royal Guards saw the Imperial Emperor, they immediately bowed and loosened the encirclement. The Imperial Emperor's gaze fell onto the heads of the third emperor and the others, and the anger between his brows had reached its peak. As the Imperial Emperor, he would never allow such a provocation to happen. The Martial Saint Dynasty was a prosperous dynasty that ruled the entire Eastern continent, and no one dared to defy it. But today, someone had killed all the emperors and imprisoned the Crown Prince. This wasn't just a simple slap to the Imperial Emperor's face, it was a slap to the left and a slap to the right. Jiang Chen, it looks like I've underestimated you. The Imperial Emperor's voice was so cold that it could freeze a savage beast to death. However, he still managed to remain calm. Yesterday, when all the Emperor's soul jade slips were destroyed, the guards who were guarding the room immediately knew that something big had happened. Without any hesitation, they immediately reported the news to the Imperial Emperor. However, what the Imperial Emperor didn't expect was that Jiang Chen would be so daring. Before he could do anything, Jiang Chen had actually invaded the Martial Saint Dynasty all by himself, and he had even brought the heads of all the emperors to the Imperial Emperor's palace. Jiang Chen was simply a madman. Of course you've underestimated me. Since you've done something wrong, you'll have to pay the price. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 449. There was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite when talking to the Imperial Emperor. Both of them were now mortal enemies, and only one of them would survive. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't plan to be polite with the Imperial Emperor today. "Father, save me." When the Crown Prince saw the Imperial Emperor, it was as if he had seen his savior. He immediately cried out in surprise. In his mind, he would be safe now that he could see the Imperial Emperor. His father was an omnipotent existence, not someone that a puny Jiang Chen could deal with. Since Jiang Chen dared to come to the Martial Saint dynasty alone, he was courting death. "Shut up, trash." The Imperial Emperor glared at the Crown Prince and shouted coldly. The son he had high hopes for had turned into the most useless one. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's lust, he wouldn't be in this situation today. The heads floating in the sky all had ferocious expressions on their faces. It was impossible for the Imperial Emperor to not feel bad. Not only did the emperors threaten the Martial Saint dynasty's reputation, they were also the Imperial Emperor's blood brothers. Now that all of them were dead, the Imperial Emperor would be left alone. "Jiang Chen, I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the Crown Prince and these heads to me," the Imperial Emperor said. "Haha, Imperial Emperor. Your words are too funny. With the grudge between us, isn't it a little too much to say something like that? The war between the Martial Saint dynasty and me has been decided since the day you gave the imperial decree to kill all my family members. I'll cut the crap, release my father, father-in-law, and brother Zhou. Then I'll hand over the Crown Prince and these heads to you." Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh and told the Imperial Emperor the reason why he came here today. "You're threatening me." A bright light flickered in the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He was getting angrier and angrier. As the Emperor, no one had ever dared to threaten him like this, and Jiang Chen was definitely the first. "Of course I'm threatening you." Jiang Chen shrugged and said, "As a matter of fact, this is just a deal. The Crown Prince's life is extremely precious, and the heads of these emperors have to be returned to the Martial Saint dynasty after they die. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be good for the Martial Saint dynasty's reputation if I just bury their heads in some desolate mountain." This was a blatant threat, and Jiang Chen wasn't doing anything wrong. On the other hand, the reason why the Imperial Emperor imprisoned Jiang Zhenhai was to threaten Jiang Chen. "No one dares to threaten me, Jiang Chen. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. After I kill you, I'll wipe out your entire clan." The Imperial Emperor's tone was extremely cold. As the most respected man in the Eastern continent, he would never allow anyone to challenge his authority, and he would never allow anyone to threaten him. "Is that so? Why don't you try? Let's see who's faster. I guarantee that before you do anything, I'll kill the Crown Prince and destroy all these heads." Jiang Qinlunglung said. He wasn't threatened by the Imperial Emperor at all. In terms of temperament, he was much calmer than the Imperial Emperor. He knew that the Imperial Emperor would definitely compromise today. No matter what the Crown Prince had become, he was still the Crown Prince. In the Imperial Emperor's mind, the Crown Prince's life was more precious than Jiang Zhenhai's. Furthermore, these emperors' heads were related to the Martial Saint dynasty's reputation. Now that they had been killed, the Imperial Emperor's reputation had been ruined. If someone burned these heads in front of the Imperial Emperor, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. More importantly, these were all emperors, the Imperial Emperor's blood brothers. Now that they were dead, they couldn't even return their heads to the Imperial Emperor. The Imperial Emperor was a failure as an emperor. Don't think I'm joking, I only joke with my friends. I'll count to 3, and if I don't see my father by then, I'll break one of the Crown Prince's arms right in front of you," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He placed his palm on the Crown Prince's shoulder. The Crown Prince's face turned pale because of fear. He knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. With just a little bit of force from Jiang Chen, the Crown Prince's arm would be crippled. The Imperial Emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Ever since he became the emperor, he had never been so angry. However, the Imperial Emperor could tell that Jiang Chen wasn't joking. "Humph!" The Imperial Emperor coldly harumphed. With a wave of his hand, he tore a crack in the air, and a chilly wind came gushing out from it. This was the frightening ability of a combat king. After comprehending the spatial laws, he could easily tear the space apart. The Imperial Emperor waved his hand again, and 4 figures were pulled out from the crack. These 4 were none other than Wu Jiao, Xian Yi, Jiang Zhenhai, and Yan Zhanyun, who had been imprisoned in the Martial Saint dynasty. The 4 of them staggered and nearly lost their balance. When they finally steadied themselves, they saw Jiang Chen standing in front of them. They were startled at first, But soon after, their faces turned into wild joy.
Chen-er!
Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun cried out at the same time. During the days they were imprisoned, there was only one thing that kept them going, and that was their beloved son and son-in-law. They firmly believed that Jiang Chen would come and save them.
Brother, this.
Wu Jiu saw Jiang Chen as well. But soon after, he threw his glance at those heads. When he saw the faces of those heads, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he let out a long sigh. No matter what, these were his brothers. Although they had always made things difficult for him when they were alive, and were his enemies, Wu Jiu still felt it was a pity that they had ended up in such a miserable state. Of course, Wu Jiu only felt it was a pity. Ever since the Imperial Emperor gave the order to annihilate his entire family, and even his own son, Wu Jiu had cut off all ties with the Martial Saint dynasty. However, Wu Jiu and Xueqi were still shocked. They were shocked because of Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen left the Martial Saint dynasty, he was only a peak divine core warrior, not even a combat soul warrior. In just a short period of time, not only had he broken through to the combat soul realm, his combat strength had also reached a heaven-defying level. So many great warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty had been killed by him, and after seeing what had happened to all the emperors, they knew without a doubt that Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi's ending would be even more miserable than theirs. Wu Jiu, did you see that? This is the man you befriended, the one who killed all your brothers and fellow sect members. I'm sure you feel guilty about this. The Imperial Emperor Lang Lang stared at Wu Jiu.
Humph.
Guilty? This is all your fault. I've told you before, Jiang Chen is someone we can't afford to offend. When Jiang Chen first arrived at the Martial Palace, if the Martial Saint dynasty treated him as a distinguished guest, Jiang Chen might have been recruited by the Martial Saint dynasty. If that was the case, not only would the Martial Saint dynasty not have one more powerful enemy, it would have become even more powerful. However, all of you just don't like Jiang Chen, and that's why you've made things difficult for him. That's why all of this has happened. As for the brothers and fellow sect members you mentioned, I'm really sorry, but from the moment you decided to kill me, and from the moment they tried to kill me, that relationship has been completely severed. Wu Jiu coldly harumphed. The Imperial Emperor and those emperors had completely broken his heart. He had no doubt that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would be a dead man by now, and his son would be a wanted criminal by the Martial Saint dynasty. Good, very good. I'll let you know the consequences of going against the Martial Saint dynasty. The Imperial Emperor said with a sneer. Imperial Emperor, cut the crap. Let the 4 of them go, and I'll return the Crown Prince and all these heads to you. Jiang Chen said. The reason he came here today was to make a deal. 1 for the Crown Prince, and 1 for all these heads. Among these 4, you can only take 2 with you. The Imperial Emperor said. No way, I want all of them, not 1 less. Jiang Chen would never back down. With the Imperial Emperor's current fury, he would most likely kill all of them on the spot. Jiang Chen, don't push your luck, this is my bottom line. The Imperial Emperor was defending his last bit of imperial prestige. My bottom line has already been touched by all of you. I have to take all 4 of them with me. There's no room for negotiation. Jiang Chen's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing that Jiang Chen wouldn't budge, the Imperial Emperor's imperial robe fluttered in the wind, and his body was trembling due to extreme anger. However, in the next moment, his eyes lit up. In his mind, there was no harm in handing these people over to Jiang Chen. With the current situation, there was no way Jiang Chen could escape. As long as he could bring back the Crown Prince and all these heads, all these people, including Jiang Chen, would still have to die. I'll say it one last time. 1 for the Crown Prince, and 1 for the head. However, Jiang Chen, since you have the strength to kill a peak combat soul warrior, do you have the courage to fight me? As long as you can withstand 3 strikes from me without dying, I'll let all of you go. A sneer emerged on the Imperial Emperor's face. Fine. Out of the Imperial Emperor's expectation, Jiang Chen agreed without any hesitation. Since you're courting death, I won't show any mercy. A ridiculing look emerged in the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree so easily. It looked like this young man was overconfident just because he had some strength, thinking he was invincible under the heavens. Little did he know, the huge gap between the Combat Soul Realm and the Combat King Realm was not something Jiang Chen could imagine. Let alone 3 strikes, the Imperial Emperor would be able to kill Jiang Chen with just 1 strike. Once he killed Jiang Chen, He would kill Jiang Chen's entire family and avenge the death of the Imperial Emperor. This was what the Imperial Emperor was thinking, and Jiang Chen had his own thoughts as well.
He was waiting for the Imperial Emperor to let him go.
If not, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave with Jiang Zhenhai and the other 3 burdens.
Come.
Jiang Chen leapt into the sky and placed all the heads into his storage ring, including the Crown Prince's head. The storage ring was a sealed space, and it was used to store items, not people. However, for a combat soul warrior like the Crown Prince, he wouldn't suffocate to death after being stored in it for a while.
Chen, be careful.
Brother, be careful. Jiang Zhenhai and Wu Jiu warned Jiang Chen at the same time. Especially Wu Jiu. His face was filled with worry. He knew how frightening Jiang Chen was, but the Imperial Emperor was a true combat king warrior. How could a young combat soul warrior fight him? The Imperial Emperor's 3 strikes were deadly. Chapter 450. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen and the Imperial Emperor were standing opposite each other, both of them emanating incredible killing intent. This Jiang Chen has overestimated himself. Does he really think he can fight the Imperial Emperor just because he killed all the emperors? He's simply courting death. That's right, the Imperial Emperor is a true combat king warrior. Let alone 3 strikes, Jiang Chen won't be able to withstand even 1 strike. Fighting the Martial Saint dynasty won't end well for anyone. However, this Jiang Chen is a heaven-defying man. He has killed so many emperors and caused an unprecedented loss to the Martial Saint dynasty. Even if he dies, his name will still spread far and wide. The Golden Guards and the Imperial Army were all sighing. In their minds, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a peerless demon king. He had achieved so much at such a young age, and even if he were to die in the hands of the Imperial Emperor today, his name would still be recorded in the history of the Eastern continent. In the next 100 years, his name would be known by everyone. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun clenched their fists tightly. Their faces were filled with nervousness, especially Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen was his everything, and if anything bad happened to Jiang Chen, there would be no point for him to continue living in this world. Lord Jiu, do you think brother Jiang Chen can withstand 3 strikes from the Imperial Emperor? Xueqi asked worriedly. A mid-combat soul warrior fighting against a combat king warrior. This has never happened before. Normally, it's impossible, but with my understanding of brother, he would never do something he's not confident in. He has always been able to create miracles, and perhaps he will do the same this time. Wu Jiu said. He had no idea if a mid-combat soul warrior could fight against a combat king warrior in this world, but he knew Jiang Chen well. Although this man was young, he was an astute man, and he would never do anything he wasn't confident in. Furthermore, this involved the safety of 2 important figures, Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun, so Jiang Chen wouldn't do anything reckless. Up in the sky, the Imperial Emperor's divine aura was unfathomable. As a combat king warrior, as well as a high and mighty emperor, he had always looked down on others. Jiang Chen, I admire your courage. You actually dared to take 3 of my moves. The Imperial Emperor said with a sneer on his face. Make your move. Jiang Chen was very straightforward, and he didn't want to waste any time. With his eyesight, not only could he tell that the Imperial Emperor was only a first-grade combat king, he could also clearly tell how strong the Imperial Emperor's combat strength was. With his 10,000 dragon marks, he was more than enough to fight or even suppress a first-grade combat king. Humph! The Imperial Emperor let out a cold snort. Then he suddenly threw out a punch. The punch caused the surrounding space to distort, causing cracks to appear in the space around it. The punch carried the power of space as it flew towards Jiang Chen. The attack of a combat king warrior was extremely ferocious, causing the weather to change in an instant. If it was any ordinary man, even if he had the combat strength to fight a combat king warrior, he would still be at a loss when facing an unfamiliar power of space. The biggest difference between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior was the power of space. A combat king warrior was able to use the power of space to attack, but a combat soul warrior was not familiar with the power of space, so they were usually unable to defend themselves, or even had no idea where to attack. However, Jiang Chen was different. Although he was unable to use the power of space, he was very familiar with it. Therefore, he didn't panic when facing the Imperial Emperor's attack. Jiang Chen was able to accurately see the trajectory of the power of space, allowing him to accurately defend himself. In fact, in the path of cultivation, there was a saying, a single force can break all skills. In front of absolute power, everything else was nothing. Jiang Chen had 10,000 dragon marks, so he could easily unleash a force of over 1,000,000 kilograms. A first-grade combat king is only... Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and threw out a punch as well. His palm was fully covered with blood-red dragon scales, and when he threw out his punch, an illusory dragon appeared. The dragon was completely condensed from a frightening amount of energy, and it contained the true dragon flame and thunder flame, causing it to be even more ferocious, causing no one to dare look directly at it. As the saying goes, when an expert makes his move, everyone's expression changed. When Jiang Chen attacked, everyone's expressions changed, including the Imperial Emperor's. Those golden guards and royal guards who thought the Imperial Emperor would be able to smash Jiang Chen into pieces with just a single strike had their smiles frozen on their faces. They could clearly feel that the aura unleashed by Jiang Chen's punch was not any weaker than the Imperial Emperor's. It was so ferocious, so powerful that it could destroy anything. Jiang Chen's attack was a typical example of ferocity. Rumble. Both attacks collided with each other. The spatial force and ferocious energy interweaved with each other, causing the surrounding space to distort. Shock waves swept across the place, and the entire sky was distorted. The sky was trembling, and black smoke could be seen drifting in the air. Everyone's hearts were palpitating, and they could all feel the tremendous pressure. The battle between these two men was simply too ferocious. Luckily, they were fighting in the sky. If not, just the shockwaves from their battle would be enough to destroy the entire Martial Saint dynasty, and countless buildings would be destroyed. Jiang Chen and the Imperial Emperor's bodies swayed at the same time. Their attacks were equally matched. As for Jiang Chen, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Not only did he have a strong body, he also had a very fast recovery ability. In just an instant, he had returned to his peak condition. In this aspect, he had an advantage over the Imperial Emperor. How could this be possible? The Imperial Emperor's expression changed dramatically. The shock in his heart was like a raging ocean. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. He had never thought that there would be a day where a combat soul warrior could fight him. Furthermore, this young man was only a mid-combat soul warrior. This was simply too shocking. What was the definition of a monster? This was a monster. One could never use an ordinary person's eyes to judge a monster. He had something that surpassed ordinary people, and this kind of man was the scariest. Good. Jiang Zhanhai and Yan Zhanyun couldn't contain their excitement, and they immediately shouted out. Jiang Chen's ferocious strength was something they were proud of. He's amazing. Brother Jiang Chen has really broadened my horizons. He can actually fight a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, and he's not in a disadvantageous position at all. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Shocking. This is really shocking. Xian Yu was extremely shocked. He knew how frightening Jiang Chen was, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Fighting a combat king warrior with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, this was truly heaven-defying. Judging from the current situation, not only would the Imperial Emperor not be able to kill Jiang Chen in 3 strikes, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang is the most heaven-defying existence I've ever seen in this world. Wu Jiu said with mixed emotions. Of course, they didn't know that Jiang Chen had attracted heavenly tribulation back in the southern continent. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm, it was impossible for him not to be heaven-defying. For a monster like him, no matter what he did, it was normal. Under the heavens, there were only a few people who could attract heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. At least, with Jiang Chen's status as the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had never seen one before. Imperial Emperor, let's do this, I still have 2 strikes left. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared into the sky. Fighting a combat king warrior was the real thrill, and it was the only thing that could truly make his blood boil. Jiang Chen, even I have to admit that you're a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. However, if you want to fight me with just a mid-combat soul cultivation, you're taking it too lightly. That strike just now was just a casual strike, and I'd like to see how you're going to defend against the next 2 strikes. The Imperial Emperor unleashed his energy and said with a cold voice. To be honest, when he saw Jiang Chen in this state, the Imperial Emperor felt a bit regretful. He should have tried to rope in a genius like this, instead of making him his enemy. When they first met in the Martial Saint Palace, if the Imperial Emperor had treated Jiang Chen a little better and offered him an olive branch, with Wu Jiu's help, perhaps Jiang Chen would have really chosen to serve the Martial Saint dynasty. At the very least, things wouldn't have come to this.
However, since things had come to this, there was nothing else the Imperial Emperor could say.
A genius like this had to be killed as soon as possible, and it wasn't too late to kill him now. However, the Imperial Emperor could never give Jiang Chen the chance to continue growing. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just use whatever you have. Jiang Chen didn't show any fear. The Imperial Emperor, who was a first-grade combat king warrior, was no longer a threat to him. A golden light burst out from the Imperial Emperor's eyes. He slowly raised both of his hands and pointed his fingers like a sword. A bright light flickered between his fingers. Suddenly, the Imperial Emperor shouted out, "Heavenly Imperial Finger!" Rumble! A loud explosion sounded out in the sky. The Imperial Emperor's finger caused a spatial crack to appear in the air. He then pointed his finger forward, unleashing a gigantic golden finger. It carried a boundless divine might that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path, and it dashed toward Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Imperial Finger was a unique combat skill of the Martial Saint dynasty. The third emperor had used it when he was fighting against Jiang Chen, but when the Imperial Emperor used the same combat skill, the third emperor couldn't compare with it at all. I've told you before, this finger skill is too clumsy. 9 solar fingers. 7th finger. Jiang Chen shouted out as well and struck out with his own finger skill. Before this, he was only cultivating the 6 solar fingers, which was a branch of the 9 solar fingers. But now, after forming 10,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen was able to use the 7th finger of the 9 solar fingers. Rumble! The air trembled, and the sky changed color. 7 gigantic fingers appeared at the same time, emitting a dazzling golden light. Each of the fingers was fully covered with golden symbols, giving them a mystical appearance. The 7 fingers quickly merged into one, and collided with the Imperial Emperor's Heavenly Imperial Finger. Everyone on the ground held their breaths. They had no idea who would emerge victorious in this collision. In terms of aura alone, both men were equally matched. The expressions of the Golden Guards and Royal Guards changed once again. They couldn't see any hope anymore. This monster was simply too heaven-defying. Even a combat king warrior like the Imperial Emperor couldn't defeat him. Rumble! The Heavenly Imperial Finger and the mysterious 9 solar finger collided violently once again. The void was shattered once again. This time, the collision was much more intense than the previous collision. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.